exactly where I am in the crowd. Because I'm with the Brazilians right now. And I'm feeling the energy.
What is up, everybody? Today we're gonna watch the TI while playing Dota 2. Uh, I don't know what's scheduled for now, but let me...
Ever since TI2, man. And have you ever been to a TI before? No, first time is a dream coming true.
Dota2.com, and let's... I wanna see the schedule for now.
Now I see obviously it's a shame that the actual
Supposed to be Tundra. It's playing against Extreme Gaming. So 6 a.m. It's 4 a.m. right now. If you guys want to see the schedule, it's 6 a.m. If this isn't if this game doesn't go to like up to game 3, then the earliest of Tundra versus Extreme Gaming is gonna be 6 a.m. I'm gonna be looking forward to this one because I think Ame deserves a TI. I swear. Anyway.
This is the power that I'm looking for, and I'm gonna hope for a
Dang, even.
3 with Cloud9. My friends, let's get into it. Pedro, para de picar Juggernaut. Don't pick Juggernaut, Pedro. Woo! Back to the panel.
I am loving the energy coming from the crowd, and I really hope that Cloud9 can use some of that energy in their upcoming game because
I also have like 28,000 Twitch points. I still haven't friggin' predicted anything yet.
Super predictable with what they bring to the table, but maybe they were a little bit too unpredictable, too out there.
I don't think their draft is too out there because their draft was capable of a lot and we saw what that was. I think there was just a little bit of misexecution going on, which is very natural when you're busting out heroes you don't bring out before. I like that flair that they brought.
I haven't watched this Cloud9 versus Team Falcons. I don't know even who win. Oh, Team Falcons won. Let's see the draft. I haven't seen the draft.
Some extra spice, but I'm not feeling this spice. This Rubik,
game details.
Compared to the impact that Marana and Hoodwink had.
All right, let's just go to Dota.
Non-existent, and also the big difference from the two off.
Let's see
as we said in
the replays.
Panel, that he's
Team Falcons versus Cloud9.
Got overtook by Marana at one
I heard there's a Terrorblade, so Team Falcons victory, Monkey King, Brood Mother. This is scary.
You pretty much become just about the
mid carry. Oh, Skidder. Okay, never mind. Amar. Crit. Interesting.
During the boat time, and then they go back in and kill C9.
I mean, the issue is
Nature's Prophet dispatch.
Prophet and Terrorblade who want to occupy
yeah.
their own triangle. So when Kunk has a bad lane, he can't go farm the triangle because Prophet's already farming it. Terrorblade's rotated in at some point to take it. So DM was like sacrificed somewhat in the draft, in the play as well.
Down.
And he had 1 Crimson and what does Amar have?
Alright, let's sign a queue.
AC Crimson. Like, you're giving one offlaner the entire world to play, and the other offlaner, he's got nothing. So I think for this next game, I want one core player from Cloud9 outside of DM to play onto the map rather than towards the jungle. So then we can actually see 3 core scale into the game because they just deleted his own game.
Yeah, I think he should still be pretty happy he got that 1 Crimson drop in this game, so all good for him.
Whoa! Do you have any Crimson drops yet, Lacoste?
Only 1 so far.
Wow, I have none.
I have none also, so I'm very jealous of Lacoste right now, but I think that the issue, like T mentioned, just bring more heroes to play with DM on the offlane, but also
I feel like a lot of my games people aren't watching the TI, so when I get my matches here, it's so freaking weird when I get like a offlane Sand King that buys. He actually queued freaking Shiva's guard before I told him to go Crimson guard. So he was actually gonna go Shiva instead of Crimson. I told him, oh god, kind of complained, and he actually did transition to go into Crimson guard. But we don't have pipe 2, I think. What about the magic damage we had here? 30. Oh shoot, that's a lot too.
Very comfortable with.
because Falcons are good at just enough heroes that you never feel like you can ban enough of them, right? Like, you need to ban the Tusk from Snake King, there's the Malrine Sand King, and then Naga Siren, the hero of the tournament. Cloud9 lost to it in upper bracket, so maybe they don't want to give that away. Shadow Demon as well, another hotly contested hero. That was their 4 bans in
Common
last game.
heroes: Monkey King,
If they don't do
Lina,
that, and then suddenly it's like
Luna,
value
Centaur,
Mirage higher than the
DK,
Sand King or the Tusk,
Murata.
like, maybe you give the Naga away, but
That's their
still,
common heroes.
fundamentally, Falcons
Team
have locked
Falcons and
in
Cloud9.
maybe
Did
6
they
or
pick
7
them both?
first picks that feel like they're, you know, uncounterable at least.
Right, I'm gonna
I also wanna see a
decline
different
because it's
carry.
acceptable
I'm not feeling
match.
this Terrorblade. This hero is 1-4 right now, only 25% win rate for a good reason. Not many teams want to touch it because it feels you still need a lot of farm. Even though he had a good game on Watson, involved in 8 out of 9 kills.
He got the first 2 kills of the game.
Sure, it's still Terrorblade. At the end of the day, you don't, like, it's a relatively long cooldown, so you need to fight with your meta. I want to see something different. Where's the Luna? Luna was available in the previous game, a hero that can stand her ground, still have that mixed damage between physical and magical. If you look at the stats, like, this looks pretty good. Kill participation, 89%, KDA, 523. He was...
But it's not hard to be kill participation 89% if they're
Yeah,
only
let's
five kills
let's
per
make
game.
the
Exactly,
video
beginning of
bigger.
the map. Yeah, you're right.
Because they need to do something. Like, I think Watson, if he has choice in the draft, you let him have it for sure. But you need the foundation of your draft to be good enough that if your carry says I want Terrorblade, it doesn't matter what.
You say no.
No, you say yes. I want Watson to play these heroes, but I don't want to have the first phase Nature's Prophet that suddenly forces you to have to second guess every pick down the line, and then the Terrorblade falls flat. It's like, I don't want to see Nature's Prophet early on. I want to see them start with a strong hero, have these kind of like gankers and nothing too crazy, and then when the last pick
I
comes in,
actually
it
did
feels
record some of these
it's just too volatile.
some of these reactions too. Come on, don't give me acceptable matches. Dota keep giving me acceptable matches. I don't want that. Maybe I'll, if it's a 4th time, I'll do it.
And they played it differently than any other team, and it worked for them. And the same can be applied to Terrorblade. Clearly, this Terrorblade came as a response to Brood. That's something that they talked about. Watson was like, just give me Terrorblade versus Brood. I'll beat him in lane. I'll outfarm him. I'll just play opposite side of map. But I don't think they expected this Brood to come out in Falcon's draft in that last phase, because the way that
Damn.
their draft shaped up on C9,
Another acceptable match.
What Terrorblade needs is a teamfight anchor. Something like a Mars. You drop an arena, then you smash people with a Terrorblade. He had no anchors. People were just running away from him.
They really did. We're gonna find out what's gonna happen in this second game of the series. And Lacoste, before the series began, we had a lot of focus on that mid lane. Malrine versus
Alright, it's drafting
no
phase,
one.
so
I
we're
kinda
gonna
felt
guess.
like the way
We're gonna
that
try to
that
guess
lane
some
ended up
drafting
playing out
phase thingy.
didn't really have much impact on how the game
I don't know how
ended up.
Cloud9 and
No,
Falcons play,
yeah,
but
you expect this Nature's Prophet to
pretty
move
much,
around the map, but he doesn't move
confident
as much as you
on
would maybe expect him to.
drafting
He also wants to prioritize his farm, not
and
to
counter
put
picking.
himself in a position where he dies after having a successful gank. And this was another deathless game for Malrine. He didn't die again yesterday when
He came very close.
when he was playing Sand King, also didn't die. This guy is just a beast. We did have some concerns if there's going to be some nerds playing on the big stage, but definitely not. Hello Kitty definitely helping him out.
He's upgraded his Hello Kitty. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but there's now a flower around Hello Kitty that I don't think was there yesterday. I don't know if he's going to get his hands on his Monkey King again, though, but it's hard to say, T, because in the upcoming draft, I would imagine the roles will be reversed, and it's always
the hell is
different when you're first
claim?
pick versus second pick. Previously, we had Falcons given the ability to pick their hero first.
What the hell
they
is
went for the
claim?
Mirana because frankly,
Get
Cloud9
baited,
does not have
chat.
enough bans to also prioritize in Mirana over there. But now, Cloud9 is the one that gets to first pick
0-5
their hero. Do you
1-5
have any idea
molding.
what their route might be?
It really depends on how much value I think they put in Mirana at the moment, because when I look at the way that Falcons have played, Mirana always feels like the one that brings everything together. Because
I don't want
Skid Tank,
acceptable
Kamigo,
matches.
look at these items. Okay, briefly, they were on the screen, but he had Blink first item, then Mage Slayer, then he has a 4-star. Your carry at 22 minutes has Blink, Force, Mage Slayer, Aegis. That sounds like if I was in a ranked game, it's like despair across the board. But because he has the solar flare from Mirana, he keeps wanting to fight, he has the damage available. That's where it's like, maybe Mirana has a higher value for the big picture of what Falcons does. So I'm hoping that maybe is the key hero that, you know, Cloud9's thinking about, at least in this upcoming draft.
Yeah, they've played Mirana both on Watson and on Kataomi, so it's definitely in their wheelhouse. The question is if they indeed prioritize it. Perhaps it will just be straight up banned, as that could still be a potential as well. Heading into game number 2 as well, I think yesterday when we saw Cloud9 heading into a
Why
game
did even 33 and
even though
snaking
they lost that
quit
game, they do
left
look
Hundred or
very
something?
good. I do think, Effie, that this is not a team that will be swayed by momentum of a first game loss.
I would hope so, because this team, when they do get off to a good start and get the heroes that they want that are comfortable together, look incredible when it comes to team fighting. That game, though, we didn't see the typical flair that T talked about, where you run in your Fishman, he beats 4 heroes, and you land some follow-up stun from no one into the crazy damage from Watson. This time around, I think they're going to be a little bit more careful with constructing their team fight so that they can take it to Falcons. Because what they didn't have, rather, last game was that people were just running away. And it sounds funny that people are running away versus Xmark plus Vayne, but when you're playing against Mirana Hoodwink supports, they're stunning you from a distance. You can't get a Fiend's Grip off. The Kunkka was having a poor game, so he couldn't lock anyone down.
Yeah, we're gonna find out. It is time to find out what these two teams have in store for each other.
Cloud9
versus
Falcons.
Falcons.
Game 2.
For this second game, it is, as said, Cloud9 on the dire side this time around with first pick. That means
They always ban Naga. I don't know why they
overall
ban
classic,
keep.
and they will be playing
Is it
from
Naga
the
really that
Arabian side. We're in the
scary?
battles already.
Cause I'm a Naga player. I personally don't want to play Naga support with the deluge. Deluge?
One thing that I do find very important to mention that we also mentioned right before.
That's not how I want to play Naga. It feels like I could do it. It's definitely doable.
DM is most comfortable on
Cause
is Enigma that just got banned out. So
strong
still
Naga
banned
player.
out even though
This
Like-
was sanking in the pool, so
Yes.
they could get.
I'm a
their
strong
hands on it.
Naga
So,
player.
They looked the best when they were first facing Pinker.
I'm a strong Naga player. What are you guys talking about? I ain't doing Naga support. Even though it's kind of like the meta right now,
When they were first facing DM's hero.
I don't want to
So,
do it.
Enigma, as you said, gone. The other
Ban rate
offlaners did go with the
86% this
sanking.
TI.
Okay, the previous,
Dang.
not as much, but let's see if they pick up sanking straight away.
of course they will. Yesterday, over 8 different games, this hero picked so many times. T didn't die a single time.
Didn't die a single time, but it might die in this game if
They
Cloud9
took
gets
Sand
through
King?
offlane. I think mid Sand King is far superior than offlane Sand King. So far in this tournament, no one hasn't played it at all, but 21 hours ago, he played a single pub of Sand King. So
That's enough.
That's enough.
For a professional e-gamer, one game is enough.
Exactly, and he won it as well, so undefeated in
He's
the
like,
pub.
oh, this is easy. Let's go.
Pretty much. But no, I do hope that Cloud9 kind of think about it more as a mid laner, just because when the whole timings, it's a level dependent hero. The early game Sand King is insane. The later the game goes, it will fall off slowly because you'll have ways to deal with the healing. You'll have BKBs to deal with the magic damage, sustainability through pipe or greaves. And that's why from the mid, you get the early blink, you can get a bloodstone. You keep forcing yourself on every 5 minutes. There's a new item, there's a new move.
I feel like getting
Both of them are on
Bloodstone
break
is
the
better
combo.
for Sand
I
King.
think the Solar Flare is
Although
too good of a spell
the
right
last
now.
time I
What it
played
brings to the
Sand
table,
King,
max attack speed, level 1,
I had the
your allies get
Sand
half of it.
Shroud
You're also getting the extra day
pass
vision,
it.
which is gonna be
I
nice.
think that's
Once
why
you
I
get to
kept
level 2, that's
losing.
120 for you,
We
60
do have
attack
like
speed,
a
60 damage
700.
for the
I'm not
rest
so
of the
greedy.
team.
I
Just too
bought
good of a spell
Radiance
right
for
now.
shit. I
would
even
take it
bought
for yourself.
Bloodstone. I guess
What
that's
I
the
wanna
meta
see
right
from
now.
ST9 this time around is damage
At this
from
time,
the
I was like,
supports.
I was like,
Didn't
what
have that last time.
what
Take a
patch
Sap
is
for
this
yourself.
though?
Take a Mirana for yourself. Take a Hoodwink.
July
Anything that can
20,
provide
the
ranged
24,
damage
July
as a follow-up
24.
into Sand King's stun, making it so that there are
I guess
moves to
people
make
were
in the early
buying
game will
Blink.
be a huge
I
upgrade
mean,
from
I was
last game.
That's
buying
maybe
the
one problem
classic
with
Sand King.
Cloud9 is Fishman doesn't really play
For
this
some
hero
reason, I
very
kept
well. He plays
losing
Clock,
because I
Vayne,
was a dumb
Sven,
Sand King
Naga
player.
Siren when possible, Disruptor. Like he's very much like kind of the traditional 5 of I will set up the engagement, but you need to do it for me. Hence,
But
I think that
I've
damage
seen
needs to come
too
from
much
Tony,
Sand
who's
King
more
games
supportive to
here
do
at
the
TI
damage.
where I kind of get how
They'll still
how to play
choose
Sand
to
King
ban
now.
out Mirana. It will be Falcons that have the luxury
Did
of
they
picking
bought
out
Bloodstone the
this
last
ban
time,
phase.
even with
So
Sand
just
Shroud?
denying that to Team Falcons seems for them the
I didn't. I
smartest
kept
move.
going
Let's
on the
see
Radiance
where
Blink,
Falcons is going to take
which
this.
is
They have
so dumb.
not used any of their bonus time just
What about this
until
one?
just now. They
Yeah.
get one ban before
It's
going
a
to pick their
classic
hero.
one.
They already secured
Radiance
themselves a Dragon,
Ags.
great flex pick for them as well.
Isn't the Ags kind of like viable for Sand
That
King?
helps out so much with just turning pickoffs into towers.
Oh,
into
the Ags is different now.
I think
It's
Falcons are just
pulses.
happy to follow the same formula.
When the
that
pulse
they
starts,
done
3
last
stinger
year, where
attack
they
errors are created
like the
every
heroes
0.5
mentioned,
seconds
it's
at random
literally a
location,
similar
each
type, the
measuring
snaps and the
15%.
hookers and whatnot. You just
While the
need to
epicenter
make
is
sure
current
this
release
DK
that
has a
apply
clear
50%
vision
of
in the
stinger
game
damage to
outside
the
of
enemy's
find
head.
that blink mage slayer.
Huh.
And Snapfire just gives you the Mortimer's kisses. She gives you
Oh my
big
bad,
28
guys.
rotations. She gives you very
So I
strong
was reading the Aghanim Scepter for Sand King,
It's
and
also
I
annoying to draft
forgot to
against
show you
Falcons.
guys.
You know that if they first pick the Mirage,
My
then they go for the
win
Summer
rate for
Rifle. If they
Sand
first
King
pick
is
the
kind of
DK, they
bad
pick the high
because
damage force.
I kept
But they always
buying
make sure that in
the
this
classic
division,
ones,
it's Crit's hero
which
to
is
make the draft
like
progress, and then when they
Heart,
see two more, Snaking
Radiance,
actually gets to go, okay,
Windwalker,
what's my 5 to win the lane? Like, he's played
Silly
over 10
24.
different heroes so far.
Well, anyway, let's
Only
go
played
back
the
to like
international
watching the
champion
draft
professionals.
phase.
And that helps because he gets a little bit more information before other supports. He isn't just kind of thrown into, you have to play this.
Because I want to see
I
how.
was gonna say Bane again, but I
What's
feel
the
like I'm
actual
saying Bane
strategy
too
of Falcons and
You did
Cloud9?
mention that they're not playing position
These are the
5
teams
heroes
that
with
I
advantage.
haven't
Their
been
position
watching.
4 hero pool is also super small. Like they have
The
the
DPC,
lowest
it's
hero
more like
pool at TI over all
Team Spirit,
teams, over all
Tundra,
16 teams that were here. So maybe bang out
Team
some
Liquid,
Nyx
I
Assassin.
guess,
That was the highest damage
and
hero
Extreme
from
Gaming.
12 that they played. I would say good against the Snapfire. Could put Kataomi in a position that's going to give them, you know, some extra damaggio. But now that I'm seeing Clockwork, it's probably not going to be a melee hero. So they go with their own heroes. Seems like the hero pool is very small and relatively predictable what C9 is going to go for.
But it's better, because I wanted to suggest
It is.
Clockwork here, because this way they pair it up with Watson's turret hero that he hasn't stepped away from the formula. There's no reason to go for something like a Bane when you know you want to set up for a ranged carry, and you have the hook shot to stop the Mortimer's kisses in the backline. It's a classic hero counter in that sense. Winter Wyvern is a Katarina
I thought
special.
Aurora is gonna
If you build up some items, it does provide damage, but it still lacks
get further
in terms of both
into
supports
the
when you look at them in
TI, but
And this is where it's like, I
they're
think
against
once the
Extreme
Sanking
Gaming,
is
which
here,
is
the Sanking in the
very
off lane
unfortunate.
will struggle if Sanking struggles, the
Enchantress.
supports don't have a lot of damage, they have control and kind of pick off. The Falcons, they're answering that. Their lanes are so formidable, right? Ench plus the DK, Mars and Snapfire. Like, DK can still be mid here, of course. They do have last pick, but yeah, Falcons, that you're expecting them to come out ahead, sorry, in the laning phase.
I also wanted to see some more damage. Luna is still available, just not why not pick it up here? It makes a lot of sense. It's an early BKB carrier who can sit inside of the arena, get that extra damage in, even through the BKB. It feels really nice.
Some nice bonus damage for Wyvern as well. It's also not the best save versus Arena, but it's a good combo break in terms of if DK is blinking in with follow-up damage on his team, there is a curse to stop that.
And the Cold Embrace is going to be pretty high value as well. Like a Cold
Ban
Embrace inside
Morphling,
the arena,
Enigma,
surely
Invoker,
they need
Tinker.
vision, but yeah, maybe the of course you can
This
get
one's
that
a
in other ways,
weird
but
ban.
once that does come into play, like Luna can stand her ground, and you know, Cloud9 on paper, a Bloodstone on a Sand King, a Silver Edge BKB on the Luna, you got ways to go super aggressive whilst also surviving the jump. So it's looking like a better draft from Cloud9.
Silveridge BKB on the Luna.
The lanes into early game
I guess
in
that
favor
could
of
work
Falcons on
against
the
Mars
speed
and
at which
DK.
in which they can
Enchantress, you don't actually need to break her untouchables because you could just like
C9 have something nice going for them.
Eclipse
Is that Mars, as an offlaner,
Enchantress.
doesn't build an early pipe the way that Broodmother did last game. So, and you look at the supports in Ench and Snap. They do build auras and they will correct
Radiant,
for that, but
Dire,
it's going to come out a little
10-7,
bit later,
7-2
making
Earl's
it so
name.
that if Sand King has a good game, the epicenter is going to go a long way early game in terms of damage.
Interesting.
I want Cloud9 to go for Underlord and have Sand King mid. I think getting the global map play, like the hook shot from the Clockwork, then you have the Fiend's Gate, and
They
it just
banned
goes down,
Underlord.
so that's not going to happen.
Their hero pool is so small. DM, in terms of heroes that he has played so far 5 different heroes. So they're going to give him the Sand King and put Earth Spirit in the mid lane. We've saw quite a lot of Earth Spirit, especially when 7E played it. He was the one who kind
I
of
guess
brought
Earth
it
Spirit
for
is
the
a better
cities.
pick than Storm
So
Spirit
now with
this
the DK,
game because
I think
DK
put this DK in
stun
the safe
Earth.
lane and put something for
DK stuns Storm Spirit, that's pretty much over.
Marine in the mid
'cause
lane.
No one has
Storm
to be
isn't
very
that
aggressive
tanky,
in
but
this
I
game.
think
want
Earth
to
Spirit
see you
has
try and break the side lane.
survivability.
If you go to a Luna lane, there's potential for kill. If you go to the Sand King lane,
Yeah,
there's potential
because
to help
their
him
lineup is
accelerate his time into
pretty
the Blink Dagger to then also play on the map with Earth Spirit.
not
So
tanky if
it's a
they
bold
put
Earth Spirit pick.
another
Again, I think I preferred the mid Sand King here and a different offlaner, but if
non-strike
no one
hero.
called for it, give it to him. But please be aggressive. Try and just dictate
Okay,
the early
let's
game, unlike
predict.
what Falcons did in the last game.
It's actually a great
They
Earth
got
Spirit
Luna,
like,
they got against
if I'm
DK. I
looking at
think
these heroes
DK's
on
stronger
Falcons,
than
this is a
Luna
very comfortable
in the
mid Earth
late
Spirit
game.
because not only is it going to be the vessel
Mars,
for the heal reduction on DK or Enchantress, it's also very
Sand
technical
King's is
building
broken.
Eternal Shroud. The Eternal Shroud will negate most of Falcon's damage in the early game, and it's backline jump for the Snapfire plus Enchantress. What Earth Spirit suffers against is unkillable cores, but like I mentioned, the early auras are not coming out from the
I mean,
Mars.
Earth
If the
Spirit's
Mars
gonna
is
buy
like
Vessel,
Orca
right?
instead,
Earth
it would
Spirit's
be a
gonna
bad
buy
Spirit
Vessel,
game,
Blade
but
Mail,
Earth Spirit's damage is
BKB.
not going to be mitigated here.
I think that's.
I want to see something elusive for Falcons.
I think Earth
Puck,
Spirit's pretty strong
maybe
against
Storm,
DK.
An extra jump,
Mars.
early jump that can jump on top of Wyvern.
Enchantress. I
just
mean,
so that you have
Snapfire's kind
a
of like
follow-up with the
okay.
DK. We saw Skeeter going for a Blink Dagger earlier. 'cause
I'm really
you
not a good.
wanna have
I don't
that
even know how to
extra
play Earth Spirit.
follow-up. Okay, the
correctly.
big
Okay.
boys
Oh
coming
shit.
out.
How do
Timber.
we feel about Timber Saw in the mid lane here?
You know how I said I want no one
Timber
to be
mid,
active?
Timber mid.
This Timbersaw will force him to be active. Because when you get some levels, at level 6 on Timber, it's like, alright, Spirit, if you want to come here, you can be half HP, and
Silver Edge Luna
It gives a lot
is.
of pace for
I
Falcons
think
to
that's
stay
a good.
behind. It also means that Amar doesn't
Big
have to be
butt.
the one starting with Arena. Timbersaw can walk into these areas,
Falcons.
soak up some
I think
initiation,
Falcons
and
win
then
this
allow an
raid.
opportunity for other heroes to jump in after them.
Or Cloud9 wins
There is
this.
no damage to kill this Timbersaw. Earth Spirit does damage over time, over many stones dropped into magnetizes. Wyvern does damage through right clicks. Luna needs time to farm up. You need to wait for the Sand King epicenter. This Timbersaw is completely unthreatened in terms of dying in the early game. It is a horrific last pick here from Falcons.
The most
I don't
Falcons
think
looking
so.
draft of the tournament, I would say. This is their, bread and butter, as we like to call it. DK, Mars, Timbersaw, Enchantress, Snapfire for Kurt this time instead of maybe Hoodwink, but this feels even worse. I'd say the Cloud9, they did some of the adjustments that needed to be done for the second game, but Team Falcons, I would say even higher chances than in the previous one.
Team Falcons with their 3 beefy boys and
Yes.
2 high damage supports. Coming in hot.
They got
Cloud9,
DK
they
on
obviously
Team
are
Falcons.
looking to force out a third game to this best of 3 series.
I feel like
If
Luna
they're
is
gonna do
strong
it, who are
too.
you looking towards to really carry this team?
Earth Spirit.
Vessel on the
Earth
mid
Spirit
Spirit,
versus.
try and play on the fact that Falcons think they're tanky. If you can whittle them down a couple times,
I wanna
allow
vote,
Watson
like,
to get to Silver Edge,
1,000?
Satanic, like this type of stuff, then we'll have an explosive game. But if no
9-9.
one doesn't get to play the
For
early game on
Cloud9.
his timings, then
I'm gonna go for the safe bet.
We're gonna see it play out here
But yeah.
on the main stage here in the
I still don't
Royal
have any
Arena.
game
Before we
that's
head to game number
actually
2, though,
acceptable
we're first
on.
gonna check in with Slacks, who is gonna talk to Coach AY 2000.
Yeah.
That's right, my friends. I'm here with Owie 2000. Team Falcons, you gotta get it. Owie, so good to see you. my
Okay, I
friend,
got.
back up on
Now
the
they said
stage
that
now.
questionable
You are
game
a
ain't
brave
playing
man.
that.
Some would say Giga Chat indeed. You're gonna let that Sand King, who, according to my notes, has not died in 2 weeks, I believe. No one has ever killed this hero once. You're giving
I
the
feel like
total
Sand King is
Wyvern.
broken.
What's up with that? Are you good at your job? Why are you giving these things away?
Well, Sand King we played against in scrims, and we had a plan versus it. And then some of the other heroes, like this team's very unique. Like this Winter Wyvern, like early Enigma, like these heroes are sort of hard to deal with because you'll be going into it uncertain. So like you can give them an Imba hero and have a strat versus them, which is what we're doing. It might not work, but for us it's like better. As for Wyvern, like you can't just ban stupid supports. They're just supports.
Stupid supports, my goodness gracious. All right. If you had to rate your draft on an A, B, C, D, F scale, how would you rate yourself?
I don't know. Like
What do you mean?
it's good for us, but
Good.
like I don't think it'll be good for other teams, but we're very comfortable in it. And I think like sometimes in a draft, Maureen just loses his mind and says, guys, auto win Timbersaw Huskar, and like, you know, we just picked a hero, so.
You have that trust in them?
I mean, you have to, I don't know, it's just forced.
Well, do you trust that you will be winning this one game?
Yeah, hopefully.
Okay, let's
No,
predict
Owie,
here
please!
too.
It's T.I.
Total
Just
magic
give me a let's go
damage.
for the crowd. You never get
Everybody
one of
knows
these
it's
things. Give me
gonna be
one, let's
Sand
go.
King.
Let's go.
30 seconds to battle.
Longest skill
Good
streak.
for us. What's the
I don't
Owie
know.
2000 again, and let's get straight to the
Maybe
game with our
Timber.
commentators.
Ancient camp stacked
Bring us some hope in here for the boys
by
on Falcons in this
30.
game too. The question is
like
for
20.
Can Cloud9 do it? They had a rough
Yeah,
game one. They've come into this
game
game
at the
to
end.
switch things up. We're seeing things like the Luna come out. This hero, it's great. This hero
I'd say
wins games.
let's
You know,
go.
so seeing Watson on Luna, that's something to be confident about. And I mean, the last pick, like no one on the Earth Spirit, we know he can pop up on this hero.
He can. It can be a bit of a risky pick at times, but we'll see how much he's going to be able to make happen with it. But they do have the 2 big guns. The Sand King, the Luna, that's probably the big one that most people are looking at because these have been pretty dominant throughout this tournament. As you heard it there from AUI.
There's
they
like a
have plan.
3-second delay
Okay.
from the
You know, I'm
actual
looking at some
stream.
of these things, you know, I was talking last game about that DK
So,
with the Mage Slayer. I think that's probably going to be
I'm
something
gonna
they
quit
look to
the-
at least address some of that magic damage
and
that
disconnect
comes out,
the
and probably just more mitigation. It's a
Dota-
big thing that Falcons does like to do
Dota
when they see
stream.
these type of
So,
things. And maybe some
Let's actually watch it from Twitch.
So no one, be careful, you ate a second shot.
Yeah, Maori with the body blocks. Is he going to have enough burst with this next Chakram to kill him?
Whirling Death, sorry.
Sorry with the Whirling Death. Yeah, you confused me. First blood indeed, Maori. Oh, well, that's quite the way to start.
Acceptable?
A Falcon's approach, or
Let's see.
Coming out already with the question marks. Nice
Do they accept this though?
I mean, he landed all of them. He landed literally 3 in a row onto him. You have to be
Alright, let's do it.
when you're playing these strength matchups.
I'm not gonna mute. I feel like Cloud9 has a small chance that, because of the Sand King Earth Spirit, but that Timber Saw is really strong. What am I, mid lane?
Seconds. 5 seconds.
Dealership on the enemy. Okay, I got like one lag dude. El Ladio. Who's that? Hard support.
10 seconds remain. 5 seconds remain.
Okay, I'm the only divine fucking player here. What the fuck's wrong with this team? What the fuck? 682. Okay. That's gonna be funny. These guys are actual. I mean, there's like one divine player too. I'm just not sure who. Huh. I think I'm the lowest MMR. Silencer mid. Lina OD. I'm not scared of that. Wait, what? I feel like Timber is gonna have a hard time against Silencer. I think they have the advantage. Because of the Silencer. And Death Prophet silence too. Timber. I think this game is a good lose this game, whatever. Rank 600?
As I will.
Prepare yourselves for the main event.
I could just blink. Don't you just love war?
Did I predict? Nah, I ain't predicting.
I'm not ready.
I haven't been double downing too. It's been a long time. That's my last 10 tokens.
Pain. It's not time yet.
Shit, I got seen.
I do enjoy a good
I'll put the wards here. Easier to put the wards there and deny it there than on the left side.
Forward, not yet.
Let's see.
30 seconds and counting.
The pain train.
So sleepy.
I'll take my time.
Hey, Silencer. For real though. I gotta shut down the Silencer.
Welcome one and all to the main event.
Torturous anticipation.
First blood.
Oh, yes.
First blood. I foresee a great deal more.
Wait, Death Prophet mid. Okay, well, this is easy. Then the Silencer. What the fuck? A silencer support this game? Really?
Sometimes you just need to stretch your way. Oh, I don't think so.
How he fucking leveled up?
Radiant's courier has been slain in cold.
Okay, I'm not on my best top form right now.
I love a struggle. Quickly now. My pain tolerance increases. Oh, yes. Wait till they get a load of me. Your queen moves. Watch me now. Here. Don't you just love war? I always get what I want.
Wow.
I could just blink. Watch me just for sport.
Shit, I fucking didn't last hit that shit. Oh my god.
As I will bottle royale. Attack.
So shit.
A path to pain.
Wow, too much harass.
Quickly now. Forward. Quiver. I'm under attack. Surrender. No. Your pain, my gain. Oh, yes.
I'll just take his bottle.
Ah.
A royal path. Forward into the bottle. Add another to the tally. Sometimes
Middle tower
you just
faces
need
a
to
terrible
stretch.
test. Dire's courier has been killed. Cut service Dire's cause.
I can be loaded.
Wait till they get a load of me. There's harm to be done. Bottle royale. If it pleases me. Playtime. Pay for the privilege. By means mundane.
I'm actually fucking losing to a death prophet, man.
Suffer.
It's whatever.
Oh, yes.
Gift from the goddess.
You want to fight or what? The pain train. Your queen moves.
Can we kill bottom?
Denied.
Your queen moves. Sometimes you just need to stretch your bottle royale. Worthy tribute. Swift.
The enemy attacks your middle tower. Radiant have fortified their structures against attack.
To pain. I'm under attack. This way walks pain.
Dire have fortified their structures against attack.
Here.
Huh.
I don't believe in playing nice.
The enemy attacks your top tower.
I could just blink.
The enemy attacks your middle tower.
Say when.
Alright.
Agony awaits. I do enjoy a good stroll.
Can you stun this guy?
Yes.
Well, your reaction time, man.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh, yes.
I guess I'll just fucking farm.
As I
Your middle tower
will.
faces a terrible test.
Quickly now. Forward.
Killing spree!
Where does the time go? Don't you just love war? Share my pain. Will they get a load of me? Yoo-hoo. A royal path. Scream. Forward. I'll take my time.
The enemy attacks your middle tower.
Don't you just love war?
Holy shit, I almost got
Middle
killed.
tower is under attack.
Almost spent.
Will one side come to regret this?
Yay! One
Your middle
please.
tower has fallen.
Can't even freaking use my goddamn whatever.
Don't you just love war? A path to pain.
Go on gyro, guys.
Forward.
Never mind.
Everyone screams for me. The pain into the bottle. Quickly now.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Pegou o Jairo.
I just don't got like good supports this game.
The enemy attacks your bottom tower.
I'll take my time.
Look to your
They actually dive this guy?
Look to your top tower. Radiant structures are fortified. Your top tower is under attack.
Shit. Oh well. Streamer unlucky. What the hell was that? That's not how I fucking play.
I'm not ready.
Whatever.
Your queen moves. I could just blink. Forward. Watch me now. Wait'll they get a load of me. Swiftly. Love bite.
Just smoke. Just. They're going for you.
DP stop.
If it pleases me.
Tower faces a terrible test.
As I will.
Go bot, go bot. Oh.
I'll take my. Wait'll they get a load of me.
I have that, but silencer's just.
Oh, yes. Tell them to come closer.
The enemy's top tower brought to ruin.
Your queen moves. Into the
Mega kill! The enemy attacks your middle tower.
Wait, what? He didn't fucking die?
Wicked sick! Triple kill!
If it please, I'm under attack. You've got it coming. Have whip.
Fuck, what the fuck? Fuck. Oh my god.
Be still.
This way walks. 4.
Where's the fucking guy at?
I'll take that.
Alright, let's take this seriously.
As I will.
Killing spree. Triple kill.
Just as I foretold.
Radiant structures are fortified. Your middle tower faces a terrible test. Dire have fortified their structures against attack.
You can't kill them, right?
If it pleases me.
I'll split.
Why are you not? I do enjoy a good stroll. Don't you just love war? Shouldn't there be more kneeling? Watch me now. By me.
Killing spree.
It's encouragement.
Holy fuck, that ringmaster.
Double kill.
My goddess wished you dead.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I'll take my time.
this, so we want to try smoke.
I could just blink.
Silencer.
Your queen moves.
Yeah, silencer and ringmaster are both problems.
As I will. Quickly now. Oh, yes.
I'll take that.
A royal. Yule's scepter. The pain train. A path to pain. I do enjoy a good stroll.
Oh, they're top? I thought they're going bottom. What the fuck?
Stretch your wings.
Oh, coming.
Go silencer.
Here.
Go on silencer.
A royal path.
Nagnood di Kabiya. Wait.
Oh,
was mid.
yes. As I will.
You go on gyro? He's
probably
probably
behind
alone.
it. Supports are behind.
Okay.
I could just blink.
I'll try to aim the fucking support then.
Enemy's courier has been killed. Your middle tower is under
Dark still have ult.
against the rising tide. Your bottom tower is under attack. Where will the line be drawn?
Oh my god, that's so cool. Shit, I thought I'd get him before he cast it.
Your middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Yoo-hoo. Oh, yes. I love it when you resist. Quickly now. Forward.
middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
A royal path.
An equal bounty must be claimed.
Forward. Where does the
I'll keep DP top, so
quickly now? Are we going to fight or bottle? Add another to the tally. By means mundane. As I will. Your queen moves. Oh, yes.
can we actually take our Tormentor? We haven't taken it yet.
If it pleases me. Wait'll they get a load of me. It's not time.
I'll take that.
You just need to stretch your wings. Yoo-hoo.
Enigma, you're gonna die, man.
Agony awaits. Don't you just love war? I could just blink. I'll take my time. This way walks pain.
You got Satanic.
Oh, such a little
Oh, I don't think we could dive. Gyra has Satanic.
will travel.
We need Roshan if you wanna dive.
Oh, yes. I'll take my time. This way walks pain.
Black hole is gyro. Mark, you still have all spells.
I still have spells, yeah.
That was fine.
It's not time yet.
When do you guys fight? You use all my spells.
Don't you just love war?
Clark still has all spells.
Royale. If it pleases me.
Well, I got no more mana though.
Real villain here.
Clark is big. He has lots of stacks.
I'm TPing out. I got no mana.
Forward.
Killing spree, double kill.
The pain train.
Good.
I still got all my spells, guys.
Get a load of me.
Again.
I have pipe now.
A love bite. I could just blink.
Can we grow, Shan?
I do enjoy a good stroll. Have whip will travel.
Can we go Roshan, guys? Everybody's... Never mind. We could go top then.
Roshan?
I'm gonna bait them bottom, so you guys could Rosh.
Okay.
I'll bait them bottom, so you guys could Rosh.
It's not time yet. Oh, yes. Watch me now. I don't believe in playing nice. Why me? Have whip will travel.
Hold on, guys. I'm gonna buy.
I do enjoy a good stroll.
Uh.
I get mine.
It's like you're.
Hope?
How I wish I had this back at Dark Reef.
Abandon hope. Oh, yes.
Your middle tower is under attack.
This way.
It's like you're alone, man. Slark. Oh my god, Slark's alone.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Quickly now.
A gift from the goddess.
I'm not all the killer. What? Careful.
Oh, yes.
DP is too tanky. I don't think we aim DP.
Usually without slug.
Oh, yes. Oh, royalties. The pain train. If it pleases me. As I
I think Silencer is buying silver at short timber.
The enemy's middle tower
Tier
has been
2,
destroyed.
right?
Your queen moves.
I'll TP bot. I top. I gotta push out bottom top. Somebody has to push out bottom.
Watch me now. Sometimes you just need to haste. To pain. I'll take my time.
Don't fight.
Don't fight, we got no black hole.
Wait for start to give it.
No silence. Royal path. Have whip will travel.
Hi.
Stream.
Fuck. Silencer is so fucking annoying. Holy shit, somebody have fucking aimed the silencer. He fucking killed me.
He needs to kill. He needs to die first. Silencer. Can't let him just keep hitting.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen. Your middle barracks are under attack. Enemy cut through your center. Your middle barracks are under attack.
Quickly now. Here. It's not time yet. Into the bottle.
I'll wait for next Roche, right?
Not yet.
And I hate that fucking silencer, man.
Forward. Pain builds character. Not yet. Sometimes you just need to stretch your wings. Oh, yes. I do enjoy a good stroll. Octarine core. Where does the time go? Don't you just love war? Swiftly.
Weird.
Illusion. Shouldn't there be more kneeling? Surrender. This way walks pain. Watch me now. I earned it. A path to pain. I'm not ready.
Oh, that has to be silencer, guys. If it's not silencer. We're gonna get fucked.
As I will.
Their whole team is.
A royal path.
We got no timber, man. We got no timber.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
The pain train. The pain. I'd say we crushed them. Stabbing potion. Quickly now. Why are you not bowing? I'm under attack. Shall we begin?
Has been demolished. The enemy's Your middle
Dude, 2 buybacks, man. 2 buybacks, man. Get back. Get out. Get out. Get out. Get out.
Have will travel. I'm not ready. Reign of pain. Will they get a load of me? Oh, yes. Swiftly.
Go, go, go.
I'm coming.
I do enjoy a good royal path.
Give me vision.
It's going to be one of those kind of
I don't know.
Don't you just
It's okay, too. All buybacks. They all committed buybacks for that shit.
Yep.
I still have buyback Don't worry.
Very qualified.
I think they're. Oh my bad. Late scan.
Your top tower is under attack.
Double damage.
Your top tower is under attack.
It's warded, it's warded! It's warded there, man.
Where does the time go?
Killing spree.
Got. Oh no, no buybacks. Shit.
Radiant structures are fortified. Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower is falling.
Quickly now.
Can we like hit the? Can we hit this shit? GG. Wow. I'm filled with fucking immortal players here. I mean, it's not that big of a deal. I don't know.
Against each other in that regard, T-Gov, how would you define the play style that we are about to watch?
Ooh, it's Tundra versus Extreme.
I mean, if you want to start from the mid lane, it's going to be the quirkiness.
Let's
of
see
mid
how
lane.
it.
We've already multiple times throughout this
Imagine.
praised XM on his hero pool, and of course Thompson, he mirrors it in his own style. Like, both like to play sniper, both play like the weird heroes, but we'll see what happens there. In regards to timing, though, I think Tundra should have a better matchup against Extreme due to the fact.
And you mentioned the sniper T. XM is a sniper specialist, but so is Thompson. And I just wanted to settle the debate, who is the best sniper in the world? So I looked at their career stats with sniper, and XM with 40 total games played has a 72.5% win rate. So this is the sniper player of the tournament, the best sniper player in the world. Just don't give it away to him anymore.
And that's the thing. I think going back to the previous point, like Sniper is a lane winner in certain matchups. I don't think that should really be happening in this series because, you know, Extreme, they like to play a relatively slower game. They're really good at punishing their opponent, but they don't play like Liquid or Gaming where like at 10-15 minutes when they beat their opponent, they keep reminding them. They're like, hi, we're in your jungle.
Somebody clipped that last team fight that I kind of carried.
Got destroyed due to high pace. That's why, of all the series, this probably should be a 3-game one based on their kind of mirroring playstyles to some degree.
Tundra, they got destroyed yesterday. This was their worst showing. They got, I would say, surprised with all the picks that Gaming did have. In this one, I want to see some more aggressiveness. I think the playstyle will be much better matched when it comes down to Extreme Gaming. But Extreme Gaming, I would say, when it comes down to being the most clutch team, we always talk about Team Spirit. They are eliminated. They are the ones who eliminated Team Spirit. It also comes down to their execution. This team, post 30 minutes, their team fight execution, almost flawless.
No, Tusk's rank 682. And we got no rank player. Top 1,000. No one.
Team fights from net worth deficits, from positions that they've created for themselves. So they're not only a team that can be
Nobody's a top 1,000 player except for Tusk there.
Why you want to bring more tempo to them than they bring to you. Tundra yesterday showed us though that they did suffer a little bit when Pure was shut
Their last team fight.
For me, the biggest takeaway that I had was when Gaming were bringing their heroes
Tower is
through the
under
game.
attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
This last team fight, bro. I like. How the fuck? Let's see Slug's player's perspective. Fucking funny. Gyro killed himself. It's the funniest shit ever. Oh, what was DP's TP? Ooh, close.
Bottom barracks are under
Fucking died to Dagon. Holy shit, and the fucking... the fucking tormentor. This is so fucking funny as shit. Reach buyback. Reach buyback.
Fit for a queen.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's middle barracks has fallen. Dire must fight to protect their ancient.
Oh god, the pause.
The true heroes are the ones who wait all the way. Mega kill! Dire's ancient victory returns to the Radiant.
You either feed and everyone goes, ah, so just a classic pure death at this situation, or it's the game-winning move. And that volatility is something that Tundra has harnessed over time. He has, I think, improved as a player. But yeah, going up against Arme, you always know there's going to be that one moment where he is going to shine.
I will say, when you brought up the Lone Druid, Lacoste, I did get a little bit of a flashback to yesterday. Because one thing that Tundra struggled with yesterday against Gaming Gladiators was Lone Druid, but then also in combination with a lot of extra heroes that just bring that extra push, we heard them call it the Zoo meta coming out. Moon said we just banned out a bunch of Zoo heroes in the next game to try and remedy that, but at the end of the day, that is something, that amount of push was something that Tundra at that time could not deal with very well.
Oh, they definitely watched that series and saw some, extra holes in the armor that they could potentially exploit. Alchemist, that's the hero that can bring the speed. You talked about the Zoo. XXS, one of his most successful heroes, is Visage, has 80% win rate, plays it extremely well. If they want to play, some Alchemist position 4, whatever it's necessary. DY, he has quite a lot of these position 5 heroes that deal tower damage as well. So they can speed things up, that's for sure.
Yeah, I don't think Extreme Gaming are a team that would full commit to Zoo the way that Gaiman does, but I love the Visage shoutout. There's also Enigma that can function as a semi-Zoo hero running down a lane with his Eidolons. You put a Tinker behind him, you're bringing the tempo. Also, back in the day, they lost to Broodmother. I gotta say, back in the day, XXS used to be known as the best Broodmother in the world, so maybe he could just have a re-emergence of this hero at this tournament too.
That could be. You want me to give another case of why the series could be a very even one, T-Gov?
Please
they
do.
have faced each other this year, 5 series totally, and it's a very, very nice split in terms of series. 2-1 for, as in 2 series win for Extreme, 2 series win for Tundra, and 1 tie. It's perfectly balanced.
Yeah, again, tactically, they feel like relatively the same team, and that's why I don't think Tundra is going to change too much from what they've done so far, but Extreme have already shown that ability to change. Going back to the whole idea of the Zoo, it would be surprising if any team was suddenly going to the level that gaming's going at. I think that is a very volatile thing to do in the penultimate day of the international, to try and take a zoo strategy that takes so much time to craft. But I hope that we see a little bit of flair coming from XG and just going back to the foundations of why Tundra is here.
Yeah, and the 4 versus 5 you said, that's their result in games, not in series, which is why those numbers are slightly different. Now, with both these teams being so nicely even in playstyle, we can expect a lot of them, and we learned a lot about them yesterday as well. There is one big thing that could potentially determine the outcome of the game already, and that is the draft. So let's get going.
Tundra Esports
versus
Extreme Gaming. Game 1.
Here we go. We got Extreme Gaming starting this series on the Radiant side with first pick. Tundra will
turn up the volume up, guys.
Tundra starts on the Radiant side with second pick and Extreme with first pick on the Dire side. So basically the way it always is. Whoever's Radiant gets overall last pick. And we are in the ban phase already. And in terms of heroes we won't be seeing, I don't think anybody is surprised to see that Thompson's Invoker is removed from the pool. I do think a lot of people are sad, but look,
yeah, unfortunately, we're not going to see it. Thompson, too good of a player. Two heroes I'm looking in the first phase for Extreme Gaming, Marana and Tusk. Both are still going to be available, so they get to choose which one they want to take.
And Tinker as well.
Tinker as well. The DY's Tinker is really mean. He takes a lot of farm. That's why we see Jin-Q not getting the priority, not getting all of his items that he maybe wants to buy in the game, but they looked pretty impressive every single time they played Tinker.
And Tundra's still having some memories of the series last night, because this is the first time that against Extreme, Visage is banned against him in the first phase. Like normally, Extreme likes to go for the Naga Siren, the Treant Protector, the Tusk, the Marana, the Tinker. They've never gone for a first pick Visage, but Tundra already going, you know what? We'll take it away in the first phase when we have the bans available. In the second phase, when we have a single ban, we now don't have to think about it, but it does open up for the comforts of Extreme to bleed into the first pick.
And for Tusk, this is a hero that is picked so many times with such a high win rate. Incredibly strong start.
Sniper, what? Sniper first pick, what the fuck?
Sniper.
The battle for Sniper.
Oh yes.
Did they hear us showing that graphic?
Yeah, I think so. I think Thompson wants to prove a point. If it is Thompson that will play it, I know there is flex potential. We have seen Saxa play it this week as well.
Isn't like it's a bad matchup? Tusk 4 versus Sniper 2 is a bad matchup, especially when Tusker gets his Aghanims, he just blinks and kicks Sniper back into the, I don't know, wherever. He kicked Sniper to Tusk's team, and yeah.
Sniper and Core Sniper are very different. Support Sniper, you need to have a winning lane. You need a team that wants to play into the map aggressively and continue hunting for your opponent. If the game ever stabilizes, you always wish you had a support in the 4 realm that could do something else, play for pickoff, play a wider map. But from the mid lane, you normally punish most mid laners, you prevent them from being active in the early game, and then you become an additional core that you need to somehow find the sniper whilst killing off the carry, surviving the initiation from the offlane. Hence why it is such a high value here at the moment, because, yeah, again, I prefer it in the mid. I'm hoping it is mid, because I think the win rate on support is like sub 40%, and from mid it's easily above 50.
Yeah, for Saxa this event so far, the win rate is 0%. So.
Yep.
It's a tough one. We got ourselves a Luna removed from the pool and a Willow, and that is unusual, Effie. Normally we don't see Willow banned.
It is, but when you think about Mars as a hero, he functions very well with Sniper, and one of his best combinations in the game is Dark Willow. So this Dark Willow just could be preparation for in case the Ramses Mars does come out, because if it does, then it's telegraphing a mid-sniper.
I think if Tundra doesn't pick up Mars, Extreme Gaming will. These are the two teams that utilize the hero extremely well. Ramses, he had a pretty small hero pool when it comes down to him playing at the Riyadh Masters. He did expand his hero pool, adding some new heroes like Kunkka. He did play Alchemist.
But I want to see good Dota too.
Falcons with that Night Stalker pick. So he has some of these pocket picks that he could bring to the table if it's necessary.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that Night Stalker makes a reemergence, especially if XM goes
No
for some tough
Shinky, no
competition. Like,
Slark.
he does have a
Oh,
specific
that's
hero pool
funny.
in his Viper, in his Sniper, in his Razor, but often on the overall 18 pick, which is
Ah,
the
yeah,
second
yeah.
phase where they close it out, he will go for Storm or Puck. That's what they were doing during group stages.
In Tundra right now, they have the option of, I'd like to see them maybe pick the 5 to keep the draft a little bit more open. You don't
Chinese
wanna go off lane and
girls.
maybe get a counter pick so quickly. But
fuck?
again, the difficulty with the 5 pick here is you might go for like the Omni Knight for Whiteman to push the hero forward. If Sniper's mid, getting an additional repel onto the Sniper will help a lot in the clutch moments. Or there's still
Chat,
the,
it's a girl.
the Elder Titan that Whiteman's played a lot.
Fuck.
Shadow Demon for me is the big one. This
He's still
hero
available,
is
yeah.
still available. Hero that does pretty much everything, but it's just gonna be Mars. It's too good of a pick. It took them a little bit more time to think about it because we said it's gonna be highly contested in this game. Now you need some kind of vision. You have save with the Tusk, but you need vision inside the arena.
I have a question.
Yes.
If Willow was banned out to not make that strong combination with the Mars for Tundra, why wouldn't they just ban out the Mars?
I fully agree, but I'm expecting Extreme has already assumed Tundra will automatically go for Mars, because if Tundra don't take Mars, Extreme will go Mars +1. Therefore, it's like, okay, don't ban the Mars, let them have it, and then we know what lane it is instantly. And that was kind of my concern if Tundra did go for this route, because you know what the offlaner is, there's no flexibility with Mars. Mars Sniper or Mars plus any 4, it's going to be the same thing. I'd like to think Extreme just want Tundra to draft in an expected way.
But also, they've let Mars through on Extreme. They've run crazy things like Undying plus Medusa. They have their own take on how to beat Mars on lane, and if they take away something like a Willow, they want that combo up because that means that they're going to pick a mobility-based laner from either the mid lane or the carry, and Brambles are so annoying versus mobility heroes.
And here it is. It's like, congratulations, you got your Mars, but now you're going to be laning into a Drinking Buddies Tusk with the Shadow Fiend, just constantly pushing down the Mars. And don't forget, what was it, Extreme versus Heroic, where Extreme takes a fight in their own triangle, they clutch up, get 3 or 4 kills, walk down mid, Arme just hits tier 3, tier 4, boom, Ancient's gone. Like, it is scary. And Jakiro, we don't see that.
We don't see 2 range heroes often in the safe lane. It's also a flex pick, but I think the Shadowfin is going to be played by Ame in the safe lane, securing the lane, quite a lot of slows, something that Mars doesn't like to play into. And you also have Requiem, so when he drops down the arena, you're a BKB buyer, an early one, you can use that Requiem and try to fear them away from the big team fight. And I like this a lot. I think they're never going to lack damage, they have a good Roche taking potential.
And this Jakiro gives them extra flexibility in the draft because now on this 18 pick, they could see what Tundra do here, and if instead of picking for XM, they could pick something for XXS. They could go for a Visage or Enigma, and if they choose to do that based on what Tundra pick here, then they can move the Tusk to position 4, play Jakiro with the Shadow Fiend. So it's a very good idea to set up for their overall last pick this phase.
Yeah, and for Tundra, they need to, if they want to keep the Sniper part of the draft alive, this is where you pick the carry. Of course, Luna has been banned out by Extreme. That's often what we'd be calling here, but then they go for Shadow Demon. So Sniper is the mid lane.
They're gonna
Shadow
shut
Demon
down
are your
Shadow
support.
Fiend.
I think Tundra has just invited Extreme to, please, try and fight us. If you do, we'll disrupt safe who you go on. There'll be a hook shot to turn around, plus the arena. The entire early game of Tundra after laning phase, you won't see them really make too many smoke plays, but kind of...
Well, that's Thompson
and
Sniper then.
Yeah, Extreme now. They want to take the fight. You've got the mid lane Shadow Fiend, the carry Void. This is damage absolutely everywhere.
That's why I said that this team is never gonna be able to lose in like 20 minutes, or if it comes down to 40 minutes, they will always have something. So Shadow Fiend, Faceless Void, really good scaling lineup. And they also picked Shadow Demon into Jakiro. I like Shadow Demon overall as a hero, but sometimes it can be tricky. You use that disruption. It's a pretty good setup for an ice path once you come out.
I really
Isn't Night Stalker a pretty good pick here? No.
Faceless Void, it's a hero
No,
that's not threatened by Mars at all, and it's also going to be their catch for this mid sniper that was confirmed by the Clockwork
What's a
Shadow
good
users
hero
in
for this
phase.
one? Let me
But
check
also,
on
what
here.
SF does mid versus sniper is that you are looking at Tundra's draft. They have a Shadow Demon. They're going to stack that triangle ridiculously, but if you can just do a +1 rotation with this SF, with those raises, you can contest those stacks early on.
Somewhat
And
like a
let's not forget,
mobility
XM,
offlaner.
At the Riyadh tournament, he was the SF player for Extreme Gaming. In this tournament, it was Ame, but he has played so much SF.
Oh,
and
maybe
he's confidently
Magnus.
said, if you leave me this hero, I will pick it and I will beat you with it.
Yeah, and for Extreme, the way that they pick the Faceless Void is they see a lack of tower damage early
Centaur,
on.
Centaur, yeah.
Progression.
Th-
So often
I
when
was
you say,
thinking
"You
of
know what, Extreme
something
drafted
mobility,
number
but
three,
it
how
got
did they get
banned by
online?" But
Tundra.
how does Tundra actually punish the greed?
They're-
They themselves want to be efficient.
They need a
Like, if you
mobility
mentioned
off
fake attacks,
lane.
farm the stacks, their entire plan from laning phases look backwards to your own jungle. Therefore, like Extreme, they're looking good. And I'm
And they're
assuming
probably gonna
that
ban
Shadowfiend
Night
will
Stalker.
go for maybe, is it like magic damage from the mid lane, allow your Void to carry. You see Sniper early on, quick jump onto him, but it's choice. It's depending on your last pick. He easily can still go for a right click and just ball up into a clicking lineup with the.
I'm just very excited to see Shadowfiend against Sniper, and then the Shadowfiend played by, and what we determined based on statistics, that is the best Sniper player, so he'll know exactly how to play that lane against that Sniper.
Yeah, we've seen usually the counters for snipers were these heroes that could keep the distance, like Zeus, Keeper of the Light, when Sniper was first picked a couple of months ago as well. So you did not want to get killed, you also wanted to get some extra farm, get the stacks in your own jungle, and Magnus.
Magnus.
Looking
Huh.
at the heroes that
I
they've
did
been
say
playing,
Magnus,
because
but they banned
sure, he
Magnus,
has
so
relatively
it's
small
probably...
hero pool, and if you open up
So
his
everybody's
Pro
thinking on
Tracker,
the same
he's played
page as me
4
and Tundra.
Magnus games in the last 7 days.
So
Might be a crazy suggestion, but I kind of want XSS.
they're
to
probably
play
gonna...
the chaotic hero that does anything. He's played like Bristle before, but I don't think they care about team fighting.
I think
They don't care
Extreme
about
needs
the
to
scaling.
play Night
They just
Stalker
want
or
a
something.
noisy hero from the offlane. So
But
potentially
still,
throw him on like a Bristle, throw him
I
on a
don't
hero
think
that
Night
can just,
Stalker is a
you know,
strong
farm up the early stacks.
hero.
Void can't farm
They
the
need
ancients.
Timber
Shadowfiend
Saw?
also doesn't
No.
really- I mean, he can.
Timber
but
Saw's
I feel like an early
bad.
stack taker on Extreme plus map playing hero.
I don't
soak up the
know.
initiation of the Mars, and then go
Maybe
straight entry to the fight with the
Earthshaker
Void
Aghanim's, but
That's kinda
that's
like
just
the
fucking
archetype of the
crazy.
offlane I'm
Or
looking
Primal
for.
Beast.
Well,
Primal
XXS,
Beast.
when he first came
Huh.
into the scene, it was his Legion commander that's
Primal
shown
Beast
brightest, but I
offlane.
don't know if that hero is dead.
It's pretty dead.
Oh, too bad.
I don't
It
know.
would be really nice.
I mean, if you're
Maybe
talking about noise,
Beastmaster
we just
too.
saw a Timber Saw go
Primal Beast,
overall
Beastmaster,
forgotten
Night
in his
Stalker.
last,
That's
and
the
he did a lot of
offlane pick
damage in that last pick.
that I'm
No, I just-
thinking
yeah,
of
like
for
Bristleback
Extreme
to me
Gaming.
sounds really exciting. It also adds goo to amp the tag team, sorry, the drinking buddies.
Maybe
Shadowfiend,
Tundra is
the
thinking
Void,
about like
there's
taking
definitely
Night
adds the
Stalker
extra
for
layer
them.
of
Or
complexity of
maybe
how do you even beat
Night
it,
Stalker
and
mid,
then same thing,
Sniper
I think
safe
Kindle
lane,
will
Mars
can
off
work pretty
lane.
well.
I think
Kinda like
so,
thinking
if-
about
if
that too.
Luca's still available, right? Something cheap could be really good. Something that buys auras. Could buy
Drow.
Shadowfiend Faceless
They
Void.
were saying
I
Drow
don't
for
wanna
Tundra.
see something super greedy. I think it needs to be
Drow.
something that comes online relatively
think
early on.
I think
The reason
both
why I like it
play
so much is
both
we've
team could
seen
pick
how
Night
good it
Stalker.
is against the Mars in certain situations.
Lycan, mobility hero. Okay.
Lycan of the tournament, Aurora yesterday, they did bring it up one time. And
I
it
thought it was a
looked good. It looked
Beastmaster.
much
They
better
would
than
just like
expected with the wolf facet.
Oh,
2 bears last
we
pick.
got some
Okay.
animals coming out here. The wolf versus the bear.
I don't know which one I like more. Like Extreme, the Lycan, it's really exciting when you have the wolf.
They
facet,
did
finding
pick
the
a
strategy,
mobility hero,
constantly scouting with the wolves, little
Lycan.
roots.
I
So
wasn't
good to play
expecting it
against
as a
Tundra,
Lycan
like,
player myself.
They do not want to get to mid to late game against Extreme's lineup. They do not want them to have 2 to 3 items on their cores, so they go for a lone druid. They want to try and break that off lane, prevent Lycan from having a good time. And
I have a couple of notes. I think that Lycan yesterday when Jabs played it versus Extreme completely made Sniper's game difficult in the early game, so
Okay.
that last pick is great for them. As for the Lone Druid, it can pose problems, but Extreme Gaming have
Extreme
beat Lone Druid before in games
58%,
where Lone Druid has
Tundra
stomped them in the early
42%.
game. Once, back when they were on the Azure Ray with the triple X's, they were playing versus Gaming Gladiators. Ace was completely crushing them with Lone Druid. They made the comeback and they beat him. In this tournament, they did the same thing. They beat a Lone Druid
Lycan
during the group
Mars,
stages. So if I have
Lycan
faith in a team to beat
Sniper.
that hero, it is Extreme Gaming.
Lone
Both
Druid.
teams stole a pick, like these crazy
I'll
picks from the teams
go
that
for
they
like
played against
2,000 for
yesterday. So now we
Extreme.
have Lycan against Lone Druid.
2,500.
Use it to their own advantage.
Let's spend
Extreme
some
Gaming,
points.
It is greedy. This is Faceless Void, Lycan. Lycan, even though he comes online relatively early on, you still have Shadowfiend on your team. Not a lot of setup in terms of how they're going to play
But
the fights.
I'm
early
not
on.
sure
So
if it's
Ame, we've seen him
dispellable
be
though.
Very active, so time zone. This
So
is what I want to
Lycan.
see again, where he jumps into a fight, slows them down, leashes them, and then go from there.
massive timer for Tundra. They need to win early.
Yes.
The later this game goes, Extreme has the entire late game. So if you're a Tundra fan, 30 minutes on the clock, get it going. If they haven't won by then, it's going to be real difficult.
Okay, let's see what's going to happen in this first game of this best of 3 in the lower bracket. Before we head to that game, though, we're first going to check in with Coach Maps, who's talking to Tsunami.
No. Double checking. It doesn't.
By Maps, coach of Extreme and Helen
You
Yell
can't
to
fucking
translate,
purge a Lycan.
because I wanted to know about how the meta has evolved. We are now on the second to last day of this event, but we've been going through the road all this time. How has the strategies, the hero picks changed over all these days?
这个比赛也打了那么多天了，我们想问一下，你对整个战术上的大趋势有什么改变？有什么看法呢？
就可能大家更注重线上，然后各个队每个队都有自己喜欢玩的东西，然后去针对嘛。
I think that everyone prioritizes lanes, and every team has their own specialties, heroes that they love to play. So it's around that.
Well, on the topic of specialty heroes, I'm also wondering, how do you as a coach prepare for a player like Thompson, who has like an endless wealth? He can play basically any hero under the sun mid. What do you do to deal with that?
就说到喜欢打的英雄，
3,500.
对于对手有那么一位选手 Thompson， 游戏里面可选的英雄他都有可能玩，去怎么针对他呢？
首先他是一个英雄是非常广的选手。就也没有特意去针对他吧，只是让他的节奏可以缓和一点。我们也能猜到他可能是个火枪手，所以选了个狼人，就昨天欧罗拉教我们的嘛。对。
So Thompson has a super wide hero pool. He can play anything, and we did expect that he would play sniper, but we took out something of our own. We picked Lycan that we learned from Aurora yesterday.
All right then, I love the creativity. Maps, best of luck in this game number 1 as we send it to our casters.
The uncrowned Prince of China still awaits a coronation that has already been denied twice. This time standing in his way is a Royal Road Regent looking to add a third Aegis to his armory. It's Ame versus Thompson, Extreme versus Tundra. It's China versus Europe, Avery.
This match has been in the making for a long time. The funny thing is, I think these are two teams who, yeah, top 6 is great, but it is not enough for either of these squads. They want more. I don't think they're going to be satisfied with top 4. They might not even be satisfied with the top 3, but these are difficult opponents to get through to clinch that grand finals berth. This is where it all starts for both of these squads, and I think this has potential to be an absolutely explosive match. We have seen the chemistry between these two teams grow over the course of the tournament. We've seen the meta develop.
Absent, control your emotion. No tail, no tail.
Some of these heroes other teams are not going to play. Willing to steal strats
Oh
from
my
their
God.
opponents. Willing to bust out heroes that even if it falls completely flat, they still have the confidence.
Somebody
to run.
stop
And we are
this
absolutely
guy.
seeing that here with some of these picks down the stretch.
Now you say explosive,
Right.
but the draft seems to imply that we're going to be looking at something a little bit slower here, or at least that's what we would expect from certain heroes like Faceless Void, Lone Druid perhaps, but how do you view this draft and how it's going to clash?
I mean, both teams have some tempo setters. Like, you have heroes that can take down the tier 1s very early in the game. You have heroes that can play off some low cooldowns. Sure, you have some of those bigger teamfight spells as well on both sides. Heroes like the Mars or Faceless Void, even the Sniper are okay going late. But on the flip side, the Lycan and the Lone Druid are going to want to push. They're going to want to take objectives, and they're going to want to find these supports or break that front line as fast as they can. I am also looking towards this Lone Druid Lycan lane, because in theory, I think Lone Druid can win any lane in Dota. It's very hard to out-execute this hero, but if XXS gets a good start here and he can disable the backline from Tundra, can really open up the fight.
Wolf versus the bear. The
So
bear.
the laning phase is going to be particularly important. See that Thompson versus XM matchup. A lot of talk about that on the panel. The sniper being taken away from Extreme and XM in particular and put into the hands of Thompson, who I think before this year was heralded as probably the best sniper mid in the world.
Yeah, I think you have two mid laners who would both say they're the best sniper in the world. One of them has to be wrong by default, but they would both claim that prize. The interesting thing about this mid lane is that XG picked the SF into the sniper, knowing the sniper was coming out and knowing it was likely mid, because Tundra have not had a lot of success with the support sniper this tournament. I think it was very unlikely they wanted to push it into that role. But historically, this is an awful lane matchup for Shadowfiend. You kind of get owned on the lane. The in-game isn't too much better. I think the Kaya build up into early blink can help you in this matchup. You just play more of a spellcaster, find the sniper early on in the fight with a stun and blow him up with Requiem. It definitely helps this matchup a lot, but I'm a little surprised they went to the SF that early in the draft when you kind of know this lane matchup is supposed to be decent for the sniper at least.
And we see the magic damage build SF. That is a Shadow Fiend that, you know, had his time in the sun and very quickly got roasted in the middle of the year, right? Like it was just popping up a lot. People were drafting it a lot, and it just could not seem to close out games.
I mean, maybe that's why you pair it with the Void here, right?
Sure.
If you need the extra punch in that late game. There is almost no hero better than the Faceless Void, and almost no better player in the world on this hero right now than Ame. He is the one carry who's been picking this hero through thick and thin. Even in the patches where it hasn't been great, he's still been willing to pick it up and experiment with this time zone and looking for a first blood.
Down, a first blood on the table, whips the spear, and Ame and DY will get the kill.
That is a
Faceless
huge
Void.
pickup
Oh my
for this
god.
XG safe lane. When
Is
you
that
are getting
strong?
kills with Faceless Void, you feel like you are just winning the game straight up.
I
and
feel
this
like
gonna
this is
be a
another
very strong
Ame
ultimate for XG to play around as
experiment
well. Normally, I would say this is a
with
lineup where you have
Muerta
to worry
too.
about how you're
Like
positioning
I
your
remember
combos
that.
so that your SF and Lycan can still have teamfight impact. Do not have to worry about it this
But
game at
Ame
all.
already made Muerto work.
XG, strike,
Just a
first
bad
blood
call
here,
at the end
will get on the
where
board,
they don't.
and the lanes
Where
overall going
Extreme
very
doesn't
well
have
for them. You
buyback.
have XXS basically free farming this off lane. He's not getting bullied off the lane in the early waves by the lone druid, and the SF is going fairly even mid. Honestly, I thought with some of the early shrapnel abuse, Thompson might take a stronger lead, but XM holding his own.
They've got an interesting bit of synergy. I was taking a look at some of the facets there, and Jakiro no longer opting for the ice facet that everybody was going throughout the year. That was pretty much like, it was overpowered. Let's be clear. It needed to be nerfed. Now opting for the liquid fire in this place, combined with the time zone and even the Alpha Wolves, we've got some kind of synergy between just anti-attack speed.
Yep.
Right? They're going to be throwing, this bear could have a very hard time getting hits in these team fights.
I think XG are very happy with how this Jakiro pick developed into Tundra's lineup, because this used to be one of the old school counters to Lone Druid in general. Just mask the attack speed slows similar to Phoenix. It's a good matchup for Jakiro for sure. Not a carry that gap closes him, not a hero he really has to worry about. You just throw all your spells out in the fight and the bear has to fight through it. So I think XG are kind of happy with how that worked out. And like you said, a lot of attack slows for this bear to fight through. Pure, he wants a very strong early game here so he can just control when Tundra are forcing the objectives, and you kind of overcome that deficit in the team fight.
Yeah. And then on the other side, another interesting facet that our observer was pointing out, we've got hookup for the clockwork. So we've seen this here and there. It sometimes feel like maybe it's less about the hookup and more about just having smaller cogs in certain matchups. But do you think this is something he's actually going to use defensively for this sniper and this lone
TI 24, also known as Technical Issues 2024, is a tournament for the popular video game Dota 2, where players can beat over 2 million freedom units by seeing who can disconnect and reconnect most of the times. The fuck?
Yeah, this combination of all these AoE disables that they have, I do question whether or not the Clockwork wants to stack hero on top of heroes between Time Zone, Ice Path, Macro Pyre, SF ults,
yes,
you know, it's a lot. It's a lot.
It's a lot of team fight. I'm also looking towards this Shadow Demon. It's been a very influential hero this tournament. Soxa is one of the best players on this hero in the world. And I'm more looking towards the cleanse. Like, I feel like at a certain point in this game, you almost want to throw the cleanse on the bear to help him out. Just debuff a lot of those attack speeds, those we were talking about, and help him output the damage that you need. This Lone Druid Faceless Void matchup can get scary if the Lone Druid gets out of control. He just starts barreling down your objectives. If you mess up one time zone fight, suddenly Pure has 2 minutes where he doesn't have to worry about a team fight. He's going to take Roshan, he's going to take your buildings, he's going to farm the map. This is not a game where XG can idly throw out these ultimates and just say, okay, like we got a random support kill for our big ults, we're happy with that. Tundra are going to be able to take a lot off the map during that period.
Touching on the Shadow Demon, you like the cleanse for this game, but why has this hero been so popular and so successful in this meta?
He's a very good stacker. I think his laning got improved a lot, and I think he's really nice with the frontline heroes that have developed in this tournament. Heroes like the Sand King or whatever, you go in, your spells are doing massive damage. If you commit on the Sand King, Disruption bails him out while his spells are still running. Some of these combinations like that are really obnoxious to teamfight into, and of course, I mean, Shadow Demon, his scale is monstrous. You go into the late game with this hero, he always has tools he can build into. He's a hard save, he's a hard BKB piercing disable. It's pretty hard to go wrong with that toolkit.
Yeah, and in this case, you've got some very clear backline you want to be able to save between the Sniper and the Lone Druid hero.
Absolutely.
And especially the Lone Druid hero, right? Putting that, if they try and go on the hero, you put him under the disruption, the bear is still, you know, swinging on you during that time.
So I will say, if you have to disrupt the Lone Druid, you might be in a bit more trouble than you bargained for, because that hero, in theory, should not need a disruption.
and could just set up for something like a Shadow Fiend ultimate in certain points of the game. Shin-Q barely able to get away from the bear. Throws back a little
Barely. Get it? Barely. Huh. Funny.
Tundra winning this laning phase for sure, and we're starting to see that gap open up a little bit more on mid. 14 denies for the sniper, denying some of that experience out from the SF in the one-on-one. In fact, XM just forced into the jungle early, getting a little bit of some stacks going for himself. Not too sad about this, but this is kind of the downside of that SF pick into the sniper. You're giving Thompson a very good laning phase here. He's going to have very high solo experience on the map, and if he can get involved in some early skirmishes or make rotations, this is a hero. I think XM might be the best sniper in the world, but I think Thompson is the best at using this hero in the early game, especially if he starts that snowball and he has supports that can play around him. So we'll see how many resources XG decide to put into stopping this sniper around the map, as we've already seen him just rotate the bottom, has an observer ward as well. This is a strong rotation. Do not know if XXS is ready for this at all.
Yeah, they saw some of this coming. They're going to pop the glyph to try and keep XX close by. They got him inside the cogs. A guaranteed kill for Tundra. And some pressure on that off-lane tower. Tundra.
6 minutes, though, coming up the clock. So maybe you sacrifice the power run with this move, but no. Soxa wins the 50-50 anyway. And is going to output some free damage on this SF as his mana pool climbs back up. Very clean rotation here from Tundra, getting the sniper involved early. Now, the big question mark here is, do you rotate back to bottom again to try and kill this Lycan one more time on the TPN and look for the 7-minute Wisdom Rune?
That would
Definitely
be
some huge rotation potential in the next minute here.
A massive win. And Extreme had been subject to that kind of pressure before.
Yep.
You're going to catch him here on the Assassinate. Just a bit of damage. Push him back. Disruption. A couple more Shadow Poisons. A Blood Grenade even. Does he think he can actually get this kill? It's going to rely on landing the poisons. He got a fourth one. Needs a fifth one. He got the fifth one. Soxa, the hired assassin. Sharp on his mark. Brings him down.
What a move.
Soxa.
I thought this was just some harass to clear up
Cinema.
the map, but Soxa says, no, my friend.
What a pickup for Tundra.
I don't know,
The
XG,
stand-in doing some
they're gonna lose this
serious
game.
work for Tundra as they managed to get a kill on the enemy mid. 7-minute Wisdom Runes do pop up. It's just claimed on either side. No steals here, but damage on the mid tower is beginning to ramp up.
And some morale damage as well. Like, your SF is just dying to a Shadow Demon. There's nothing else happening on the map. This lane was already rough. You traded out the Wisdom Runes, which I think XG are happy about, but you're looking at this net worth chart, and it is a little worrying if you start to continue to fall behind in this early game. Are you going to have the manpower to defend your tier 1s against the push that can come? And guess what? It's here.
Push it in.
Oh no.
Tundra, two-man rotation through the gates. Trying to catch Ame here. Ame, one-time walk
What
towards
am I?
will be
What
able to
Faceless
walk it
Boy is so
off.
tanky? What the
Can
fuck?
DY do the same? No damage coming in just yet, but they are going to be able to keep this loop around.
Poor
Is there
people.
going to be
Hi,
anybody from
people.
Extreme
Snipers
or
there.
counter-rotate? Are they just giving up on this? It seems like with 5 heroes in the top part of the map, Extreme say, whatever, man, you can have it.
They're going to trade bottom out with the Lycan. That is what they're trying to get right now. Also got a lot of tower damage mid with this Shadow Fiend. Soxa will deny himself back to base. This is not the worst objective trade for XG on the map right now if they don't bleed out some big heroes. They just don't have ults to defend this. You're missing the time zone. Your SF was kind of low on resources, but now they're making the delayed rotation, so Tundra do not want to get caught up here. Ramses.
XM throws out the arena. XM stuck on the other side of it, but close enough to get some raises in. And Shin-Q will be able to finish it up for XM.
Really? I mean, it doesn't really matter if you could just like look at that Mars ulti with the thingy,
Thompson just wailing on this tier 1 mid in the meantime.
with the blind
trying to
thingy.
return
You
the
could just
favor.
like look at your teammate's fucking
He's gonna get
screen
it
and
pretty
then
low as XG just commit everybody for this
basically
top tier 1 as well. Lot of early
that
tower
blind
damage and
spot
pressure in this
is
game.
literally
Which tower do you think
non-existent.
is worth more? Which real estate is more valuable here?
I mean, honestly, the fact XG got this offlane tier 1 is not a tower I would have expected to go down, where I think these tier 1s mid are inevitable. Like, you were going to get this no matter what. Sure. This is going to open up some room for the Void, make those rotations into XG safe lane a little bit harder. I feel like XG kind of won this trade by some small margins. Like, when you can win these objective trades early with a Faceless Void, you should be happy. And we've seen XG prioritize Ame's farm a lot on this hero in the early games. They're not afraid to commit resources into the Void to have him pay it back later. Nonetheless, a lot of space for Thompson around this mid lane now. They're going to get the deep wards out, try and look for, you know, some of those cheeky pickoffs on the SF or some supports roaming through.
Now, Extreme should know, general idea, where that ward is, because they had a ward after the tower died. They know that kind of invasion is coming their way, so they had a ward out to see the move.
What? Ame flanking in the river.
Ame cutting in. Looks like they've already caught Whitemon. Ame's looking for a bit more. While they get Whitemon, Ame thinks about whether or not he can keep chasing. 10-minute power rune is what he's going to play for here, and does manage to get an amp damage.
That's a nice rune to take away. I mean, I don't know if he wants to be in the river with the Void at 10 minutes, but he will gladly take the rune away. And
well, he certainly doesn't want to be top, where the Lone Druid has come through the gate once again to, if nothing else, take the tower.
So there's a deep ward up here for XG that can kind of control Tundra's movement through that side of the map. But they probably have other plans, which is, you know, get this Lone Druid massively farmed up top with a lot of the space that's been opened up, and get some stacks going for the sniper. You want to hit these first 2 damage items and then take a good fight off that. Meantime, this tower is still alive bottom. It feels like a lot of this early game is coming down to these tier 1s. Which team gets the better exchanges around them. Do have that HOD up for XXF down here. He would love to start pushing some buildings. Getting some real estate of his own. And
The bear, hounded by wolves, has to summon a new one here in order to try and contest the Lycan push that's coming in. Jin-Q sitting on the side here, spotted by Whitemon. Scouts him out with the flare. Do they want to try and defend this?
Man, Ame he has been active in this early game with this Void. Yeah. Maybe not finding the fights or the damage, but he has made a lot of moves on this hero. So we'll open up the last tower on the side lane for Tundra. Create some space and pressure for XG if they can get these lanes in deep. Still have that tier 1 mid to play around.
We're also still waiting on the level 6s for some of these supports, like the Clockwork would make it a lot easier to catch these supports, but they'll find DY anyway, trying to D-ward. Gets denied by Thompson. Ame finds some space at the top lane, just keeps on, I feel like he's playing a little game of cat and mouse, or maybe cat and bear, as he's trying to stay away from wherever Pure is set up, right?
He's the big threat on the map.
No, it's too last,
like
it's
Mars
gone.
and the Clock are going to be your initiation every single fight. So if you keep track of them, you should be good on this map. And they are rushing towards the Gleipnir on the Lone Druid, and it'll be Hurricane Pike first for Thompson on this sniper. So those are going to be the 2 big fighting items for Tundra. Would not be surprised if they force an earlier Roshan than maybe XG are ready for in this game, particularly if some of the ults get thrown out. We've yet to see a time zone in this game, yet to really see a Requiem. Do have the blink first on XM's SF as well, so this really shows you he wants to try and abuse some of the aspects of this SF sniper matchup as much as he can, find some of those early kills, put it to use. Still a very even game across the board.
Yeah, Tundra just getting a 2,000 net worth lead, nothing major. A large part of that probably due to the tower advantage that they hold.
Should keep in mind some of this minus armor synergy XG have as well between the Lycan and the SF. It's a pretty deadly combination for supports. If you ever just get caught randomly in the fight, the wolves start eating you. You get chunked pretty fast on some of these low armor heroes.
Yeah.
If I'm Tundra, I want an AC at some point in this game. I would not mind a Shivas as well. Super valuable item versus these 3 right-clicking
through. Great target to be able to find. Got him on the other side of the shards, and then no! Couldn't get off the Requiem. Ramsey's interrupted.
He will not get it off.
Will not get it off. Denied for the full swing of Tundra as they turn that gank around.
Beautiful play from Ramses. Absolutely reading the map, backing up the vulnerable hero in this Thompson sniper and protecting him in this early game, and you get a big reward for it. 2 kills plus that SF going down, losing some souls. That was the blink move into the Requiem that you wanted to work, and you never even got there. And these are the types of misplays that if you get baited into these plays as XG, you lose some heroes, your towers and your map space is going to start to fall very fast to the Lone Druid.
Oh yeah, every fight that you lose, every gank that goes wrong, I feel like you're going to see the exact same scenario, which is Pure and his bear immediately hitting some sort of objective. They look to protect their Wisdom Rune instead of finishing off that tower, which is an interesting idea of priorities there.
Did get the glyph. He'll trade the Wisdom Rune, force Ame back to his side of the map. Was a decent amount of space for the Faceless Void, but still an exchange Tundra are very happy with. Now a 4K net worth. Pushing towards some more fighting items. BKB on the Mars would be huge here.
Especially since that save, yeah, it'll get the Hurricane Pike, which means now the Tusk is going to be way less effective against this sniper.
You need this time zone now. Like, you are getting to a point where Ame has to join the fights to help you lock down these heroes and set the SF damage up. The Tusk is not good enough right now. This is also a point where XXS is pretty strong. Like, he went for an HOD into Drum, 2 early fighting items. You would like to get some skirmishes going with this Lycan, or just be able to even do Roshan right now if Tundra mess up on the map. Feels like you need kills to open that up, though. So they're going to make a smoke play, 3 of them. Not the easiest initiation for XG. Kind of just have to land a shard. And even then, like we saw on that previous gank, it's not a guaranteed kill. They will spot Whitemon.
Gonna try and go for him. He defends himself, misses up.
Found the sniper.
They go for it, hold the snowball over the top of all these heroes. It doesn't actually stun anybody in time, so XM completely whiffs the Requiem. Just a shy bit of damage there. And Extreme
They misplayed the
turn suit and get on out of here. Another failed play for them. Does this mean Tundra is going to get aggressive again? Does that mean they're going to try and take another objective? They immediately 3-man smoke up and see what they can find.
Going straight into the triangle. Aggressive play, but they know there's no Lycan ult.
No Lycan ult, no Requiem. Oh my god.
Split up on the map, so this should be a clean pickoff of whoever they find.
Try and get some vision. Set up Ramses with his blink initiation, not even needed for DY in this case. He's going to blink deeper into the side of the map, look for other heroes, but it's just DY. Once again, like time and time again, this man has been abandoned as Extreme. No, they cannot stand toe-to-toe against Tundra if even one of their spells is on cooldown.
And just look at how fast that tier 2 falls. This is the importance of finding kills with these ults on the side of XG. Tundra
It's
are going to get a lot
mark.
out of the map every time you mess up. And that was just very on-point delivery of that Hurricane Pike for Thompson. That is what gets him out of that gank, and I think it was delivered less than 30 seconds before that gank hits. So laning phase for Thompson paying off here. They've yet to find a kill on this sniper in this game. That would be the biggest prize for XG to slow this game down. They'll have to just fall back on AOM farming. Or do they want to try and force Roshan? Again, they have a lineup that can do it very fast with SF Lycan.
Oh, that is an interesting proposition.
This is sneaky. I don't think Tundra are ready for this at all. They're not even in a position to try and test this.
No, they would have to try and go through the gate, and that would probably be a death sentence with some big AoE spells like Pit Time Zone at the ready. So
you cannot clump versus XG lineup. So this is just free Aegis into the hands of AOM, I would suspect, yeah.
But will that change much? I feel like an Aegis on a Faceless Void isn't going to stop Tundra from doing what they're doing right now.
This is not a great Aegis for team fighting, but it is an Aegis you took away from the Lone Druid. I think Pure would have loved to pick this up somewhere in the next few minutes here. Enable his pushing, enable this Gleipnir Bear timing. He's going straight into Diffusal. It's just going to be early fighting items. Tundra are gearing up for the early push.
This Bear's a little bit low. Might be able to pick up the kill on that, and he does.
Plus 300.
Forces a resummon.
You'll still see, though, XG, like, they do not want to fight this tier 2.
No.
Just trying to get as much as they can. Trying to get to the Kaya Yasha on the SF to help him get the Requiem off. And not going to be Helm of the Overlord. XXS just building, thinking about Vlad's here, more aura items.
Yeah, I picked up the Shard nice and early to try and keep, these lanes pushed in, create more space for him and Ame to be able to find farm. But, push eventually comes to shove. Feel like Tundra would not be... I feel like they could kind of go high ground at some point in time. If Extreme are just going to keep dodging, right?
It feels like they almost want to, but there's just stuff to claim on the map. Kira will TP back, try and find the Jakiro again, and they will get it.
DY time and time again. He'll pay the price for the rest of his allies.
XG continuing to dodge. I mean, it's starting to feel like whenever this time zone goes out, might decide a lot in this game, because we've yet to see it.
It better be the best time zone you've ever seen at this point, because we've been waiting for it for probably 10 minutes at this. But Ame holding on to it.
See how bold Ramses feels here with this invis room. I don't think he's going triangle with it, but again, it feels like if you get a pick off near XG's base, you just push the high ground, right? Bring everybody back, worst case scenario. Oh!
My goodness, that was a close call right there.
I mean, again, that is an extremely important blink dodge. Because if you get killed right there on this SF, your high ground's getting pushed.
Yeah, that is the real dangerous part about dealing with any of these lanes. As close you are to your base, it also means Tundra is very close to your base as well. They would much prefer that Tundra tries to hunt down like Ame. The other side of the map here, pull all these heroes away, and they're going to do just that. He's got an Aegis. He's got some time walks. He's going to have to make some smooth moves to get out of this one. His first life is already forfeit.
Where's the help? Everybody's so far on the map for XG.
A hook shot to follow this up, perhaps. Immediately a fear is going to be used, and they got him easily. A Requiem that barely touches Tundra for a third time. Requiem's just not finding their mark. Extreme not getting to the position in time to defend their carry.
And what will Tundra get out of this? 20 seconds no face is what I mean. The good thing for XG is this Void's so low level. His respawn time.
I was like looking forward to like a goddamn Lycan ult and just kill fucking sniper, and while AOM is just like killing everybody else, but I thought this is gonna be explosive. I think
almost level 15
kind of disappointing, I guess.
Is very far ahead of this Faceless Void. This is where you want to be in this matchup. Faceless Void really struggles to deal with the timings Lone Druid can put out, and in the team fight with the roots and the extra disable, even the mana burn's obnoxious. XG with a smoke of their own, they want to get this Lycan active. Vlad's is done for XXS, he has triple aura basically.
Kill the freaking sniper.
What can you do with it? We've seen the catch and the lockdown be the issue.
I mean, a Hurricane Pike is only going to take Thompson so far here. The Lycan might be able to run him down, especially with these Alpha Wolves. They've got him surrounded. The shards, okay, now there's a push away, and Lycan is totally given up on this one. He's left Xin-Q behind. Says just one hero showing himself. The Shadow Team and was enough to deter that. Thompson from one shot to another. Throws a second one at XXS, which Whitemon is not going to keep pursuing. He had the hook shot, but no follow-up besides that. So it's fine. 11-3, 11,000 net worth leads that continues to grow and grow for Tundra.
Another failed smoke move from XG. Another wasted Lycan ult just to run away. As you've given up your
I feel like everything has been a waste from now.
Last wards is on the map too. XG want to use it. Want to fight.
Whitemon gets out.
Just
nice
no catch.
And clean. Just cogs, hits one, gets out. What happened to Pure? Man just died to Tormentor.
Yeah, he got absolutely murdered by this thing.
All right, Extreme. A fourth kill on the board. They didn't do anything to deserve it.
Well, that is one way to bleed away some of your lead on this Lone Druid.
Those Tormentors, man, they'll get you.
It killed his bear, and he died basically to the pure damage rebound off the bear dying. Well, Pure struggles versus the PvE creeps on the map continue here.
Fitting that, you know, with BB team out of the tournament, somebody else has to take up the mantle of the Tormentor.
Did it for the boys out there. Though I will say, this is a big death. It's a lot of breathing room for XG right now. In a game they were struggling to find some opening. He's going back for round 2. Okay.
All right.
I'm just saying, my man, if this one doesn't work, we got to go back and do some math here. Though the fight is breaking out bottom. XM gone.
Congrats on your Tormentor. Ramses, meanwhile, he'll win some fights for you. A BKB arena that catches 2.
These tag team ganks for XG have not worked out at all.
No.
Ramses, he's just read them too well. He's in the right place every time. And this SF with no BKB just can't do anything in that sort of engagement.
I do call into question the wisdom of going for 2-man ganks in the first place when I feel like we've seen Tundra willing to move 3 or 4 heroes around the map together.
Yep. It just hasn't worked. They're continuing to try and get it to work because they just don't want to bring their farmers into these moves, because then if they go wrong, you're really screwed. You're currently falling behind as XG, but you do have a chance to contest this next Roshan. You're going to not have the SF BKB, though. That's the big missing component here.
Yeah. And probably where it went wrong there in that arena fight.
Still no time zone committed for 23 minutes. I mean, he reached level 6 around like 10-minute mark or something.
This is a TI throwback.
It's probably
right
like 13 minutes without time zone.
I don't know if XG expected here. Double Diffusal Blade out for Tundra in this match. Trying to remove the Faceless Void's mana.
And also just giving them a counter to time zone, right? And when they get the upgrade, they'll be able to just poof.
Disperser super value in this match.
And a Boots of Bearing as a third counter to it as well. Potentially Xin-Q trying to buy himself a little bit of time here. That's all he will do. Time. It's the only resources he has. No HP to work with.
Feels like by the time we see a time zone in this game, you're already going to have the itemization counters to it.
Yes.
You're running out of time here if you are XG. And the bear has met your base. The disperser's already done for Pure. So there's one of your answers online.
I think XG is gonna lose this series.
That's an early glyph. Door's open for Tundra right now. Where's the
Extreme
defense?
giving this up? All three different heroes out on the map right now. Finally, one of them comes back into Jakiro. Backdoor protection is up. They're getting cut right now.
Yeah,
That's
Wolves.
what's happening. Lycan managed to get the next wave in. So Tundra did what damage they could. And then they have
Interesting.
to call it quits. The Alpha Wolves come out to play.
Wolf cutting.
Very heads up move from XXS to stop this push that I don't think XG felt like they were going to win that fight head on. This is a game of bend, don't break, continue to stall, try and get to the BKBs on the Void and the SF here. You can take that one good fight and come back in this game. That's all XG need. But Tundra are continuing to build a lead. Sox are getting messed up by these Wolves, man. These are no joke.
Yeah, that hamstring ability that the Alpha Wolves has can be deadly, but the Solar Crest goes a very long ways in protecting him, both with the extra barrier and the extra armor.
It's just side lanes. I mean, that is all XG are playing for right now. Get these two side lanes in as deep as possible. That Lycan shard helps. Someone always has to come back from Tundra, then you can look for an opening, stalls the push. However, the second disperser online for this sniper.
There go the Wolves again. Another push is coming down mid, and the Wolves are trying to push out. One on the left side of the mid lane, one on the right side. One of the Wolves is already dead. The other one might still be able to cut the next wave coming in.
This is a catapult. XG cannot prevent the backdoor going down here. Thompson just laying into it from the low ground. I mean, are you going to take this fight or just give up the racks to try and get to your BKBs? It almost feels like you just want to give this up. Banished.
Ramsey's coming back. A disruption to set things up on XM, who has no BKB to defend himself. He is all offense, no defense. A nice snowball into the neutral camp that they had vision of. He tries to go for a desperate TP out, but he is stuck here. The Cogs stop that one pretty easily. Once again, a duo of extreme that play together and die together.
And another rush just to get some of these lanes out in desperation. No Wolves on mid to cut this wave. He's sending a Golem creep for it. The hero that XG need right now.
Go, 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 throws at that rock. The little Golems come out, but they'll only last so long. Now the Wolves will try
They got
to
gem,
pop out
though.
invincibility, buying them a bit of time, but Tundra, yeah, as long as the Wolf is invisible, they don't even have to worry about it too much.
Where the hell is a gem?
It's dragging the creep way that they're worried
thought
about
Sox
right
has
now.
a
It's
gem.
close enough. Backdoor protection is down.
Range racks.
Oh no,
for sure
Ramses
here.
has the gem.
See how much more Pure gets. He will activate his ult and say, what are you going to do about it? And apparently nothing. XG concede a lane in favor of taking the fight with their BKB timings.
I mean, it's raid extreme. They're bending over backwards at this point. One lane of barracks now potentially giving up two just in some sort of desperate ploy not to take a full-on team fight. They feel they cannot win without BKBs, but those BKBs, they seem so far away with the pressure that Tundra is putting on them. They go for it anyway. They try and get this fight with a time zone, but here he goes. Disperser on out of there. They'll leave the bear behind. That's the best bounty extreme can get out
Oh,
of that
that's a
situation.
ugly fucking time zone.
Can probably
GG.
go back to it if they want.
GG.
They used Lycan ult as well. They didn't get the Ags on the Jakiro, so that spell is something Tundra are going to have to think about. DY was farming up a lot in this game. A time zone committed as well. Do Tundra just hang around here and go high ground again when this next LD ult is up? You're looking at only 40 seconds here for another true form.
No macro pyre, no time zone,
Yeah, I think
no
you force it.
shapeshift.
I don't think you're scared of too much.
And I think Extreme know that if that push comes, they just have to play for one final lane of barracks.
This BKB on XM, it's so close and at the same time so far away. You might sell Wand or something for it if this push comes and they feel like they want to fight it. Or just give up another lane here. Time zone used once this game and you got a bear out of it. Not fast enough for what Tundra have presented in this game one. However, BKB done for the SF. And Ames is about 500 away. We'll go to the other side of the map to try and farm it.
I mean,
They really needed the
really wanted to go
BKB.
for it, they could try and hit that third high ground, but Roshan is up. Probably a sneaking suspicion that they're just going to do that.
I wonder if you try and smoke out and contest this as XG. Because it feels like if you give an Aegis to Tundra, they push your last lane. You're pretty sad in that situation. I mean, Tundra might not even go for this Roche. Just say, screw it, let's just go high ground. They have no answers for the boots of bearing.
5%? Oh my god.
not afraid of time zone right now. You can always make the jump with Ramses as well. Yeah, the push has come. No BKB for Ame. He's 100 off.
All of its attack speed slow is not going to stop Pure with an AC. Shin-Q tries to go in, puts him inside of the shard, and with that macro pyre out, they're able to do some damage. They drop the Requiem. Oh, it's pitiful. It doesn't do nearly the damage that is required. Arena goes down, and it's XM who's going to be the victim instead, perhaps, as all three are
GG.
gonna die as Saksa with one
That's not explosive at all.
all of them. That is done. Extreme Gaming. They hardly
Wow.
even played this game. 3 kills to their name before they call GG.
That was a very one-sided game in terms of who was controlling the objectives, at least after the first 12 minutes. I don't think that early
That's
game
a
was
fucking
that rough
sad
for
game,
XG
bro.
In terms of what those two lineups were
What the
trying
fuck
to do
happened?
to each other. But once that mid-game came around, after Pure faced down his ultra nemesis in the Tormentor and vanquished his foe, it was just all Tundra from there on out. There's one time zone thrown out in this game outside of that ultra last one, and it kills a bear. It's just not fast enough, not good enough. The moves need to be crisper for XG, but Tundra came out swinging in this game 1.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about the greed of the lineup. If you want to be greedy, you got to step up and perform, and Extreme certainly did not in this game 1.
They did not, and that means they are going to a second game, being 1 game down in this lower bracket series, which is a very tense series. Winner will continue on to be top 4. I'm joined by
Control your
Lacoste,
emotes
Tigo,
on.
and
Oh,
the
dang.
end of the panel saying, well, it might be a little bit too greedy, and T, I
Fucking
know
funny.
you said Tundra's on the clock. They delivered hard.
Yeah, they just autopilot throughout the game, and I gotta say for Extreme, this is an extremely weak showing. You know, if you're trying to get yourself further throughout the low bracket, maybe to the grand finals tomorrow, you can't be playing like this. Like XM on the Shadow Theme, he gets a quick blink dagger, yet to see a Requiem really connect in the early game. Jin-Q moving around the map, again not connecting. Lycan wasn't really able to make a statement, finish the game 0-1-3, and like Arma in the Void. We never got to see the time zone. Like the entire early
That
game was
fucking combo.
like just
The Mars
It
Spear.
was awful. For 20 minutes, we didn't know which facet he took on the Faceless Void. Jokes aside, you know it's time zone, but we haven't seen it in action. I could see the big combo that they were going for. I think once they saw that Mars and picking up Shadow Fiend, they thought about, okay, we need to flex this SF to the mid lane. They did play 2 times from the safe lane, so they ended up with SF in the mid lane, who doesn't have any kind of setup. As we can see from these clips, somebody needs to go in, and Lycan is definitely not that hero. You need some kind of initiation, some kind of a blink stun, compared to Ramses on side of Tundra, who's been doing one hell of a job with his initiations. They had Clockwork as well to follow it up, and also SD to set things up. We've seen in the previous series as well how effective it is if you have Yule Scepter on Mars, for example, so you can buy a little bit more time, set up your kills, and other than that, Extreme Gaming, they didn't get to play Dota in this one.
I think the SD that you mentioned, Lacoste, is a big reason why Extreme had such a bad showing this game, is that Saksa really handled XM. Not only is it not the easiest matchup versus Sniper, but you're depending on your ability to invade his jungle, to take your stacks, to get back into the game, then surprise the Sniper with a Tusk gank. Then we had Saksa on the Shadow Demon, rune securing, taking that regen rune, applying extra damage, following him around with the Shadow Poison, getting a solo kill on the enemy SF, making it so that XM is always playing recovery this game. And because your SF is playing recovery, your Tusk isn't comfortable moving with him. And because your Tusk isn't making moves with your SF, there's no other plays around the map, because this Lycan was picked to shut down Sniper. It was picked to shapeshift and run at Sniper the same way Aurora did it to Extreme Gaming yesterday. But it just never happened. We never saw their ultis connect. We never saw their draft hit their stride.
Ame with the 200 IQ.
Exactly.
Like, you know what? You have these 2 dispersers, you have bongo boots as well. You can't counter it if I'm not using this Chrono Square. So, a very difficult one. I think they were expecting the big combo, because if you are playing for the Chronosphere, you can't use the big Requiem. But, yeah, just didn't happen in this one. Way too slow.
Way too slow, and I think here, standout player, Tigov, Pure on the lone druid, setting that high pace.
Yeah, setting the high pace, being able to convert on the aggression, and also when they had the net worth, he was so tanky in his true form that when they did throw all the spells, it's like, sure, you might kill a bear, but you're not going to kill the main lone druid. You resummon the bear, and fundamentally, Extreme had no comeback play, because Computer was so farmed. And again, I like the fact that Tundra showcased what you can do with like an SD and a clock. We've seen before in previous series, like the double low damage supports, but if you have good positioning, if you can keep people alive, you can reinitiate correctly, then it's all about the cores shining. And yeah, Tundra just nearly flawless game.
Yeah, and a core that's shown definitely very bright, Effie. We have to talk about this because we started the whole panel talking about Sniper and XM versus Thompson, both top-tier snipers. We backed it up with the math, and we said XM is the best sniper. I think Thompson also is making a case for himself once more.
I mean, Thompson has made a case for himself on all of the innovative heroes through the mid lane. He's brought so many heroes into the meta. But you know, he made a statement here, said everybody's been praising XM as the best sniper. I've been playing this hero for longer than XM has been playing Dota. Right? He wanted to prove himself here, and he really did. And now that we know that Tundra can first pick the sniper without having to expend a ban on it and beat Extreme Gaming with it, that makes it so that when they approach XM's hero pool, the snipers and the vipers within the draft, you've already taken one out by picking it yourself.
Yep, easy goings. I also wonder what it was like for Tundra during this game. We saw them being very dominant. They were in the lead the majority of this game. It seemed like everything played out perfectly. Do the comms represent that?
White sand.
Getting white.
Chill. We too far.
Oh my fucking god.
Nice one.
Thank god we picked SD.
Thank God. Thank God.
Easy, Lacoste.
Pretty easy. This was pretty much game ended at that point, but you know, getting some good laughs out of how they use their abilities. They did go for this one big Hail Mary play in the end. DY sold all of his items, did go for the item scepter on Jakiro. Disruption setup, they try to go for a Requiem, they miss it. GG, go for the next one.
At that point, it was already looking very rough. I think our commentary team, T, said it as well. At the very end, we saw, you know, they had to go for their play with the time zone, and the only one they caught in the time zone and killed was the bear.
Yeah, no, it was despair at that point in the game, and I think for Extreme in this break, they just need to fully shake off that previous game and just, I don't know, I've not seen a team play like that in the opposite style to before. Like that was, it didn't feel like they were in a top 6, top 5, top 4 position. It felt like they were in the group stage still. Like I'm hoping they'll be able to shake that one off because, yeah, if they play like that again, then yeah, this could just be another quick series.
It could be. We saw that the Lycan was taken from Aurora, who was already eliminated, and that didn't work out. So maybe not taking strats from teams that are out is the way to go. We saw Tundra taking the strat from Game of Gladiator with the Lone Druid. That played out fantastically. Before we see what Game 2 will bring us, we're first going to see what Slacks is going to bring us in the stage.
Absolutely, Sheever. Welcome, my friends. It's time for a crowd vibe check yet again. What a fantastic series. Hello, everybody. How are we doing out there in the crowd? Fantastic. We got the front row peeps right here. Now, I heard a little tale here. Who do you want to win this event? Who did you want starting?
Well, I was hoping for Team Spirit, but they're out. Ame and Yatro had their fight. Ame won, so let's go XG.
Okay, the XG fans. Now they are down a game.
Let's go XG.
Of course, we found some XG fans in the audience. What do you guys have to say, huh? How are these guys going to come back, my friend?
I have to say, this game is exactly the same versus Team Spirit. It's got 1 loss, but 2 wins afterwards.
Do we agree? All right,
I feel like Ame is just always using his experiments on the first game.
Words for anyone on the team, sir?
I'm a fan of AME. I like AME for 5 years. I think he always do his best in Dota. He will win next game. As I said in this world, AME will beat Thompson in next 2 games. 小四一定赢
Yeah, boy! Do you think Tundra stands any chance?
Yeah, I think the first game they lost because they don't have a very good draft. They lost their lane phase. So for the next 2 games, if they can have better draft, I will say they could win.
Seem like you're very knowledgeable. What should they pick? Name one hero that you want to see.
What do you say?
One hero. Who should Extreme Gaming pick?
Sniper!
Sniper! The only sniper fans in the world. Fantastic. All right, do we have any fans of the... one more. All right, these guys are very excited. Hello? Hello. Any words out there for Extreme Gaming?
Yeah, that's me! Woo! Let's go, Extreme Gaming! Woo!
Hell yeah, that's the energy we're looking for! That's
The
my
fuck?
I believe it now! Okay.
Fucking crowd.
Any Tundra fans dare to follow that one up? Anybody here want Tundra to win? Holy, okay, we got some power boys over here. What is going on here? You're looking great, man.
There's no light, but I like to show, you know, that's the way, you know, airplane.
Yeah, this ain't a rave, dog. You're all right. It's all good. Who are you guys here for?
Gaming.
Yeah.
No, I think gaming. Good Dota.
Oh, gaming Dota. Great save. Nobody noticed. Fantastic. All right, Tundra. You want them to win?
Absolutely. Topsen is the man of the North, and I myself coming from Tromsø, Norway. The North remembers. The North will take it a third time. Topsen, let's go!
Dang. Holy shit.
I would like to say that there are other people on the team, but the crowd absolutely does love Thompson 100%. Anybody else? Any Tundra fans out there? Ah, the boy. Hello. Any words for our teams?
First of all,
Oh, wow. That really got a tonal shift there. What are we doing? All right, hit it.
Hyvä Suomi, Thompson. Let's go, Thompson. Let's go, Pure. Let's go, Tundra. Let's go.
You brought us to such a calm place, and then you brought it back up. It's hello.
Can I say something?
I mean, I don't think I have much of a choice. You just walked up, so yeah.
He just walked up.
Рамзес, возьми шестой мажор.
Okay.
What?
Sorry, International.
Soy International. I don't know what we're referencing here, but I know it's some kind of dank meme, so I'll take it, baby. We like that shit. All right, fantastic. Well, thank you so much, everybody. The crowd seems hyped. We're getting ready for game 2, and we're going to get that thing started real quick. Let's go! What's the plan, baby? Woo!
Holy shit.
You cannot top that energy, and I have no idea what was said there at the very end, but we happen to swap someone in that might be able to translate that. Hello, Poppy. Welcome to the panel.
Hi.
Oh, Poppy.
Is it's PG-13 for
Yesterday he got...
He said,
Dang.
take the 6th major, Ramses.
Okay.
I guess he only has 5. I'm not really sure.
Give or take, probably.
Give or take, yeah. I don't know. In the end, he said, like, who cares international, I think, in the end. But
oh, well.
Perhaps
I think Ramses
misunderstood.
would care. I think Ramses would care. How are you doing, Puppy?
I'm doing good.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah?
Good
Enjoying,
place, right?
yeah. Enjoying the level of Dota that's being played?
So far, yeah.
So far, yeah.
I mean, not last game, but, you know, so far.
What did you not like about last game?
I mean, to be fair, a lot of the things that they say even about how to counter sniper, we're confident. We're going to do the same thing that Aurora did to us, that lost against us. They picked Lycan, you know, so it's like, so you want to lose. Maybe that's the plan, but at the same time, yeah. I didn't like their plan, to be fair. Sniper doesn't really care about Lycan, because Sniper has so many ways to get away from Lycan, especially, which is the funny thing, time zone is not working against Sniper. You know, the idea about killing Sniper with a Faceless Void was putting him in place and finishing him there in that same spot. That guy can now run away from time zone with a grenade and then Hurricane Pike out. What is a time zone against the Sniper? I don't even get it.
Exactly, right?
In their draft against Sniper.
How would you counter Sniper now? Because this seems to be the pick that everybody's trying to figure out how to deal with this menace.
Fucking Storm Spirit, a mobility hero. Like a mobility.
Like, in my opinion, if I'd be Extreme Gaming and I'm in this position where I'm going to lose
like Night Stalker or some shit, Centaur.
Very basic and normal where we can understand and play Dota and kind of vibe it out normally. Just pick Rubik Centaur, get on the lanes. If we see Sniper, we go for Sniper and we kill Sniper. Instead of being like, okay,
Rubik Centaur.
Going behind them some wolves, and then you perhaps get that thing going or whatever. It's too many mistakes that can happen. Centaur, jump in, kill, okay, good. You know, it's not like Sniper can attack back. So,
it's not like Sniper, like Centaur Blade Meal. Exactly, or Legion Commander too. If you're gonna pick a jump, I don't know, maybe Legion Commander. I mean, Legion's not good against Mars or
I mean, they've shown that they can first
no,
pick
no.
Sniper
That's why I didn't
against
say
XM,
Legion
and they
Commander
can do that.
earlier, but
They don't need to ban it. And
Legion
I'm sure they
doesn't
have their own ideas. I like
have a
how you
good,
said about just get on Sniper with some simple gap close
you know,
and a stun and kill him. We saw
stuff
earlier in the
against
Falcon series how effective they were with their Blink
Longjuid
DK,
and Mars.
with their
So
follow-up from
I mean, the only
Marana.
thing is,
Maybe follow a
wait,
similar
also
recipe
there's
with
Shadow
Legion.
Demon on the enemy team
We'll
too.
see if that happens.
So yeah,
We're heading into
yeah,
game
Legion
number
Commander
2,
is pretty
Puppy,
bad.
here, as there is a lot of pressure. Do you think that the players, like you've been
I
in
was
a situation
expecting
like
Night
that as well. Do
Stalker,
you think
but
that the
like
players will let that pressure get to
I
them or
did
not?
kind of
Because
like thought of like
most of these
Extreme might
players are
fucking do
extremely
it, but
experienced when it comes to main stage games.
Like extreme gaming?
Apart from XM, yes.
Well, in my opinion, anything can happen. It all depends on their vibes. Do they actually believe that they can beat Tundra? It kind of comes down to that, let's say. Because I think Tundra has a gajillion strats. They play a lot of things. I think Pure plays a lot of heroes. He's always been kind of like a connoisseur of Dota. I will play Doom carry, Leshrac carry, depending on what carry I want to carry, Pudge. So they have their own, they have Thompson too. Like, come on, they have a lot of probably ideas. They will choose one of them and go with it. But Extreme Gaming, they also have shown some kind of interesting things. They brought in the Klinks carry back in the day, or maybe even right now. Maybe they should do something similar like that because this Faceless Void seemed very passive.
Faceless Void is
And I
too
don't want it to be
slow.
passive. I want some Extreme Gaming action going on.
Yeah, we saw a very high tempo set here in the first game of the series. Lacoste, I would imagine that that's something that for Extreme is something that they are gonna adjust.
Oh, most definitely. When they lost to Team Liquid in the upper bracket quarterfinals, they kind of lost the same way, and they learned a lot. Then they played against Team Spirit, eliminated them from the TI. Then they played against Aurora, played super fast Dota in that one as well, and now they suddenly stopped. Overcooked. They needed something. They needed some Blink Initiator from the off lane to keep them in place. And it was also super greedy.
Whitemon?
I think also when it took the wrong turn in terms of draft was when they banned this Dark Willow instead of Mars, because Ramses
Indonesia. Okay.
right now. And I think you want to put him in a position
Wait,
where
I'm
he
older
doesn't
than
feel that
Whitemon by 4 days.
Agreed for
Damn.
sure, because Ramses, while he has excelled so much this year and improved as an offlane player, he still has a very limited hero pool. And often you'll see teams that go up against Tundra target ban that hero pool, which, you know, in the past it was Darkseer and Mars. Darkseer gets nerfed, now it's Mars, Sand King, sometimes Centaur. We did see a surprise Night Stalker one time, so that has to be in the back of your mind if you're setting up for a Puck or a Storm. But simplify it for yourself by making Tundra's offlane pool smaller.
Simplify it for yourself. Should be doable in the draft. But speaking of that draft, let's get it on your screens.
Tundra Esports versus Extreme Gaming. Game 2.
For the second game, Extreme will be on the Radiant side, and it is Tundra that is dire with first pick, meaning Extreme gets the overall last pick. In
But they
terms of
banned
bans,
Sniper?
Extreme did make it easy for themselves. They did simplify things by simply removing Sniper from the pool. They also do the same to the Naga Siren, the Invoker, and the Marana. Tundra has banned out the Tinker, also the Tusk, meaning that they don't want to first pick it themselves. Meaning also we have some usual suspects still left in the pool. I think the one that comes to mind, Puppy, Sand King. How have you been enjoying seeing Sand King in so many of the games, dominating most of the time?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Sand King is a hero that I said is probably the best hero in the game because the hero has 6 spells. Okay, now 5, but it used to have kind of 6. I felt like at least when the facets and the innates got added into the game. And it's one of the only heroes that still has 5 spells. I would say so, because the Caustic Finale is very important, and the Stinger is basically an added spell. This hero has 5 spells. The others have 4, but some of them have 5, but they're not as strong as Sand King's right now. So, basically, best hero in Dota right now.
The other hero that is going to counter him also has 5 spell with the Mischief on Monkey King. So
Is he the best hero right now?
That is not comparable. Mischief and
True,
Caustic
true.
Finale. God, what are you going to do with that on lane? Sometimes it works out pretty well, but yeah.
50-50. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't.
Isn't
What
Tinker
Dota
the
is
best hero
about,
right now?
But I do like Monkey as a response to Sand King because you can follow this hero wherever he goes. We've seen mid Sand Kings have a much stronger presence in the game compared to the offlane Sand King. The biggest flaw for the Sankey always was his laning stage, and now having these extra abilities in the lane makes his lane so much better, and also the facets. So you have Sandstorm, and you can follow, which does follow you, so you can roam around, still get stuff done, even if you don't feel like you need to be in the lane.
Yeah, I will say though, for the Monkey King flex, following the Sand King flex, it's looked a lot more impressive on the mid lane from Monkey King. We saw yesterday in the Liquid versus C9 series that they laned the Monkey King on Watson versus 33 on the Sand King, and the Monkey King did not shut down SK's farm. SK was still farming, because if you pair up this hero with a strong laning support, like a Snapfire, you're not too concerned by the Monkey King.
Not at all, as we're in the second ban phase. We already have Visage removed, and then Tundra took a little bit of time now to think about what other hero they want to remove. It will be Extreme picking out of ban phase, and with the Visage ban, probably aiming to remove some potential offlaners from the pool. Any heroes that come to mind that we don't want to see if you're Tundra? What could they be discussing, you think, Puppy?
I think the meta still revolves around heroes like Omni Knight.
Yeah.
Because Shadow Demon's out, and Omni Knight, I think, is still quite broken of a hero. Perhaps Tundra is just going to pick it, because Sand King's such a weird hero. I think if you pair him with Oracle or Omni Knight, that hero just becomes insane. You can't even kill that thing. It's already pretty hard to kill it, but if it plays in such aggression that you can't deal with it, for Tundra, it's Omni Knight. For Extreme Gaming, it's thinking Omni Knight needs to be banned and maybe picked right now. Basically, I'm kind of like vibing on towards that idea for a little bit.
Yeah, it turns out that the Centaur is for now taken out, but Extreme still as well taking that time. The saving supports the Omni Knight. We saw that ignored in the previous game, mostly because the Tusk and the Shadow Demon both made it through. This time around, not the case, as Wind Ranger is banned for now, and the next pick is Extreme's Lacoste.
There's still Mars available in the pool. I always say whenever we talk about XXS that he's one of the best.
Jakiro again? I don't think Jakiro is like the best support right now.
Something that we didn't see in the previous
It's like a
game,
weird,
they were kind of lacking. So would love to see a little
very
bit
weird Jakiro game. I don't
adaptation
think
when it
even
comes down to
Jakiro is in the
outplay for
top
Extreme Gaming.
50%.
Yeah, Extreme Gaming have
Win
done
rate.
some Zoo heroes from XXS. They've done
Especially in the
Ava
higher
before,
tier.
They've done Visage, and that's when they usually put Zincu on his signature Marcy. I think that's why they're valuing this Jakiro so much in this draft, even though the hero itself doesn't feel that strong or that overwhelming, but they want that flexibility in their openers so that if they
Jakiro's
wanna later pick their
47.5
offlane
win
hero,
rate.
they can just dump this Jakiro on the safe lane with Monkey King.
Even though Jakiro is a bully, he's a natural bully, right?
Strong Lone Druid showing in that previous game. Is Lone Druid, was it only good because it was like last pick coming out for Tundra, Puppy, or is that a hero that you feel like should be on the radar?
It's a free lane against Lycan. It's a really free lane. Yeah, so Lone Druid was going to get fat, and Lone Druid's kind of in a meta, which, you know,
Clockwork again. Monkey King gets scouts by Clockwork, hookshot, boom.
They knew that the enemy was playing very slowly. Lone Druid put some pressure
Extreme
on them.
Gaming
I'm not
needs
sure
a
if they
healing
need to think
hero.
about Lone Druid right now, because all they
To
see
be
is Monkey King
honest,
Jakiro. If the fight
they need a
comes back to them
healing
right now, if the draft isn't that passive, Lone Druid probably won't
support.
work out that well.
Fair enough. How do you feel about the support duo that Tundra has secured for themselves right now?
Well,
Like
to me
maybe
right now, that looks
Oracle.
like Sox are
Oracle's the
playing it
best support against Sand King, since
somebody
you
needs to
could
go to
negate
Sand
all
King's lane
those
if the
magic
Sand King doesn't
damage
go
by
mid.
just like
And
putting
I'm not
Fate's
sure if they're going
Edict.
to lane Sand King with Clockwork
Fate's
together.
Edict.
They might, but then there might be some issues there against
J-
Jakiro,
just
Monkey
pick
King,
Oracle, man.
Kind of diving on the Sand King. Maybe they can do tree cutting. Oh, sorry, not creep
It
cutting.
also
not tree
does it dispel
but,
Enchantress's heal?
Saxa has
I
been
want to see if
pretty
it
good
actually
with,
spells
cutting the creeps
Enchantress's
with
heal.
33. They've always strategized stuff. But we'll see.
Is it dispellable or undispellable?
So they
Okay,
picked the
well,
next here to
my bad,
counter
guys.
Enchantress. A lot of teams think that this hero counters Enchantress because of the way the new Warp Flare works, where you just insta-kill her creeps, but the issue with Enchantress drafts are often they will hit this timing where they 5-man with an aura from their offlane.
Nyx
and Nyx does
Assassin.
not
Oh
like
my
playing
god, this
into
is so
5-man
bad.
drafts. So the question of Nyx is, how much can you get done from that early game? How much can you shut
Exactly.
down Enchantress and make this pick useful? How early can you get your level 6 and play off of your mid laner? Because if Nyx has a hard time in the early game, it's hard to come back versus a draft like this.
What about the lane, Puppy, for this one? Lone Druid, they know it's going to be laning against Underlord. Is that also as free of the lane as they had in the game 1?
I mean, it's Clockwork Lone Druid against Nyx Assassin Underlord. I'm pretty sure that's a bad lane for Underlord. And I'm feeling like Extreme Gaming are shooting themselves in the
All
foot
right.
by just
Bye
picking a lane,
bye, Extreme
making it
Gaming.
obvious. Unless this Underlord goes
Tandra's
carry,
gonna win this.
I'm not really sure what's gonna happen. No, it actually
Let's
does
vote like
work. It does work.
1,000 for Tundra.
Yes, it's actually good. They could put Monkey mid, you know. They have
Be
still
Bassett.
24 picks, so they have the leverage on finding out something.
Monkey
like that.
mid.
But for now, Tundra seems like they have a more stable way of playing the game. And Nyx Assassin is gonna lose his lane. If
They
can
don't have
find a way to
mobility
not lose
again.
the
I
lane,
mean,
but come on, it's
Nyx
gonna be so hard.
Vendetta
You
is
don't wanna
kind of
do this.
like
And the scary thing about
a
putting
mobility,
Monkey King
but
mid,
that's just when you
mentioned
press
can happen,
ultimate.
is that when you're playing against Enchantress,
Monkey
as
King
a
is
Monkey
also
King mid,
mobility,
she
but
rotates on you
Jakiro
with
is
creep,
not the
they dive
best
you on your
pair
tower,
for
you
Monkey
get your
King
Flaming
since
Slaps up, then boom,
Macro
your
Pyre
Enchanted is dispelled,
destroys
you have no means of
trees,
fighting
and
back in that situation.
that's just cringe.
Scary
Oh my
times
god,
for
so
Extreme
bad
Gaming
drafting for
ahead. We're in the
Extreme.
second or the last ban phase rather. We got Nature's Prophet removed on the side of Extreme Gaming. And it is Tundra that is still removing
Sand King can also play
mid-laners,
offlane too.
assuming that Monkey King has been forced to the safe lane.
Is he forced to the safe lane? That's the question though. Because Monkey's safe lane isn't like the best. It's not gonna work. I mean, I'm rooting for Extreme Gaming. That's why I'm just kind of critical right now.
Maybe you can rotate early on, try to counter some of the
I just
aggression
wanted to
coming out
see
of the
like good
Sunbird
Dota
early
too.
Because like we saw last game, when XM doesn't have a game, Extreme Gaming don't feel comfortable making moves. The second their SF was playing recovery,
Magnus
they did
banned?
not operate through any other core player.
And they do have much better tower defense.
They
when it
were
comes
thinking
down
like
to
Sand King
them
might
parking
be
heroes in front of the tower. With
Thompson's
this
gonna play
Underlord, they have
Sand
a little
King.
bit of extra global
And they're gonna
presence, so
pick
Nyx
a
Assassin
different
goes on a
offlane
hero
for
who
this
finds the
Monkey
target
King if
Underlord with his
Monkey
ulti,
King
he can
actually
bring
goes to the
extra heroes, Monkey
to the
King,
safe
as
lane.
well a hero who can jump from the trees. He
Well,
can pretty much be anywhere. So Nyx Assassin, they did
safe
go for
lane
this
Monkey
like
King?
scouting tool in the previous game with Lycan, didn't work out.
Just
now
put
you're gonna
Monkey
have
King
Nyx
in the
Assassin,
mid lane,
Monkey King
man.
setting things up for potential Underlord
Fuck
gate
ban.
play. So
They might have good
It's a
towers
monkey mid, come
to,
on.
you know, to decline it and stuff like that, but they can dive them. They can dive them with Ench. They can dive
Pick
them with
something
Foster.
like
They can
Luna
dive them with a lone
on
good
the
player. Like it's not like you can sit underneath the
Luna.
tower and feel happy.
Luna's in the draft, and Luna's strong against Lone Druid.
He busted out on 24. It was his Queen of Pain.
Luna Conda.
Completely popped off on that hero. I wouldn't mind
Strong
seeing that
against
here,
Sand
'cause
King
they need
also.
some explosive damage coming out in that early game. so
Strong
they can
against
get this kill.
Enchantress.
You're not
Not
threatened by the
strong against,
Enchantress
I
tower
mean,
dives or the
against
clock tower dives
Clockwork?
in the mid lane. If they
Maybe
don't pick
not,
here, I'll
but
be
at
very
least
surprised.
Luna.
Pain, you are
Come on,
completely
give
right.
us Luna,
I
man.
would want them to pick Queen of Pain.
Luna, please.
Let's see if Tundra can pick something to dissuade them from that. That Sand King could still go either on the mid lane or on the off lane. Both
Just put Monkey in the
Ramses
mid
and
and
Thompson
Luna, pick
play it.
Luna.
So they might want
Rubik.
to pick something
Okay.
against it, and that, if correct me if I'm wrong, would be either Thompson Rubik.
that's mid Rubik for sure. One of the worst
Oh my
matchups
god.
in Dota, I
Fuck.
would say, is Underlord against Rubik. You're giving him 2 spells with the spell amplification, with his cast range, he becomes a better
Holy
Rubik.
shit.
Let's say you're sitting in Cogs, Sandstorm.
Even
Sand
if
is
they
done
pick
with the
Luna,
Firestorm on
it's
top of
fucking
it, the
Rubik,
heroes
man.
are gonna disappear.
Okay,
It's
I
risky,
wasn't
right? 'Cause
expecting a
you put
Rubik,
yourself
but
on an even bigger timer
you gotta
because
pick
your
Luna
Rubik
now.
is
You gotta
early on
all
the
in
game,
for
he's
this
gonna
one.
get caught up by the Nyx. Once Monkey King gets on,
You gotta
Monkey
pick
King
Luna.
drops him with the +1 from
Like,
XM.
literally.
There's no saves on the side of Tundra. Their supports in Ench and Clock can't do much by means of counter.
You gotta play Monkey against fucking
and not ever
Rubik,
be on the
man.
back foot in this game.
Although Rubik does have magic resistance. And Nyx does deal a lot of magic
Luna's
damage,
not banned.
besides the right click of the ultimate.
Viper?
And they'll go for the
Oh my god.
XM Viper in the end. It is one of his signatures. It's not that Queen of Pain that we talked about. This Viper, how do we feel it fits in, Poppy? Are you happy to see this hero pop up?
No.
GG.
No.
But what you gonna do? You gotta fight green with green. You know, you pick Rubik, you answer with Viper.
I think the cool thing about Viper is that you're not really giving away many spells to this Rubik mid, like simplifying the mid lane matchup.
You
Also,
are
in that
giving
game
the
I mentioned
freaking
ESL
break.
Malaysia earlier this year,
It
they
breaks.
did beat
It's
Lonely
bad
Mid
for
with
Monkey
the Viper
King.
mid. I mean, Belly Flop got nerfed, so it's not as effective as a tool versus it, but at least they're going to have this very
Viper
reliable
Strike,
mid laner that isn't likely
Rubik
to
steals it, it
recover
fucking
the way he was when he was
cast on goddamn Monkey King, and
So
Monkey
they
King
counterpick the
can't
mid lane, which is gonna be a tough
can't
one for
move.
Rubik.
Monkey
In terms
King's
of spell steals, there are some
weakness
really nice
is slow
spell
heroes,
steals throughout the
like
whole game,
Venomancer.
but I like what Extreme stream
But
game.
you pick.
It's
I don't know,
a
man.
draft that can fight much earlier compared to the previous one.
It's
There's
kind
not
of
so much,
tilting.
cooldown
Low-key
dependent
tilting.
as well, and I see a lot of damage on their side. If they're able to execute with the Jinkyu Nyx Assassin, Viper is a slower hero from the mid lane. We don't see him, rotate as much as other mid laners, but I think we're going to go to game 3.
Are you agreeing with that one,
Oh,
Puppy? Are we going
I
to a
don't
third
know.
game?
I'm not sure, but
I'm
my
not
heart
sure.
says AOM, but Tundra, in my opinion, is going to win this game.
Okay, we're gonna find out.
My
what's
heart
gonna
says
happen in
AOM,
the
yeah.
Second game of the series. Will it be
Same.
a final one? Will
It's
it
a-
be another 2-0?
my
Or
God,
will
just-
we head to a third game? We'll find out. But first, some words from the coach.
Thank you very much. I'm joined by Moon Meander of Tundra, where you are in the midst of a lower bracket run right now. But Tundra lower bracket runs this year have been kind of stressful. In Birmingham, you guys got knocked from upper, immediately lost again in lower. Riyadh, you guys got one win in lowers after getting knocked, but still the journey ended quick. So I'm wondering, have those past experiences taught you anything for this TI run now?
Yes, it taught me that you cannot be stubborn in the draft. You're going to understand why you lost, and you just got to pick the meta sometimes.
And Rubik mid is the meta? Is that what you're trying to tell me right now?
Only if you're Thompson.
Which means that in response, Viper mid must be the meta if you're XM, right? So you guys saw that one coming?
Yeah, but XM didn't win 2 TIs.
Hey! Well, let's see if he can manage to make it happen here, or if Thompson's journey will continue. Moon, let's see how this game number 2 plays out with our casters.
That's right, the two-time Thompson touch. He's got it. He's going to be playing mid Rubik in this matchup against Extreme Gaming. But we need to talk about Extreme, Avery, because that first game, man, that was disappointing.
It did not work out for them at all. I think, just
Thompson
didn't understand
phylactery.
how fast
Oh
that
my
game was
god,
gonna go
that's
for
a
them.
lot of
And maybe
fucking
they were
burst
trying to make a lot of
damage.
these small plays around the map, but the heroes just weren't that conducive to it. The laning phase was okay for them. This is a team that's okay playing from behind out of the lanes, but you can only get away with that so much in a top 6 of a tournament which is featuring almost entirely European teams, right? These teams play very fast, they own the lanes, they come out blazing, and then they have heroes that can convert into objectives very quickly. It is a very similar lineup here for Tundra. They have a lot of team fight, a lot of ball potential, some sustain, and another lone druid that could just get absolutely out of control. The one difference here for XG is they clearly went back to trying to win the lanes a bit more or have stronger cores that can stand there for longer. I think that will work out better for them. But they also have some liabilities like a Nyx who, what is he doing in a laning phase versus a lone druid clock? Dying, nothing. So that's a big question mark for me, right? Like you picked this Nyx to interact with Ench. He's not even laning
Fucking,
against the Ench.
that's so
However,
bad.
this has been a hero
Jakiro,
has gone to, and like we saw Kuala Lumpur this year, they were very far behind in that Nyx game and managed to find some clutch pickoffs to claw their way back.
Now, they had an interesting discussion on the panel about defending towers versus the ability of Tundra to just kind of push through that and just kind of dive you underneath those towers. They've got some pretty good heroes to be able to do so. Do you think that Extreme are going to be more capable in this game than being able to, defend some of their outer towers, tier 2s, prevent some of this snowball going to Tundra? Or are we going to be looking at another split push game where there's a Monkey King on one side of the map and a Nyx Assassin on the other?
I mean, I hope that's not what it comes to, because I don't know if XG are going to fare too much better in that regard. I think they have a much faster carry. That's the biggest difference, right?
Yes.
AOM had a very rough game last game. He had about 2,500 hero damage in that entire match. Oof. That might be one of the lowest in TI history. So I expect him to be mad here and come out and say, you know what? I'm not going to have a repeat of that. I'm going to deal some hero damage. I'm going to kill some heroes. And one of the best ways to defend your towers is if you just take the offensive potential to your enemy. Start going on them, killing them around the map. If you don't let Tundra group up because they never have all 5
Underlord
heroes
needs
alive,
creeps,
you don't have
pipe,
to worry about defending
crimson,
those towers as much. If it
and
comes
roll
to
up
it, Tundra
ATOS.
group and push your tower, you have some outspace.
Even
but I
Shiva's
agree,
guard
dive
to
potential
kind of
there.
like negate
And
the
Lone
damage
Druid,
of that
this hero's
fucking
just-
Sand King
he's
Bloodstone and
There's no other. He's a
the
dishonest
bear
hero. He's
lifesteal.
dirty. There's a reason all these dirty, dishonest European teams are spamming him, Like, this hero just ignores a lot of the basic mechanics of Dota. If he wants to push your tower, if he wants to dive you, and he has double summon up, he's going to do it, and he's probably going to get away with it unless you bring everybody.
XM challenging Thompson here for dominance in the mid lane. Doesn't really care about the Fade Bolt. He just keeps on playing on Thompson's side of the river here, trying to keep him off of any of these creeps.
Yeah, ideally you zone him. Like, if you can get a zone couple waves in between that like level 4 to 6 before the Rubik can maybe make a rotation or get out of that lane. It should be Viper favored here. XM will absolutely free farm this lane. Just a matter of how much punish he gets on this Rubik. And again, like the panel said, there's no spells to really steal from the Viper in the early game. But man, when you look at the rest of this lineup, I mean, there's a reason Thompson asked for this mid Rubik. Nyx spells, Underlord spells, Jakiro spells, even the Tree Dance are all so nice as this game goes later. And if you ever get to that Ags, some other items on top of that, like an Octarine or whatever, we have seen Thompson absolutely pop off on this hero.
Yeah, you combine a dominant laning phase for the Viper, who's currently sitting 16 and 7, so very good start. Do you think we're going to see support rotations into that mid lane as well to try and keep him down even further?
You can rotate this Enchantress. You have very good early game presence on the supports for Tundra. But it's kind of a scary hero to rotate into because XG can TP their own supports in and they have a lot of turnaround potential.
Clever use of the enchant there to dispel off the Jingu. But Ame gets it anyway off the Boundless Strike and will be able to get some lifesteal, pump up his HP a bit more.
To me, the big question this laning phase is what happens on this top lane. Like, how much does this Lone Druid get to punish this double melee lane? And can XG fight back?
Well, right now, it looks like the double melees are trying to punish Whitemon for going for that Cogs to get some damage on him and are able to kind of fight through. But yeah, the Lone Druid is still in prime position, 23 and 8.
That's scary. Like, this hero with a good laning phase is just in a world of his own.
Enchantress dispelling the Monkey King.
Try and put some pressure onto the Lone Druid, at least a little bit, before he just completely gears up into the Gleipnir. Like, if you can snag 1 or 2 kills
that
on
is
Druid
so
here,
disgusting.
you're gonna feel a lot better as this game progresses. And you have heroes that can do it. Like, Monkey King can rotate into this Lone Druid, catch him from the tree line, stun him before the true form goes off. Nyx can do something similar later on with the Vendetta. You have some cool ideas here on how to start on this hero, but a lot of it is dependent on that first 1 or 2 kills are the most important here to snag at some point in this game for XG.
Yeah, I feel like the laning phase interaction mechanics are important, but I almost feel like, especially watching a lot of these Western European teams, that it's who uses the gate more effectively in that, post 5 to 10 minutes area. You know, what carries are going through the gates, what supports are able to go through and successfully gank. Here, though, no rotations required, perhaps, as XXS finds himself isolated underneath his battery cell, takes a lot of damage for it. Jinkyu trying to run interference. Also takes a healthy amount of damage before hitting the impale.
I mean, they're fighting back on this lane. It's not going too bad for XG, and this is maybe a more stable laning phase than they had in that game 1. The Viper's going to continue to power up. The Monkey should be okay on this bottom lane as he is getting harassed, and Enchantress is annoying for your Jingu stacks. Another go here. You do not want to feed kills to this Lone Druid.
Are they going to get this kill first? They do! XXS barely manages to get the cleave through to get the kill on Whitemon before he in turn falls to Pure. So it is a support for core trade-off, but at least that core was able to get some experience for the kill.
Throw a little puppy paws on top, no problem,
Yeah. Paying
Mike
homage
again?
to one of the greats, as the 6-minute Lotus is going to be coming in quite soon.
We do see that the CS differential on mid start to open up. So these trades happening top, I mean, you just have to battle through them if you're XG, but you're trying to win the other 2 lanes, right? This is your sacrificial lane to a degree. You want a strong Viper, a strong Monkey King here. And if this Rubik continues to suffer in this mid lane matchup, like this is a hero that does not like getting his XP sapped or being forced off of waves, right? You really want a fast 6, you want a fast boots, you want to be able to move around the map, get involved in the early fights. This Viper, if he just sits mid and if Rubik rotates, you match him with a TP of that lane. I could see XM feeling very comfortable in this game, and this is one of his signature heroes for sure.
I mean, Viper,
This is a hero that XG have just won tournaments with.
I gotta say that Viper throws Viper Strike on Lone Druid,
Speaking of this Viper,
breaking
I mean, it's all well and good
the
taking this
lifesteal.
hero to win the laning phase,
But
we've
that's-
seen through
it's
various
fucking
phases,
chaotic
in
in my
fact,
brain.
This patch as well, the Viper has been picked up, and while it may do well in the laning phase, it
They
hasn't
might
managed
try
to
to,
win
like,
the game. So
cut-
what is this Viper going to be doing?
I mean,
for
catch the
Extreme
Lone Druid
Gaming
off
going into
guard.
mid game?
I think they as a team play around these turret heroes better than a lot of other teams.
Okay.
They know how to move the hero around the map, take proper fights with him. So that's the biggest thing, right? If this Viper moves, you need to get a lot out of it. And if he doesn't move, ideally you abuse his lane.
Ramsey
advantage. So
stops
rotating
him.
and snowballing the hero, I'd say that's how someone like Gaiman would play with it. or you're confident in the scale. You have things to back him up, and you're just confident in the core matchups.
Oh no.
7-minute Wisdom Rune. It's about to spawn soon, and the pressure is amping up in the offlane, where XXS is getting dove by an Enchantress Clockwork. They turn around though, and they're killing the bear. That straight up is going to be a 300 gold for XXS and the defended tower. But the Wisdom Rune still needs defended. Saksa, he tried to make a play for it, but he sees double supports and finds that it is not a Wisdom Rune he should be worrying about. It's his own life, stuck in a corner and killed.
Did you get the steal though?
Oh, Whitemon.
Ame gets the steal
Ame
on the
get
other
the
side of the map though, so it's still even. Whitemon commits for it underneath the tier 2. The creep wave is coming in though. He takes a couple of tower shots and now slowed down by JinQ and XXS. A second support punished for Tundra daring to go for that dive.
Almost like a
good Dota, good Dota.
Tundra on that rune fight. If they don't get that Wisdom Rune, I think they are basically walking away with nothing there. Lose a bear, lose 2 supports, especially early fighting supports like Enchantress Clockwork. This is not the support duo you
That
want losing
Underlord
these
got
open
top
exchanges
net worth
to, well, someone
for the
argues
Radiant.
a little greedier with this Nyx being there. That is a lot of net worth and experience going to JinQ off this laning phase. He is very happy with what has happened in this top lane. We did see the dive potential, but that bear was just too low HP, and this Underlord, not an easy hero to dive this early in the game.
No. Part of the reason that Extreme did pick it up, right? It's going to be one of the best heroes to deal with that kind of extension by Tundra. Managed to hit that stun onto the Enchantress. The poison burst. It looks like it's combating against the Wiz, and it's just not going to be quite enough damage. Turned around the Viper Strike. That breaks the Viper. It makes him so much easier for Whitemon to kill with that magic damage. JinQ up next, perhaps, as he hits the Impale, but look at him.
That's
what
what
from the side is Pure to help get this kill. They are not afraid to move their carry around, and he provides just the extra bit of damage needed to get the kill and straight to the mid-tier 1 tower pressure.
DY trying to clean up this Enchantress. Very close, he'll snag him. Big pickup for him on this Shakiro, almost pushes him to level 6, but that tier 1 tower is absolutely gone. It's a very similar game. You misplay versus a lone druid lineup, you're going to lose objectives. And that is just an open area fight that does not favor XG. That's where the Clock and the Enchantress just thrive. You're going to get punished every time, and some nice spell play from Topson to turn the Viper against himself. I mean, that is the one spell you would want this game, this Viper Strike. It's going to be absolutely nasty against some of the cores here on XG side.
Yeah. Viper really cannot afford to give that up too often. JinQ TP down to this bottom lane, but Ame backed away at the same time, so.
It's going Battle Fury? Okay. This is greedy. Like, we saw last
Battle
game,
Fury?
We didn't see a time zone for a lot of time. That Void buildup was slow. Battle Fury Monkey can also be very slow if you get it on
It is
off timing,
super
or you don't
slow.
have a free game, or you don't also join the fights and clean up. I mean, again, you're looking at a lineup from Tundra. They're gonna be pushing you. They're not going to give you time to just AFK farm the jungle as much as you might want to in this game. This will pay off over the ultra long term, but you run into similar issues as game 1.
They already failed to defend 1 tower, but perhaps a second one can be defended here as a Viper Strike catches Ramses as his aggression will get him killed. Back through the gate they go, but there are going to be kind of set up. Whitemon throws out the cogs on these heroes, but they don't actually have the numbers perhaps, as so many heroes come through the gate that Extreme Gaming overwhelmed Tundra. Kill the support.
Ooh, kill the bear.
They want Pure. After the hero as well. Pure, he draws a new bear out from the ground. Ame, he gets a couple of Jingo hits in his supports though. Can't get there in time to be able to provide.
Topson against XM.
Topson underneath the tank. Can't live. Meanwhile, Ame gets turned around on by Pure, who pops his ultimate, and his bear managed to double team the Monkey King, and it'll do the same to the Underlord.
Pure is so strong in this early game. Diffusal already up, Spark of Courage going to work. In fact, 2 Sparks of Courage. They both will activate here as they
what's
get low,
Topson's
and
items?
XG just overextends. Super nice gate movements. They do get the Rubik pickup, and the
Earn.
Viper stays alive, so that little battle they
Phylactery.
Topson going down again. His game is very rough
Earn
at this
for the
point.
mana
But
region?
would you sacrifice a little Rubik net worth here to boost the Lone Druid into this position? I think you would.
Yeah, I mean, your Lone Druid is the entire key to your lineup, right?
Yes, he is the fulcrum. He is the hero you're going to fight around and try and snowball this game off of, and it is a 3-0-3 start for Pure on this Lone Druid. He's very strong right now, almost level 10.
And he's going to take even more.
Oh no,
As he
DY
comes
is
through the
dead.
gate, take that safe lane tower. Maybe take DY's head with it. Saksa tries to slow him down with a blood grenade. Finally catch up long enough for the diffuser blade to get it active. That's enough.
Topson will get a level 2 dual breath for his troubles. Also pocketing an arcane rune right now. So he's poor, but he has some spell power to play with and can easily join these fights. He's going to get a bunch of gold off the objectives as well. So
This is so
as Pure opens up
disgusting.
this map, it'll help him recover. And you could definitely go in for early Roshan this game if you are Tundra. Enchantress can help boost it up. Got some Skelly boys for some extra damage. XG continue to look for
Okay,
trades,
Vessel
very
works
similar to
too.
game 1.
Against
They have some gate
Lone
potential like we
Druid.
saw there. I like the idea of just making these fast moves with everybody outnumbering Tundra. If they had snagged that Lone Druid kill, this game might have just swung completely in their favor, but oh, another quick find from JinQ. I mean, he's having a great game here on this Nyx, all things considered. He's level 7, Urn already up, going Vessel on the Nyx to try and deal with the Lone Druid heal, try and push through maybe the Sand King Bloodstone a little later on.
And that Bloodstone is going to be happening at this rate because Ramses, we haven't talked about him hardly at all, but he's just having one of those quiet farming games for the Sand King, which he does do, right? We saw from like 33 Sand King, for example, just hoovers up all these neutral creeps, collects all this gold, all of a sudden comes out, and he's just a team-fighting menace. He's got 6K net worth right now, well ahead of anybody else on Extreme.
It'll be first item pipe for him. So he's going to team item over the
not in his
greedier
prime
option.
anymore.
Hookshot lands, Thompson tries to follow this up, but a gate from XXS gets him away, manages to steal that gate. Can Thompson do anything with this, though?
A very interesting spell to have.
An opportunity to meet Extreme's movements, perhaps? A way to be able to outmove him.
action. I do like the pace XG are bringing here compared to game 1.
Yes.
They're making a lot more moves. The moves are working for them. They're combining a lot more heroes very quickly. You can see the idea. They just don't want to get outmatched in that department again.
I mean, they've already tripled up the number of kills they got in game 1. So
yeah, I think Ame's tripled his hero damage too. So things are working out a bit better here. And this Underlord is going to be a menace in the early fights. Like, he's going to have a fast pipe himself. That is a really big item for XG to rally behind. You know, Viper, you put this Viper in the front of the fight, you throw some auras behind him. If you add a little bit of sustain, sometimes he can just stand in the front line, burst the Sand King, burst the Rubik, and be really annoying with that corrosive haze and the corrosive skin going to work. So I can see this ball coming together for XG, but this is a very pivotal next 5 or 10 minutes here. Cannot start to bleed kills and objectives, and you really need to get past this kind of mid-game point of
Huang
can
Hai
he close in
Nguyen.
on the Battle Fury, but how much time are Tundra going to give him
Nguyen?
to use that Battle Fury before this game
How's it
heats up?
going?
Because you are still looking at a very farmed Lone Druid.
yeah, he is over 2K.
Welcome to
ahead
the
of
stream.
Monkey King, and he's got a Sand King with a pipe complete.
Today we're gonna be
So the
watching
bear does a lot of damage. It's got
Dota
some
2
tech
Ti
that should fuse a blade into
Extreme
it,
Gaming versus
potentially
Tundra.
a root as well. And you're
Tundra
not gonna
up a
turn around
1.
and kill it, not with the
Best of 3
extra
game.
magic resistance the pipe's going to be able to provide. So add in even more free power runes for Thompson everywhere he goes because Extreme Gaming refused to play the middle part of the map. They've conceded that area time and time again and will just play the side lane. JinQ, Whitemon.
You want this Underlord up top. XXS will try and vacate the area. Do you gate on him here? It's a big question.
Stolen spell still available for Thompson. He'll TP back. Tundra, I assume, are playing this part of the map for Roshan, right? Like, we want to take these off-lane towers, but also Roshan on the table, you said, was
Oh, he's going to gate Ame bottom, maybe.
Oh.
Yeah,
Roshan hits him, and here comes the gate. A move that Ame was not expecting. What does he do about this one? Hits the trickery, but he knows he's got to run. The magic damage of Thompson is easily going to overwhelm him. Finally, the gate is put to use here, and Tundra back through it to the other side of the map.
Very efficient move. Thompson was pinging that one out. Just an easy setup here from Ramses. He'll even go through the gate, so Tundra bringing 5 heroes back to this triangle, and XG smoking straight into them here without the Monkey King.
Fighting without the monkey is a bold move, and they've already been jumped on, but what an Ice Path Macro Pyre. A beautiful hit that does no damage, though. Pipe shrugs off most of it. Poor Ramses is stuck inside the Macro Pyre for so long. He almost dies. Still, though, the fight is good for Tundra as they keep chasing after heroes. DY is going to be stunned up long enough for the rest to follow it up. The bear does not quite die. So both Ramses and the bear get low. Nobody actually falls. Tundra picking up a 5K net worth lead now.
3,200 damage done by XG, and they kill nothing there. Just all gets pumped into this Sand King pipe, and the sustain. The bear took a lot of it as well, but Pure able to TP it out in time. Even 6 poison stacks did not bring it down. Once more, XG just lacked the damage here. Now Blink is up for Ramsey, so you have more initiation power, more dive potential.
Stolen Firestorm is perfect to get the damage. The Underlord, a tanky hero, not against this kind of overwhelming advantage that Tundra are bringing to every single fight. Extreme, you specifically said this is the time where they need to make sure they do not bleed out in kills and towers. And that's exactly what Tundra is doing to them.
They're finding the openings. This game is starting to spiral in their favor. They just have such a commanding pace with the start that Pure's had. The Gleipnir's already done on him. And Solar Crest flying in for Soxa means you can power up this bear even more. They have everything online. This level 4 Firestorm is just the cherry on top for the mid Rubik here. And you just finished your Battle Fury. So on the flip side, while Pure's almost ready to go high ground, Ame's like, guys, I need another 20 minutes.
Time to start farming.
My game just began. XG, they need to find a way to make space in this game.
I feel like I've seen this story a few times in this series. DY, Jakiro, alone somewhere on the map, found, and we'll make Tundra work for it a little bit. They'll have to use the hook shot. Meanwhile, mid lane, they actually jumped on a Pure. Pure does manage to get off his ultimate, and Ramses came in with the epicenter. No, it's not an easy kill, but XM can do the damage. The Viper is more than enough, and Ramses,
holy shit!
A 4-step caught him out of the rocket flare. That surely would have been a death.
What the fuck? Holy shit! I thought that was. What the fuck happened? Holy shit!
Extra gold on top of it. And he does the most damage there with a massive Wukong. Pure, he felt invincible. He felt like this game was too good to lose. And XG, they find the opening they need in this series. Now all of a sudden, we have ourselves a Dota game because this monkey is going to get the time he needs.
Tundra immediately try and strike back without two of their cores. Two supports leading the way. Thompson to help out. XM with that vessel on him. He's burning, but they do have supports coming in now. XM helped out by the pipe. Can he live through this? No, but he does get his revenge, certainly, from the grave. He spits out back at Tundra and will claim 3 lives for his own.
And Ame's going to get another team fight cleanup here. Says, thank you, XM. The buffet has been set. Jinkyu is starting to turn into a fourth core here. We've seen this in a lot of the Knicks games. He just finds these little openings, and it doesn't take much for him to be a huge threat. This vessel has absolutely paid off versus these big team fight frontliners. Another 2,000 gold swing here for XG, and this game is back to even.
The table is set, dinner is served. Ame and Jinkyu are feasting out here. Look at him jump up the net worth, almost catching up to the Sand King now.
And it's so many levels too. Fights. I mean, this is another play where, like, this is the strength of Viper. When you go on him and you overextend and you need that last bit of HP to get through him, it sets the team fight up for the rest of the team. The pipe comes through. It's just too much to get through. Thompson's out of mana. Soxa can heal, but that's a 1-for-3 trade, and XG will take that every time. More vessel charges for the Knicks and a lot of experience going their way. You now have a Monkey King who's level 14 versus a Lone Druid who is also level 14. That lead in the carry count carry matchup is evaporated by now.
Feels like Tundra got a little bit too used to the net worth lead and the way the momentum was going in this series. Game 1 was such a dominant show from them, and it felt like Game 2 might be a repeat performance, but now they're beginning to get picked off and falling apart. The Nyx Assassin setting up Extreme Gaming for another successful kill.
And an amp damage rune for one of their cores. XM will pick it up. They can start to do some tower pushing of their own. Jinkyu finds another massive opening in this game. This mid Rubik is starting to get abused. He is falling behind the enemy 4 position and becoming a liability.
Set that trade-off. Would you take an under-farmed Rubik in exchange for an over-farmed Lone Druid? 1 death on Pure has made that strategy
Assassin is a bug.
Fall really flat. And bug indeed, Jinkyu. Playing the Nyx Assassin, perhaps the MVP for Extreme Gaming, as he has set them up for so many kills by now and has finally gotten Extreme Gaming a net worth lead. What feels like the first time in this game. We'll see if they can actually keep that growing, though.
It's a very pivotal moment in this game. If XG can continue to find the momentum, then we could be looking at one of the, is it the first potential Game 3 on this main stage?
Since we got to the main stage, it's just been 2-0s all the way through. bit disappointing, but maybe we could finally see one. Extreme, especially Ame, especially. He doesn't want to go out like this, man.
No.
I mean, he has so many second places, third places, fourth places at TI.
Look at this.
2022, he had a 6th place performance.
A 1% lead in Golden XP. They have crawled their way to an advantage somehow.
It seems like it's still slightly favoring. I saw 45-55 to the favor of Tundra. Where do you think that comes from?
I mean, the Slow Druid's still very strong, right? And you're still kind of
says,
in his game. Pure has
because of the Tormentor, I got him shard. Enchant has a higher net worth than Rubik now.
And we still have this Sand King, right? This hero has dominated a lot of the games on the main stage. Ramses is still the most farmed hero in the game. In fact, he's going back for the Bloodstone. So he's like, all right, you know, the Blink Pipe push, it didn't pan out completely for us, but we can still scale here. We can still pick up the teamfight slack. He's still going to become a beast. In theory, this Monkey King pick can deal with these heroes in the ultra late. This is why it was prioritized so highly in that first round by XG. It's a hero that can dice up the Sand King even through a lot of his spells, because you just throw the Wukong and you match him.
And he'll be able to ignore a lot of the magic damage coming his way with the BKB as his next item.
Yep. This is going to be a battle of magic resistances in some ways.
Yeah.
Like you have this Rubik.
What, X I'm gonna buy SNY? Wait, only Yasha? And going for the BKB now? I mean, that makes sense. You need BKB against Sand King and Rubik.
On both sides. Initiations are going to become very key as this game progresses. What can Jinkyu find?
Oh, this is maybe a little too deep. I'm not sure if you want this one. XX says he committed for that one. He throws out the pin. Where's he going? He's not going back. He pushes forward. Kamikaze straight past the tier 2 tower. I guess it helps Jinkyu get away.
I mean, that was clearly not a play the second Jinkyu started to bail. XXS did not get the memo.
Very awkward. Just as we were praising Extreme Gaming for having some cleaner executions in this game 2 than they did game 1, they fall right back to game 1's mistakes.
I mean, just type space for Ame because he just finished BKB.
Guess so. See what that space can do for them, though, because, I mean, you said they could do Roshan pretty early. Tundra have yet to be able to find that objective. They're finally going to make the play now, but Extreme Gaming are going to try and defend it here. They won't have the Underlord Fiendscape, but he could TP into the outpost and make a full 5-on-5.
Currently, the entire Bloodstone for Ramses is flying out right now, but it's far. If XG take this fight right now, you're missing a huge amount of net worth on this Sand King.
And Ame is maybe going to be able to get a really good ultimate here.
He's on all of them.
The corner of the pit. He's going to throw it out. Drops
it's an illusion.
Down the strike. He went out to an illusion. That's disastrous. The rest of the team is going to have to make a better initiation, but the Roshan's already dead. And Ame, he pops his BKB, but for what? To try and get tops, and it seems like he's managed to get his Jingu stacks up, and we'll finish off that pesky Rubik. XXS needs some help. The bear is currently causing problem. What a hit from his Jinkyu, but Ramses is still strong with a Bloodstone. Running around with his Sandstorm, trying to chase after these heroes. Somehow Pure managed to get through this one, and now his bear starts going to work. A hit from the Valley Strike, a push away from the bear. Get back, get back. Jinkyu tries to make a run for it, but the Gleipnir gets him in his hole. Standing strong. Take down the Lone Druid once. Ame, can he make it twice though? In the way, XM, he's out of here. A TP out. DY does the same, but Ame will be left behind.
Oh, Pure. He switched his items onto the main Lone Druid just to get that Gleipnir out. What an insanely heads-up play.
Oh, no way.
But XM, he just lived through that entire fight. The Viper, he stands, he delivers 6,000 damage. They get the Aegis, they get 4, they get a buyback on the Clockwork. An extremely even fight, but one that XG are probably okay with because now you took that second life out of the Lone Druid's hands.
He did buy SNY because he need that
Still,
HP.
What we didn't see at the bottom of that screen was Ame.
You can't just go BKB
He went on
instantly.
The bottom tree line. He dropped a Wukong on a Rubik illusion that got baited. Thompson with
Nyx Blink? Why don't you just like fucking buy a Dagon?
So much work in that fight. And now he will be caught again. This is another deep committal.
Whitebot might have just bailed him out with a beautiful hook shot at Cogs. They're all grouped up. Thompson is dead, but maybe Ramses with a 3-man burrow. Hit that epicenter, hit the bear roar. Get as much as you can out of this. It's a grab bag.
These gates, they have been a blessing and they have been a curse for XG. It's another one that just felt too deep.
And a third hero to go. Ramses gets him on the burrow too. All 3 that went through that gate will die for it.
Tundra strike back with another gift just straight into the heart of their side of the map. And Ame's looking on like, guys, is this the fight we want to take? XG just not respecting the numbers that can come from Tundra around these tier 2s. And now you gave him an opening, you gave him push potential. Pure straight into the high ground. Alpha Wolf here for Soxa for more damage boost. And the Ags is done for the Rubik, so despite Thompson having an extremely rough game here, in fact, he is bottom 3 net worth. This is a support Rubik at this point.
They're making this push without the Rubik. Extreme Gaming gonna try and catch the heroes before they can retreat.
That is,
oh, that is a big misclick there from XM.
I mean, he got that siege creep.
Yeah, siege creep down, I guess.
That is a range Drax claim from Tundra. Not an end-all be-all given the game state, but another big momentum loss for XG, who felt like they were clawing their way back in this series. They'll have to fall back a bit and regroup here as they try and get Ame to his next item.
Some over-aggression and mistakes cost Extreme what could have been a hold on this game. Wrestled from their grasp, and now Tundra with a 5K net worth lead, a range barracks down. They can exploit another maneuver from Extreme like that. You could be looking at another full lane, another second lane. I mean, this tier 2 goes down and the whole base is potentially open for Lone Druid's taking.
How much can you control the objective taking right now? How much can you get these lanes out and continue to try and find openings with this Nyx Assassin? I think Tundra are done getting picked off. They're just grouping for the rest of this game, it might be. Though I don't know if XG want to gate into them anymore. These players have not panned out as much as they did in the early game.
Look at DY. What is this, man? He smokes out to get some wards down, some very deep vision, but are these wards actually going to be helpful to you if it's Tundra just pushing into your base? I mean, they're not leaving Extreme side of the map right now.
They're great for deep wave cutting and splitting the lanes behind Tundra's front line, dragging them back, because this will see some of the setup on heroes trying to catch Ame or kill the Viper on their side of the map. As long as you can feel like you can defend your base in the meantime, this lets you farm it out, not lose a net worth deficit. See if Tundra feel pressured to smoke across the map and try and catch the split push, or if they're happy just keeping the game static.
Against Enchantress? Oh my god.
That'll be coming in 3.5
I hope they make this work, man.
Meanwhile,
even though I betted for Tundra this game, I feel like it's just like I picked Tundra because I just don't want to lose points. I'm thinking critically. I'm playing it safe because Tundra really has the game in the bag. I'm not gonna lie, because
it's DY to evacuate the area. But that Viper is still out there, still farming away that all-important BKB.
And part of the equation that's been working for XG in the fights has been isolating Thompson at the start, or taking him out. With this Ags on the Rubik, it's that much more important.
What about Aghanim Shard for Viper?
+1 in a team fight and let him get multiple rounds of these spells off, right? He already has Firestorm, he goes in. Let's say he gets Impale or Pit or Ice Path, something of this nature, and you do not take this Rubik out of the fight, he will win that team.
Finally, he bought Dagon.
The bear gets bursted, which
just buy Dagon, man.
Ideas of his own here, going back for the Dagon. He is very farmed on this Nyx. He does a lot of burst damage. But can you catch the Lone Druid before the true form comes out? That's
Dagon.
a big piece of the puzzle here.
I mean, Quap calls it Dagon, so.
He can frontline a lot more confidently
Dagon.
now.
Same goes for Pure.
I call it Dagon.
Double BKB timings, which means
Even though
Ame is going to have to be the one to step up as the big physical damage dealer. You're going to need better Wukongs than what we've seen so far.
Yikes.
Does he know the danger lurking around him right now? This ward might betray him as he doesn't see any of these smoked heroes, but they don't see him.
Oh, it breaks. Thompson. Wait, a flare over the top. Ame, he's going to realize what's going on, hopping into the trees. They thought he was maybe on the low ground. So hard to know exactly where a Monkey King is. When the smoke breaks, he could be on any of these trees.
I mean, that is a massive play for both teams. It's a lot of time and a very important smoke wasted for Tundra across the entire map there.
You're really TPing, just like pick off Ame.
Takes a high ground position. They're going to look to jump Pure mid. Again, if he does not get his ult off.
They did have vision of Ame making his way to bottom and then back to mid.
They still want this Viper BKB. That's the thing. XM, he's so close.
Yeah.
Don't want to fight without that right now. As Tundra, they have their big fighting items. They have the double BKB plus that Tops and Ags. They're not really missing anything right now. Should also keep in mind this Soxa Enchantress. He got to Hurricane Pike and he rolled an Enchanted Quiver. So he is outputting a lot more DPS than he was in those early exchanges, can be a threat of his own, absolutely. Not a bad hero versus the Viper in the later stages of the fight, honestly. If you just sit there and trade with each other, it's unlikely you get Viper struck.
Chantress is actually getting transitioning to the core. Aghanims, yeah.
Looks like that BKB is going to be completed for XM as Tundra do not go for the high ground push.
Lone Druid isn't the best hero in the late game right now.
Unwise just because we are entering that Roshan
Unless you get like the bear lock item too.
6
slotted. 6 slot bear.
Access to the pit.
Yeah.
Absolutely. This will also wear out that timer on the stolen Firestorm for Thompson. So XG are going to go into this next fight. This Rubik will have to look for the double spell steal.
Roshan's up in 10
A little
seconds.
bit of an edge.
Pure calls in some reinforcements for another Tormentor.
Of course, doesn't want to take the one-on-one.
Understandable.
There's also a lot of Force Staffs on this Tundra side you have to think about. You have double Force Staff on the 2 supports, and you have a Force Staff on Thompson. There's a lot of bailout potential, getting heroes out of the Wukong, out of the control.
Really good. They know they just hit the Tormentor, but Ame, he goes in pretty deep, breaks that smoke. They're deciding whether to he hopped away for the Burrow Strike just in time.
Back in.
Now he hops back in with the BKB, commits that Wukong's command, and now let's see if the Lone Druid can stand toe-to-toe. It gets the Force Staff outside of the Wukong's command, but the bear does die. Meanwhile, XXS getting peppered by Soxa. A stolen boundless strike will stop him getting through the gate, and Soxa does the damage. Now XM, he's not sure.
GG, oh my god.
Shot's gonna stop any movement from him. An Ice Path goes out, tries to go for the kill on Ramsey. He's hoping beyond hope that he can get that damage done, but it will not happen. DY will follow the rest of his team into the grave. Ame is the only survivor. Nobody dies on the side of Tundra.
They all end on Pure, and it was not enough. They didn't have some of the extra spells from the Nyx, who got caught up on the side. Despite dodging the initial initiation on the Monkey King, they output 13,000 damage, and they don't kill a hero. The Lone Druid will completely laugh it off as Tundra say, we're not going to wait for Roshan, we're going to push your base. Just too much sustain. Not enough single target burst damage. Ame needs more damage. It was a very disjointed fight. Supports did not get to do a lot, and now
Extreme Gaming are getting picked off before they can actually get their full 5-man. What a heads-up move. Whitemon, Ramsey, somebody spotted him somewhere in that trees, makes that guess, and now instead of waiting for the Viper in 10 seconds, they will have to wait another 40 to be able to have the Nyx assassin. Time that Extreme Gaming might not have. As one full lane of barracks goes down, they can turn their heads towards that mid-melee racks as well if they want, or they could back up for Roshan. Roshan is going to spawn a bit late here, but Tundra should still have control of the pit.
Go into base, refill all the resources, make sure you have everything up for this fight. That was also a fight where Thompson got to live for the entire duration, and he didn't get crazy spells that he wanted, but he got a couple boundless strikes off. He got Viper Strike at the end. Those are the 2 he's holding on to. Again, that's like the easiest target for you to bring down if you're XG. They just pumped everything into the worst thing, which is that bear who lives. If you have Vessel on him, maybe that looks different. But it feels like you have to go on who Jinkyu goes on, and Tundra know it. They're just letting the bear and the Sand King front line. Even Enchantress is not an easy target. You have to pick your poison here. Roshan is respawned. See if Tundra just commit straight into the pit, try and do it. I think they absolutely can. This is a potentially game-ending Aegis here.
Really interesting. If Tundra do not commit to doing this, then it will switch over to the other side, which Extreme Gaming would be very well positioned. They have a high ground ward on that gate. They have heroes already set up. The lanes are pushing in. Tundra sees some of those heroes. They see the Monkey King, the biggest threat.
You have to do Roche here if you're Tundra.
They're going straight to it, which means they should be able to have it. Extreme Gaming have no response to this move.
No contest. The only saving grace here is you're going to get to your butterfly on Ame, but that might be the last item you get here before you have to fight for your lives in a high ground defense situation. Now, in theory, that can be a tough fight for Tundra, but Lone Druid is one of the best base breakers in Dota.
Yeah.
And he just finished a full Assault Kuros. They're just going to 5-man gate into Ame.
Ame says, Ame's going to go throw the Wukong's command. They immediately hit the impale. And Pure, he got the fear. Almost pushed Ame out of it, but the Wukong's command stays alive. Can the damage stay up, though? The clockwork goes down. How did Pure manage to get out of
Pure is alone. Pure is alone.
The stuns are after him. Ame hops on top. Stun. Where's the stuns? They didn't have it. They go for the bear instead, but they needed that kill on Pure. They needed it to turn the game around.
He has a BKB, man. What the fuck are you talking about, stun?
Sometimes it just does not make any sense. 11,000 damage done by XG and Pure. He just walks it off, man. Gates right into a Wukong, says no problem. If you're XG at this point, like, are you starting to question your own reality? Like, what does it take to bring this Lone Drew down?
Yep.
I think you need all 5 heroes hitting him.
Yeah.
Unless you find him, you know, outside the true form, which has just not been the case for most of this game.
Yeah, I mean, they need some BKB piercing disables to be able to catch him. I mean, they got the perfect opportunity here.
Yeah, they got him to under 250 before the true form, and then he walks it off.
And he just runs away. Pops his BKB, TP's out. I mean, come on.
I think that was another BKB to hero switch, by the way. You got to remember, this Lone Druid only has 3 item slots on his main hero. Pure's been switching them around the whole game.
Yeah. Right now.
Very clutch plays on the itemization slotting from Pure here as he shows off the mechanical ability. XG, they do break down some of that lead, however, and kind of waste a little bit of this Aegis period. By the way, that Aegis went to the Rubik. An interesting choice here, not a high ground breaking Aegis in any capacity. Yes. But I guess if the Lone Druid can't die, I mean, he doesn't need it. He wants his slots on the hero.
Certainly put that to the test in that gate play.
Oh yeah.
Extreme Gaming. They couldn't do it there. Perhaps a high ground hold is where it's going to happen.
And I will say maybe the biggest talent in this game for changing situations like that would be the Monkey King 25. You can get an extra ring on this Wukong. Suddenly when you disperse or run out of it, maybe you just die. Maybe Ame doesn't get feared out of it. He is basically 1 level off of this Monkey 25. Finished the butterfly, looking towards an Ags. Has buyback and 300 gold if he wants to hold it up. Feels like so much of this game revolves around the Monkey King, and can he do the damage? Can he find the opening? Can Tundra break XG before this goes ultra late?
A level 25 on Ame would certainly make a huge difference. I mean, they're having the hard time keeping these heroes inside of the Wukong's command because they don't have any BKB piercing stuns, right? They just pop BKBs, walk out of it. A bigger ring would go a long ways.
I mean, they have 4 staffs and dispersers, but it's not as good as just being able to push the monkey out or get out yourself.
Yeah.
Ame skirting around this bottom lane. Looking for some camps, but we'll find nothing here as this game has evened out a bit more.
Hook shot across, Whitemon hits his mark thanks to a deep lane ward. DY's life is forfeit. 50 seconds timer for him. The bear goes up to the high ground and it's immediately met by staunch resistance.
Oh shit, that's a
big pit.
That is a very big pit. Thompson happy with the spells he's got right now. Pick up one more easily.
XH's got to feel a little impotent. Much smaller circle from him, but I guess it's enough. The bear is not able to take down that building, and they will be able to wait out there. Jakiro coming back into play. Tundra Pure uses BKB for that. Get his bear out of there, I assume. So that actually is enough cooldown that Extreme can farm a bit more. Maybe we'll see some of those key items.
And they're pushing towards this Monkey 25. The biggest thing, the more the Viper can scale, the better too. I mean, we saw the high ground's difficult. You can't just siege with the bear versus the Viper unless you jump the Viper, which there's some potential there for Tundra, but it would kind of require Ramses committing in. He is also closing in on level 25 on the Sand King. Really big talent in terms of the damage output here. This is a scary hero with 6 slots. Maybe a scary late game for both teams in a lot of ways.
Scotty for Viper.
A lot of pressure on Jin Q for this XG lineup to find initiations with the Impale.
But even though 11k net worth difference.
Like you said, no BKB piercing ability means your initial stuns are vital to your teamfight success. Tundra continue to try and just propose frontliners that you can't go on here. Soxa will pick up a Moon Shard on Enchantress, level 20 of his own.
I mean, he pumped out the most damage in that last team fight. This next one, oh, it'll be interesting to see. I mean, they have so many threats. They're trying to deal with the bear, see if they can kill the lone druid quickly, deal with Thompson, whose Aegis has expired. Soxa probably just goes unnoticed by Extreme Gaming in these fights, and those impetuses do build up.
I think they will notice him at this point.
Yeah.
Like, he is the true 3 in this lineup as this Rubik he's going to be very annoying on the spell power, but damage-wise, this Enchantress is going to do a lot. And at some point, you're going to have to focus him down. I mean, you would love to be able to Viper, strike, and break him, but...
Probably not going to happen. Yeah. That Viper is closing in on a Scotty, so his physical threat really starts ramping up. As he's going to be tankier, his just right clicks are going to be even more debilitating for this poor bear. It feels like almost Tundra have to wait for another Roshan and wait for a pickoff. Like, Extreme Gaming is not just going to sit inside their base the entire time. They need to keep finding more and more items and more farm.
I was about to say, are they? Because they have been sitting here for a while. That lead was down to 9K. They've given up 5K during this period. The Aegis is out. In theory, you're not waiting for anything to expire here. You're just waiting. I mean, are you actually waiting for Ame level 25? He bought out for the Ags, by the way. Has his shard as well. This is a Monkey King with no buyback. Trying to get to that talent. The Scotty done for the Viper. Another big point here. Almost 4K HP on XM.
Oh, I'm hungry.
BKB. I mean, this is as good as it's going to get for XG for a long time, unless you can win a team fight.
Do you feel like this is a point where they have to contest Roshan, have to smoke up, or do they keep relying on their high ground defense?
To catch 22, that high ground defense is strong for the Viper, but the Roshan fight is very strong for the Monkey King with that level 25 talent, which Ame should have for it. It's kind of which type of team fight do you believe in more at this point? Do you believe you can win this game if you do not claim a Roshan at some point as well?
Okay, they got the 25, instantly smoke up.
They were waiting for it. I mean, they gave up a lot to get there. Like, this was not a free talent by any means, but it is an insanely powerful one in this game. Still, you have to land the Monkey King Wukong's command here. If you blow this spell or Tundra kite it out, it feels like the team fight's over.
The smoke might just stumble into another smoke from Tundra as they collect all 5 of their heroes.
Baiting the Viper.
Baiting the Viper. Will this be any good for them? Tundra sneaking around the side here, but Extreme holding the hard left-hand side of the map, playing on that high ground.
Tundra can be the ones more patient here because the creeps are pushing in. In fact, they're setting up on Ame.
Ame, this could be dangerous. Oh, he quickly bound the strikes and away into the trees before Ramses pulls the trigger on that blink stun.
They see the auras potentially on the creeps.
Yeah.
Smoke will pop. That was almost an insanely sick read from Tundra. If they had caught that Monkey King on that wave, that's just game over. He still has no buyback for 650 gold.
What a big ability to steal Firestorm. So dangerous in these fights with that kind of AoE that Thompson has.
And he wants to make it even bigger. Bloodstone coming out for this Rubik shortly. I mean, that pit is the entire fight. This Rubik can become a massive late game problem with just the sheer AoE on a lot of these spells.
Yeah, Firestorm plus the Shard plus Bloodstone. We're talking about some serious regen lifesteal going on there. The Tundra back away. A back out, time to do Tormentor, they say.
Another 1v1, no?
This is going to be another time where Extreme are smoke. See the pop-up there that the Dire did the Tormentor.
There's a big shield
so they know where they're at.
Well, give it to Ame. This is a really big rune if they can get a fight out of it. But Tundra should be looking at the lanes right now. They know this is coming.
And Ame, he feels strong with a shield room, but he is going to be walking to Tundra heroes. They immediately jump for Ramses, and what a Wukong's command, hitting all 5 of these heroes. Tundra on the run, caught in the pit though. Pure, his hero is going to make it out. His bear will not. And XM holding first step forward, pops BKB, putting damage onto Thompson. Damage on Thompson, it's going to be enough. Can he get away though? Ramsey with a buyback now, pops Bloodstone epicenter. XM, his BKB is only going to last for so long. Pitch and Q, he's getting his diced up. Pure is big and he's bad. He's a deadly bear that is going through hero after hero. An immediate buyback. Ame is going to buy back, but what about the Underlord? What about DY who's left behind on the Jakiro? They won't have all their heroes. They take the fight. They get some kills. They get some buybacks.
Fucking kill the Enchantress, man. Pick the other targets.
Another fight where you look at the damage numbers and the kills just don't reflect it. Tundra soak it all up there. They're happy to lose their Rubik and a clock to win that exchange. They get the monkey buy, they get the Nyx buy, they get everybody on the side of XG. There's just not enough damage to punch through. Even with a Wukong on
Enchantress is just the bad fucking target, man.
Pure still stands strong. 11, 1, and 13 on this lone Druid. He has been untouchable in this series, and he wants to eliminate the last Chinese team in this TI.
Extreme. Are they going to just give up on Megas, or are they going to try and make this hold? AOM, BKB in 10 seconds. Wukong's command is up. Hey, Tundra are going to call it quits here and go back for Roche.
This game is starting to slip away, though.
Yeah.
Like, there's just not much more you can build to overcome the biggest problem in this game, which has been how do you kill these heroes. And Tundra are going to add an Aegis
5%. Oh my god.
Roche as well.
If you are having a hard time keeping these heroes inside of the Wukong's command, doing the damage fast enough to kill them, what does it mean when you have to play against another life on one of these cores? A gate straight to it. They cannot afford to give up this Aegis, but no one's actually going through the gate right now. Tundra. Ame's sitting up in the back, jumps through the trees. A Wukong's command, dead center is Pure, and he's already been hit by some stuns. They are all in to kill the low drone, but Pure got his BKB up. They got a bear kill. Now he has to commit for the Roche shot. Ame for it, but Ramses with the hit. Whitebot gets the hook, and Ramses takes the Aegis, denying Ame his chance at immortality. It is ripped away from him, and Tundra stomp Extreme into the ground.
GG.
They got basically everything out of that.
You need fucking something, man.
An absolute gem. And Ame out for 110 seconds here. No buyback on the Monkey King. All up to XM and Jinkyu. And it is another fight where you all in the lone Druid and you were not even close.
The same team fights going the same ways, running over the same ground, surrounded by the same old fears. Another year of unrealized potential, another tournament of broken dreams. Maybe he can save it, but a forced F in. It gets in. XM killed. No defense. Ame, XM, both out. No damage in the tank left for Extreme. The best they could do is get a Sand King who had an Aegis anyway. They killed him twice, but thrice he'll revive. Thrice will come back into this team fight to end the game. The throne is exposed, and Tundra will lay claim to a top 4 at the International.
And they will eliminate the last team.
GG Ame.
Trying to fight against this European cabal, for lack of a better word. They have just reigned supreme for what feels like the last 2 years, and here it comes again to another European DBC showdown in many ways as Tundra eliminate the Chinese hopes at TI-13. Not the way I think XG wanted to go out of this tournament. They had so much potential, such high hopes. A top 6 is not going to feel good enough for this team. We saw glimpses of what they could do in these team fights, but ultimately, Tundra just came ready today to play the meta, play the push heroes, play the sustain, and I mean, that Pure Lone Druid, that is the absolute stuff of nightmares. That is a hero-player combination that is going to be haunting Ame decades from now.
Yeah, I think all of these teams are going to be looking at that Lone Druid in Tundra's hand, in Pure's hands, and questioning whether or not they want to give that up. Through that Lone Druid, they keep something alive that few have achieved before, the 2-time for Saksa, and something nobody else has laid claim to before, the 3-time for Thompson. The dreams are still alive for some here at the International. One more time, we'll say
one day, man.
To Extreme Gaming, who were the great hopes for China to be able to have a top performance at TI, but it seems that this region has struggled when it comes to the last few internationals, and they will gracefully exit out at the 5th, 6th place. Meanwhile, though, Tundra are moving on, and we can move to the main stage with an interview.
Thank you very much, Kiat. Yes, I am here with Ramses from Tundra. I mean, top 4 at the International. How does that feel?
No more curses.
No more curses, absolutely not. You break it, you get there. I mean, this is the first for you, right? I mean, with this team as well. Are you feeling good?
Yeah, feel good. I enjoy to be here, you know.
Absolutely, absolutely. And the crowd is behind you as well. That's nice to see. So, who on your team do you put this win down to? You know, who do you feel like performed really, really well here?
Today, Pure played super amazing on the Lone Druid.
yeah, I think Pure is the best.
You think Pure is the best? I think a lot of people would agree with you, but you yourself had some fantastic moments in this game as well. How did it feel at the end there on that Sand King, jumping into the Roshan, getting the Aegis, and basically securing your team the game with the rumble of the crowd? How was that?
I think this moment, if even they have Aegis and I just jump after, it's not gonna many changes. We're gonna win anyway. But they have last try, you know. That's it.
That's it indeed. Well, I mean, you've been playing on this team for about 5 months now. Saxa comes in as well. How are you finding the connection between each other to play this well and make it this far at the international?
I don't know what to say. Saxa is super good player. We not much practice have with him, but we just enjoy tournament and just we'll see what's gonna happen. Maybe we can win. Who knows?
Maybe. Ramses, thank you very, very much for this performance. Congratulations on your top 4 finish. Well done, and we will send it back to the panel.
Thank you very much, Nomad and Ramses. And yes, for Ramses and for Pure and for Whitemon, this is the first time they got as far as they did here today at the International. Saxa and Topson obviously have taken the championship in the past, Topson twice. We'll see how far they can come this time around, but 4th guaranteed here already is quite the milestone, and they get the chance to do the same thing that they did to Falcons again. But I'm getting way ahead of myself. I want to break this game down the cost because we thought maybe there was a chance for Extreme to push this to a 3rd game. It did not happen.
It really didn't. Every single team fight pretty much went the same way, where they're using Wukong's command. Ahmed's damage, 47,000 damage in this game. It was pretty much insane. They lacked a little bit more because they're playing around Pure. Pure did die only 1 time in this game, surviving so many times on like 200 HP. He gets the true form off. I love Tundra's teamfight execution. They understand how to fight against each other, how to reset multiple times, which we've seen that it needs to be done against some of these big teamfight ultis. And this Disperser again, coming out from Pure, he knows what's up. Gives you speed, gives everybody speed. They run away. Couple of 4 staffs. Beautiful stuff.
Beautiful stuff. We saw Extreme trying to make the plays, trying to make the moves, and at the end of the day, for them, it was not enough. Before we continue breaking down the game and the series, we're first going to hear some words from Xingqiu with Pyrian.
Yeah, thanks, Sheebs. I am here with Xingqiu. Thank you for taking the time to talk to us. Just quickly, what went wrong in that series for your team?
我们都很支持你，很遗憾离开了比赛。想问一下，那个上一场大概出了什么问题呢？
就是我自己有几波比较太深入的那种进攻吧，然后导致我们的中期节奏出了一些问题。
There were several times when I went way too deep and way too offensive, and it went wrong.
Okay, well, another question is to say, would you say that the top 6 finish that you got at this TI met your expectations ahead of the tournament?
虽然很不如意，但是前6这个成绩在你们预期之中吗？
算在吧。
Sure, considerably.
Okay, nice. And obviously, I think this team has showed a huge amount of promise. What are your guys' plans for next season?
其实你们队伍都很有潜力的，下一个赛季有没有什么展望可以跟我们分享一下呢？
希望成绩会更好吧。
We hope for better results.
Fair enough and fantastic. I know there are a lot of XG fans here in the arena. Is there anything that you'd like to say to them?
现场有很多你们 XG 的粉丝，也有很多你的粉丝，有没有什么想跟他们说的？
就非常感谢大家大老远过来看比赛吧，然后也很热情。
Thank you all for coming from all over the world, and you guys are super passionate.
Well, I think we all agree with that statement, so thank you, Xingqiu. Can we give a big round of applause for Xingqiu and Extreme Gaming?
We got cosplayers over there.
Yeah, thank you very much. It is always brutal to see that side of the competition as well, but someone has to fall for another team to advance, and that is what happened here. And this second game that we just watched of the series, I think T-Gov, it did showcase how strong Extreme can be, because we did see some great fights and movements by them.
No, yeah, we did. For 100%, they looked good in some moments, specifically the game 2. I think that was, you know, what we wanted to see from them. But you can't really blame Extreme too much. I think this game or series win is all on Tundra. The fact that they looked at Lone Druid. Game Gladiators, the only other team to play Lone Druid in the tournament so far 2 times. One in the group stage, one at the international. And then out of nowhere, you know what? Pure, you want to play Lone Druid? He's also only played 12. This is actually, I think, his 13th pro Lone Druid game. He had a 41% win rate on the heroes. He was atrocious compared to all his other heroes. Like, Lone Druid is just not his thing based on the stats. He comes in today though, and he just slaughters them. He just sends them home. It was like, this game as well, he's top net worth the entire time. Like, it was a spectacular showing from Pure on the Lone Druid, and you can't really prep for it. They've not played it, they've not practiced it, and suddenly it's just here.
Yeah, they were completely unprepared for that, and it showed. We didn't see the level of confidence that we've been seeing for the last 2 series that XG played. None of their, signature muertas coming out, their own takes through the safe lane. We did see Faceless Void, but it also felt quite reactive instead of them coming into it with an idea. But, I mean, Tundra, they just came to play. They were a completely different level than we saw them yesterday. Every single one on this team did an incredible job, and it wasn't just Pure on that Lone Druid. From the mid lane, from both supports, from Ramses on that Sand King. You heard him in the interview. He said, I think Pure played the best. I think Sand King was one of the biggest reasons why they won that game. Ramses on that Sand King was so dependable. He did the most hero damage in his game, and once that net worth started to equalize for XG and Tundra, he just, farmed up, got a blink pick off on the Monkey King. He went through the gate that Underlord placed for Monkey King, getting more triangle kills with his team, and he really set the tempo for them.
All eyes on Rubik in every single fight. They're like, Thompson, he's gonna steal the big spells, which he did throughout the whole game, stealing the Firestorm, the Pit of Malice, everything from Jakiro. He got to the Aghanim Scepter, so he's gonna steal 2 of those. And then Saksa, he has a pretty free entry to a fight. Nobody's touching his hero. In a lot of these post-fight recaps, we've seen that he dealt the most damage in these later fights.
It felt like this draft from Tundra had the kind of the elements of Falcons to some degree, where if you finally get through the tanky frontline core, that's the Lone Druid, then you have to deal with like another big core whilst the supports are pulling out artillery. And I say supports, Rubik's net worth did fall behind the Enchantress, and he basically was playing like a greedy 4 rather than like a mid lane, but it didn't really matter in this game because there was such a formidable like double front line to get through that you can just pump out the damage, and you don't really need to scale too crazily. Just have the levels and you're going to be fine. So Ench is insanely strong. Lone Druid
Hero.
for the future of this bracket.
It's
if
just
Damon
so...
or Tundra in a series, Lone Druid's
It's
gonna
not
have
a
to be
meta.
And like we saw in that highlight just now,
Like, we can go to, like, Dota 2
gun
Pro
later in
track,
the game. The beauty of Enchantress in this patch is that she gives you pure damage through her impetus, and she was melting the Underlord on XXS like he was nothing. And that happened fight
It's
after
the
fight
fucking
after
healing
fight.
heroes,
and
man.
The scaling from the support in Enchantress made it so that Tundra were never really on the timer that you would be worried
Damn,
about seeing a
Jakiro's
Lone
not
Druid carry.
even picked.
It didn't matter, because if you have a scaling support like Ench, it doesn't... Once damage mitigation is built for the Lone Druid, you've got another backup plan.
Oh, here, 48%.
Yeah, and the building damage for the Lone Druid, you cannot deny how fast he could push that up. Ame tried to mimic it, but didn't do it. But that was not this game, I believe.
Yeah, and that #1 stat from Pure that he got this
Even
game, sorry,
Disruptor.
is second in all-time TI history. So of all the TIs, he's hit the buildings, the most second.
I will say, the amount of times that I saw Pure survive, even if his bear died, I mean, Lacoste, this hero, it's turning into the, obviously it was the hero of the series, but...
Hero of the tournament. We started with, some Maranas looking very hot, paired up with some Clockworks, with some Treant Protectors, and then we had Luna, but now Lone Druid, out of a sudden, this hero is so strong. It gives you strong laning stage, it gives you the tower damage that we've seen, so you can easily take the barracks, you can easily take the buildings. All you need to do is take one good fight near the enemy base.
I'd like to add another hero to Hero of the Tournament, because potentially Sniper belongs
147 raw damage. Holy crap.
Thanks, Shiva. Yeah, Sniper was a big hero in this tournament so far, and especially in this series. In the first game, it had
150. Holy
advantages.
shit.
Here's the big thing. It's that extra attack range.
And he died
You're
once.
From 700
What
units
the
away,
fuck?
which is much more than he used to. You used to have to actually skill an ability to get that. So what
Is
ends up
that
happening when you're
the
laning
bear,
against
though?
a 525 range hero is you just have this constant range advantage. And if you just play in that range advantage over your opponent for example, this is about where SF's attack range is. This is about snipers. If he just plays in this zone in here, he gets to constantly harass his opponent with almost no repercussions at all. Free damage, better attempts at last hitting, and more. So that translates. SF gets outlaned. He goes to jungle, and look at this. He's attacking a tower with basically no items for free. There's just not a hero there. So this is just an extra advantage that Sniper has now in this patch that he didn't have before. This is part of the reason that he's trending so effectively. And then that range advantage even translates for his ultimate. He doesn't even have to really be that close to Shadow Fiend, and he can just pop a little ultimate in there to get a bunch of damage on top. So this is something that the best teams have been doing consistently. They outlane their opponents with a lane matchup, and then their support starts playing near them to basically make it even worse for their opponents. Their opponents are getting even more bullied by a support rotating over. This is really highly skilled by Soxa. So this range advantage just translates. You don't even have to be close to your opponents, and you're scoring extra gold. You're stealing the souls out of Shadow Fiend, basically. So the goal then is to jump on top of the sniper and kill him, limit his net worth advantage. But if your teammates back you up, that doesn't even happen either. So Topson's sniper very much about staying alive, staying away from his opponents, and never dying. He succeeded that big time in Game 1. Game 2, they had to ban it. It was just too much, and it's not going to be the last time. It's going to be a lot of sniper bans as the tournament continues.
Thank you very much, Purge. Yeah, I would imagine that potentially after the international, we might see a little bit of a nerf on the sniper. I know that in a separate game, Vindicta already got a little bit of a nerf. So that's already sorted. One sniper down, one sniper to go. As I think, to be fair, our next series, getting slightly ahead of myself here, is again, it just happens, guys, because there's so much Dota to look forward to. Sniper is going to play a big role, T, but I think maybe Lone Druid will play an even bigger role.
I think anything that provides speed and aggression will be at the forefront of both these coaches, both these captains' mind, because Liquid Gaming are the quickest teams at TI. They're both teams in the upper bracket. They always secured top 3, and yeah, I kind of want to see both heroes.
Let's take a quick look at the bracket first, because we are pausing the lower bracket for a little while, as we had 2 series. We saw Cloud9 and Extreme Gaming moving forward. Falcons and Tundra will play again later today, Effie.
Yeah, I mean, Falcons and Tundra, just European dominance cements itself throughout this TI. It may be a little bit sad for those who want to see more regional representation, but ultimately, this has been the best region for a while, and it's why we see these teams. I'm just excited. I don't know what's gonna happen. I'm waiting for that Liquid Gaming series. I need to know if Liquid have conquered their demons, because that's gonna change the script entirely, Sheaves.
It will change the script entirely if they did exactly that. We're going to find out that upper bracket finals is coming your way. So make sure you get a comfortable seat for that. Make sure you get some snacks for that, some drinks for that. It should be good, especially if Liquid conquered their demons. Before we head into that series, though, we're going to find out how Gaming Gladiators felt before coming to this main stage.
The best moment of TI so far? Just making it to the arena. It feels really good. We all have family and friends coming over as well, so it felt really good to qualify. It was not easy.
It's been a somewhat of a rocky tournament so far. You know, fixing problems and trying to improve over the course of it, but making stage is always a privilege and something that you definitely can take for granted if you're not careful. So I try not to appreciate whenever you get the chance, because it's pretty special.
Playing in front of a crowd is what I enjoy the most. I've played at quite a few tournaments now over the last few years, and it's like nothing compares to it. It's the most fun you can have. It's also the most stressful in the moment, because you know, okay, all eyes are on you. If you make a mistake, everyone will see it. But it's also, it gives a lot of energy, and it's really fun. Win or lose, it just makes it a lot more special.
The worst moment of the tournament, probably just the intermittent playing poorly. Playing poorly always sucks, losing sucks. So a combination of those two things tends to be the most annoying. A specific moment from the losing or sucking, I'm not exactly sure, but there's been, we've had our fair share of it this tournament so far, so just trying to reduce the quantity of that.
There were a lot of hard moments, to be honest. It was, well, every team faces a different challenge, and we didn't figure out the meta yet. We came really close to dropping to the lower bracket twice. So these moments are challenging for you mentally, because you know, like we were there last year. We know, like, we can do it. We can make it to the finals for the lower bracket. We can go really far, but it's very, very draining. So we really, really didn't want to go there. And when you get that close, it definitely taxes you in that moment. So I'm very happy we pulled through.
How do we react to it when things go wrong? I mean, I think it depends whether it's in game or out of game. If it's, you know, if we're in a series and something goes wrong in a game, then you move on, you work with it, right? Like, things go wrong in games, that's inevitable. Nobody ever plays a perfect game of Dota. And so Dota is like a lot about moving on from mistakes and learning how to adapt and adjust and play the game differently as it changes and as you're ahead or behind or whatever, as the strength levels deviate. So that is like one of the biggest skills in Dota, is getting good at adapting to that. So if you're in game, then it's just about, you know, making sure people don't feel too bad if they made some mistake, and you play on and you work with what you got, because at the end of the day, you're trying to win the tournament and you're all just working towards that.
Also, just keep trusting each other. You cannot try to micromanage. I've done that myself in the past, and like, that doesn't work. It's a team game. Everyone has to do their own part.
This TI is actually relatively balanced in that I think a lot of teams can win more than I think normally can, just off of feel. So I think a lot of it just comes down to how people show up on the day of, how things develop as the tournament progresses, because I think over the next couple of series, it'll become more clear who the front runners are. But I think right now, after that first day on the stage, things could go a lot of different ways. So it's a bit hard to call right now.
I think we have a good shot at winning, because we are pretty fearless, I think. That's how people know our carry player, Derecho, and it definitely makes all of us play without fear. And you cannot be afraid to do your thing, and I hope it's good enough.
Can we win TI? Yeah, for sure. I sure hope so. Will we? Who knows? I think making top 3 is something that you always shoot for and is always sort of like the base goal. And then what happens on that final day, you never really know. Depends who wakes up, depends on how people play that day, how things shake up. There's not a lot of randomness, but there's some randomness to the last day. So at the end of the day, I think we just want to play as well as we can, and hopefully the dice fall in our favor.
Quinn talking about how getting to the top 3 is the baseline for them. Well, they've already secured that for themselves, but right now, this best of 3 happening in the upper bracket will decide our very first grand finalist. Before we get into it, though, welcome to the afternoon. We've got to welcome our afternoon panel as well. Here I got Fia, a little bit color coordinated with me, sitting right next to me, and then Winter and Jenkins all the way down there as well. Fia, how has your morning been? Have you enjoyed the 2-0 so far? Or are you hoping for game number 3?
I'm hoping for game number 3. We've only had 2-0s so far, but
including yesterday.
Yeah, I mean the whole TI so far, the playoffs on stage here, there've only been 2-0s. So hopefully this is the one I'm looking at to be that competitive series. We've got 2 teams that play somewhat similar play styles going into this one. We'll see which one of them is playing this one a bit better.
Yeah, well, those stories that you're talking about, we've already decided what's going to be happening in that lower bracket later today. But right now, we have to do our winner bracket final. We did see Liquid take that 2-0 yesterday against Cloud9. Gaming Gladiators also a 2-0 for themselves against Tundra. And now they'll be going up against each other. It's one of those ones we've seen them face off many times before, Liquid up against Gaming. But right now, Jenkins, it feels like 2 very different teams. It's a whole new patch and a whole different set of mentality around these 2 as well.
Yeah, I would like to just let's let the cat out of the bag here. We have seen this matchup time and time again, and we've been theory crafting, you know, why this time it might go differently. And I have some theories. I have a theory that I would like to run by you guys. Yeah, maybe we can all present our theory for Team Liquid, because of course a lot of the time we've seen this, it's gone the way of Gaming Gladiators. My theory is that 33 he was level 24 at about 30 minutes on Sand King yesterday. He absolutely looks like he fits into Team Liquid, and he has for the last few tournaments, but it just looks better and better as the year has progressed. People were questioning, you know, replacing Zai eventually with 33 and how that's going to work, because of course Zai is very sacrificial. 33, he farms a lot. Can he actually fit into Liquid? He's proven it. He can. This is a different Liquid. I think this is going to be a competitive series, not the typical 2-0 from Gaming Gladiators that we're used to seeing.
Yeah, I would say, you know, they've actually maybe found a balance, Winter, of you can have that farming off lane, and now you can have an active carry, something that Mickey loves to do, and they're able to work a little bit more about that one. But do you think it's going to be a 2-0? Just some quick words, Winter?
Oh, definitely not. I think this is going to be a very close series. Just by meta, I think Liquid has by far been in their best form, like over the course of the last couple of months, and I feel like their major advantage right now is I think the meta really favors their playstyle.
Yeah. Well, look, we're talking about these teams, but let's bring on them out here onto stage. Our very first team coming out, Team Liquid.
Damn.
These 5 players are always the fan favorites. It doesn't matter what region the tournament is in, what fans are in the crowd, you're bound to hear the biggest cheers for Team Liquid. Is that going to be enough to be able to give them the fuel, give them the power to be able to take on their opponents? We should also welcome to the stage. It's an intimidating stack of 5 walking out there. Every lane has been able to prove themselves in the past. And maybe for the first time at Jenkins, it feels like Liquid have a rival on how loud the crowd can get for them, because there are a lot of big cheers for Gaimin just then too.
Yeah, I mean, Gaimin does, you know, they're the, they've got the countrymen, they've got 2 Danes on their team. We've got a lot of representation here, actually, between these 2 teams. Quinn, one of the last North Americans standing, carrying the region. There's a lot of North Americans in the crowd as well. Yeah, huge
correct.
cheers for North America. Huge cheers out there.
I actually don't think anyone reacted to that at all. There's one man out there who's cheering for
Shoutouts to that one guy.
That one guy that's out there. But these teams are taking the booth here, and we're going to have a talk about it because they both came into this upper bracket finals in 2-0 fashions. Was the one that maybe looked a little bit stronger than the other Fear? Would you even be able to compare them coming into
The
this?
TI.
It's a little hard to compare, but I will say
TI Secret Lab cheer.
How dominant they've looked.
Let's see.
Gaming Gladiators, I feel like they're just doing what we've seen time and time again with the way they play right now, but I feel like Liquid is just really crisp right now. Like, they're playing at a level that I feel like I haven't seen them play before. They're playing similar, but they're making far less mistakes than I've seen in the past.
Why
And
the
then what
fuck
about
is
on
it
the
700
side of Gaming
bucks?
Gladiators, Winter?
It's not
Because
supposed to
they're
be
a snowball
700
team
bucks.
and they're successful with it. It feels like there's never been a team able to stop them in their tracks once they do come out of that laning phase.
Yeah, and they've also been showing a lot of like adaptations. You know, like not many people would expect them to play Lone Druid, and they've
It's
played Lone Druid
600
yesterday.
bucks?
This
Holy shit,
teams
why?
that have been dominating over the last couple of years, but they've
It's
also
even
been constantly
on
making
sale?
improvements in terms of their drafting, their hero pool. Everything has been getting better and better, and it's something very difficult to do when you're at the top of the game.
Right, and it's because that was a Duraccio Lone Druid, not an Ace Lone Druid, is what
Even this one
surprised
is
us there,
cheaper.
And that does give them
OG.
the flex, and that gives them
Secret
a
Lab.
draft advantage as well.
There's a lot more heroes that they're picking up for themselves. It's nice to see that there is always an evolution throughout a tournament. There's been times in the past where it feels like over and over again we'd see these same openers, but that hasn't been figured out just yet. There's still a lot going on. But I want to talk about the history of the teams a little bit more. You know, we can delve on that hero stuff when we do finally see our draft. But right now, the history between Liquid and Gaming Gladiators, it isn't so much just this year.
How much
or
is this
competitive season
Lamborghini
here,
one?
but also spanning back to the duration of the 2023 competitive
I
season for them.
still getting
Yeah, I mean,
pretty
between the two
acceptable
squads,
matches.
there's only been one change. That was 33 coming in for Zai. And, like, that was, like, sure, it was a big change. They had to adjust a lot on the side of Liquid for that. But outside of that, yeah, we got some of the
Damn,
top pick
regular?
here. Previous match encounters. So we have a lot of Chen, Sven, not so meta anymore, but this is a team they might pick up a little bit.
It's only slightly favoring Gaming Gladiators for this past year. It feels like, though, when I think about it, Jenkins, it's significantly more dominant than that.
Yeah, I mean, there's two parts to that. Of course, there's the recency bias of Riyadh Masters was the big tournament before this one that Gaimin won, and I also think the second part to that is the fashion in which Gaimin wins their games. Historically speaking, against any team of any caliber, not just Liquid, when Gaimin wins, it looks like an utter stomp. You know, people complain about the patch and the meta being boring, but it's just because Gaimin is so good at taking a lead and getting every single little bit
Why
of
is this one
advantage out of the
freaking
map. They just
expensive
seem to
too?
know that if you have an ancient stack and that's your only way
for a
back
table?
into the game at the time that you're going
God
to farm
damn.
it, they are there. They're going to smoke to it. They don't need a ward. They just have that read.
Yeah, that's actually a really, really good point. I've been like doing a little bit of studying about the differences between the two teams. They have a lot of things in common, but one thing they do have that's really different is their position 4. I feel like Boxy doesn't take as much farm as Tofu in their recent games because their offlaner is a lot greedier. You know, he likes to stack a lot, like 33. He's been really good at doing the stacks, like getting ahead, playing as a secondary carry, and that kind of needs the position 4 to kind of run around the map and get something done for the team. And sometimes if you don't get it done, it might hurt you a lot, compared to what gaming does. I think that is a very, very key point in this particular matchup, the ancient stacks. Who is going to be able to defend or steal the opposing ancient stacks?
A small refresher for all of you out there over the last 2 seasons. These are the matchup results. We've broken it down for you as well. So the group stages, the playoffs, and the grand finals here for you. And I mean, the biggest one, the grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, luckily this is a playoff match, right? And so far, Liquid, this is the only time in which they best Gaming Gladiators. So in group stages, they don't do so well. The interesting thing about the group stages, why is there no draws in there? This team doesn't draw. It's either 2-0 or 0-2 either way. And same thing for the grand finals, 0-5 for Liquid, but we're not there yet. And I think that's a good thing for Liquid right now. They want to get there. Maybe someone in the lower bracket can knock out the Gaming Gladiators for them. That's going to be their wish and dream there. But right now, so far in the playoffs, Liquid, there's this whole narrative, oh, their game and they're going to lose. They're beating them in playoff matches throughout the last 2 years.
Yeah, that's definitely the second part of the bias is everybody always remembers the grand finals. I mean, the same thing happens every TI. People remember the top 1, the top 2, and it's like, who got 3rd at the last TI? You ask somebody that question, and it's all about the winners here.
Well, that's the thing. Everyone's like, no one remembers second place, but unironically, these past 2 years is the one time you really remember
We do
second
remember.
place.
It's been the same guys.
Yeah, there might be a little bit of a burn if you're a Liquid fan or a little bit of a chuckle if you are a Gaming fan. But right now, these common heroes that they share, also individual ones. That IO is the biggest one that stands out for me on Gaming Gladiators. Hasn't always brought that success for themselves. And on the other side, the supports for Liquid, that Dark Willow and that Treant protected too. So they're going outside of the box of supports that every other team here is also really enjoyed winter.
Yeah, the supports are definitely going to play a very pivotal role. Both sides have a very different hero pool, but you might see again, some Enchantress, Chen, jungle heroes, the Igma. It's all about the efficiency, right? Getting towards your aura items where your cores don't really want to buy, but it's still a good item. It's just that your cores have better items to get, and if you can combine all those timings together, it just makes the game really, really quick. And if you make one mistake, just one mistake against an aura lineup, you're going to lose the map.
I do remember yesterday in Gaming Gladiators matchup against Tundra, we were lucky enough to talk to Moon, and he said one of their strats coming up against Gaming was ban out as many summons as possible. Sure, it didn't work for them. Is that something that Liquid might also look at? Is there a whole different direction that you even have to go in for?
I mean, these two teams are very intelligent. They spend a lot of time thinking about the game, and they have mock draft against each other. You can't ban out all their heroes. It's literally impossible. You also can't steal all their heroes and make sure they don't have the strategy. You just have to know how to play against it, and ideally, you can just match the tempo. There's just a couple teams in Dota right now, and they're all at the top of the international right now that you can't be greedy against. And here we are in the upper bracket finals. Neither of these teams play greedy, so it's going to be all about speed. I'm expecting whoever wins these games, they're going to be close games, and they're going to not be close. Sorry, they're going to be fast games, one way or the other. Because once you get a snowball, it's really hard to throw that away, especially when you're this good.
I think lots of fighting as well. We saw Tundra. They tried to run 4 heroes at Mickey's lane, and Liquid responded with running 4 heroes at that lane as well. Yeah. I think that's the patch of Dota, because you win one fight, you get so much gold, you get an extra aura item, and then the next fight gets a lot easier. Liquid is a team especially that is picking a tower pusher in every single game that they play. They always have a tower pusher when they're building these auras, and Gaimin, I mean, that's been their MO since they have come into existence. So whichever team starts winning the fights is going to snowball the game. And I'm hoping we see some throws just for the entertainment value. Maybe in game 2 we'll get a 60-minute game like we've seen yesterday.
You always keep asking for that, and that's the complete opposite of what Fierce
Well,
saying.
we got unlucky, but they got lucky.
I mean, this is
they
just
did.
how it goes.
The
right?
morning
These
crew.
teams are so good that once they win 2 fights in a row, they're just up one item. They're up 2 items, and at that point, the skill level is so similar that that difference in net worth is just ends the game typically.
But I want to see some. I want to see some chokes.
Yeah.
I want to see some throws. I want to see Nisha.
You want the pendulum swinging back and forth.
Yeah, I
First
want the
it's Liquid,
pendulum
then
swinging,
it's gaming.
and it can swing, via somebody like Nisha doing the godlike play that he did on Puck yesterday, where he just outplays like 1v4 or whatever and gets 3 kills when he's not supposed to. It can swing that way too. All I want is a swinging pendulum. That's all I care about.
This is upper bracket finals, not lower bracket round 1.
Yeah.
I don't care. Give me some chaotic Dota. That's what I want.
10 heroes in the Wisdom Runes.
Let's go. 10
That's
heroes,
it.
Wisdom Runes, 7 minutes.
I knew it would always come back to this with you. But Winter, we're talking about, one team fight. That's the start to get the ball rolling for them. A second one, that might just be the nail in the coffin. So when you look at draft, do you have to focus very heavily on lanes? Do you have to try and out-team fight when it looks towards a draft? Where is that importance that needs to be looked towards for the 2 teams?
I don't think you can really focus too much on one end. It's all about, again, having a balance. Like maybe we see like BBT sometimes, they've already been knocked out. They have a style which really focuses on lanes. It didn't really work out so well. So all these teams that are remaining right now, they have everything. I wouldn't say that one team is going to be really, really good on lanes. Maybe you can put a slight advantage after you look at the draft. Okay, they have a better lane setup. But overall, I think if you want to win now, you need to have everything. You need to have a balanced draft, good lanes, you have some team fight, you have some late game, and it gives you options, right? Even though most of the times this games between Liquid and Gladiators, they don't go really long. But a lot of the drafts have a bit of everything. You kind of have to be able to have decent lanes, and you have to be able to fight.
I have one theory with regards to how...
Do love your theories.
How one of these teams can irk out an advantage. And between these team fights, like let's say you take a fight, it goes 50-50. How do you get some extra gold out of that? How do you turn that into an extra aura item that they're not going to have in the next fight? And some of the heroes that can do that are Doombringer, because he literally just creates gold, and Visage, which has been a pretty contested pick for 33. A lot of teams are banning this out. So I could see that being a strategy for Liquid, is just 5-manning to the 5-man of game in, but then having these heroes that get more gold out of it, even if the fights go 50-50.
When you're talking about the Visage getting more gold, you mean the
facet.
Yes.
Yes.
If you would like to explain for people who might not be up on par with their Visage knowledge.
So the Visage facet basically gives you gold within 3 seconds if you've soul assumption somebody, but it's the most generous interpretation of the facet.
Okay.
If the soul assumption is flying through the air to hit somebody and they die to anything else, you get the gold. So you show up the fights, it's just a Midas. You're legitimately Midasing heroes. I thought it was going to be very overpowered coming into this tournament. It only seems like it's Team Liquid that agrees with that, but they have 33. This guy's the best Visage in the world.
Jenkins, you're missing one hero. That's Alchemist.
Okay.
He also makes gold out of nothing.
Yeah, pitch me the Alchemist. Which team?
And Bounty Hunter while you're at it.
No. Let's not talk about that.
We gotta stay on track. We gotta look at things that
I thought we were nitpicking here.
No. So you think Alchemist for Game and Gladiators then?
Yeah, I think it's a hero that really suits Duracho's playstyle. We seen him like yesterday. I feel like the hero fits the way they want to play the game. He's very, very useful in the early game fights. He has a time where he's weak, where he needs to farm the Radiance. But even yesterday, when he didn't really get the Radiance, when they're defending the middle tower, I still see him showing up to defend the tower. It's not like a hero that, without Radiance, I'm not going to be on the map. I'm going to be just hitting creeps.
Yeah, he's willing to show up, and luckily Alchemist has a stun, so Duracho can actually contribute to the fights, because whether he has a stun or not, he's showing up to the fights.
Yeah, that's true. That's even before this patch. Let's talk about that's just something Duracho loves to do. He loves to show up to fights whenever he possibly can. Jenkins, I know you're holding out for a 5v5 at a 7-minute Wisdom Rune. Any other wishes that the rest of my panelists would like for this series?
Gate gank. 10 heroes, it's what, 6 minutes. Catapult wave comes and there's like everyone's going. Mickey and Insania going through the gate.
They do double gate all the time. Yeah.
And Fear, any wishes from you?
I just want to see the cheesiest Dota possible. Auras galore, 5-manning, every tower.
Look, that one might actually be possible, and I won't keep you waiting too much longer, especially those out in the crowd, as we do have our game #1 draft.
Team Liquid versus Game in Gladiators. Game 1.
Our upper bracket finals here. Liquid against Gaming Gladiators. Game number 1. Draft coming up onto our screens, and we're going to see the first phase bans as well as that Doom opener. Exactly what you talked about, Jenkins, that you're able to pull gold out of nowhere on this map.
I think whenever you have two teams that are so close in skill and so close in playstyle currently, that this does make a lot of sense. I mean, it's a 33 classic hero. The hero does not have a good win rate by any means. 36.4% on Radiant, 43.8 on Dire, of course, because he's a devil. That makes a lot of sense. But not a good win rate. I would imagine Liquid's win rate with it is quite a bit higher, because this is another one of those specialty heroes that no matter what the patch is, 33 will play Doom.
I mean, the issue with this hero, I think we've briefly talked about in previous panels, is like the games that he has looked not so good are the games where he's been picked early and he got countered, but they don't really have the suitable position for a hero that can enable Doom in the lane. And some of the games that when we see Doom doing well, he was picked into a game later and he was picked with a purpose, like for example, dooming a Kunkka in a team fight. You know, he has a very, very direct contribution in the team fights, which allows them to win the engagements.
Sure. Yeah, that makes sense. And I think, I mean, we've talked about this a lot on the panel, trying to figure this hero out. And Liquid does really like playing Dark Willow, and Dark Willow is one of the best heroes at getting you through the first 1 to 3 levels of the laning stage. This is where Doom suffers. This is why I think the win rate is so low. People crush it in the laning phase.
I could just hear the crowd, by the way, one chanting for Liquid, the other one going for Game.
I'm on the Liquid side, so all I hear is the Liquid.
All I could hear is the Game inside
Right.
on my right.
I mean, those stats they showed about Doom truly don't matter, as 33 hasn't lost a game on it yet. 100% win rate, so
How
might
many
as well
games?
put that one up. Only 3 right now, but still a decent amount of games played. But I wanted to talk a little bit about the carry meta, and just kind of talk about the Lone Druid ban in there. This is like kind of brand new. Going into this tournament, Lina was up there. She was banned every single game in the first phase. Then people started picking Wind Ranger. That seemed good. Then Luna came out of nowhere. It's like, wow, Luna's really good in the Road to International. Now there's some Lone Druid hero that everyone's playing in the carry position that we might not see. It's really cool to see, like, coming all the way up until just like even the top like 4 here, that we still haven't figured out the meta. Like, they're still experimenting what's good, what isn't good. One thing about Liquid, though, is Mickey has not played a melee hero yet this entire tournament. I don't think that'll change as well. So we're going to see some adaptations. They took away the Mirana. This is a hero that Mickey likes to play a lot. I imagine he's going to get targeted pretty hard as well throughout the ban phase, or just an eye picked.
I mean, wouldn't you say Doom is good against Lone Druid? Because you stop him from healing, and you're doing percentage-based damage, right? And Lone Druid is really tanky with all the item build he's going now. So wouldn't Doom be a decent answer actually against Lone Druid?
It's hard to say, because like, yeah, you do Doom him, and yeah, you do percentage-based damage, but he also transforms, and these like transformation heroes are pretty good versus Doom. And when you have 6,000 HP, it's already like kind of too much, even for the Inferno Blade to tick through. And of course, your bear is always like rooting and doing things on the side. I think the hero just right now is too annoying to let through, especially because Gaming Gladiators, they proved that they can play it on Ace in the past, and now most recently, Dyrachyo can play it too, so it's a flex pick.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think that's the biggest issue more than anything here. You might, in theory, have an answer for it, but what if you end up not even leaning against it? That Lone Druid has so much flexibility for that side of Gaming Gladiators, as you just said there, Fear. But there was still more respect. Like, that Brood Mother also taking out
We're going back to, I think it was
PGL
Wallachia.
Wallachia. This was Dyrachyo's hero of choice. He wanted it every single game and was spamming it in pubs. He loved it.
I gotta say, Fear, that's the most excited I've ever heard you sound.
I've got like 2 heroes that I really like, Lone Druid and Clinks.
This is your meta, dude. I think it's time to
truly is.
unretire.
Put me in, coach.
Well, give us some more about this Clinks. How is it working on this? Because the last time we saw it competitively, around 3 patches ago. Now, there's bound to have been some changes to it.
Is it the way to go? You get the faster where it moves you when you kill a creep?
Typically, that's what people like, yes. Both of them are, I would say it's like a 40-60 facet. Most people going with one that moves you, mainly because that removes the cooldown by 10 seconds on Death Pact, which allow you to use it more, not only for farming, but to keep your health up. And in some niche situations, you can just move your positioning a little bit, get out of danger. Got to be careful with it though if you don't know how to use it, because that could just put you in danger, and that's like the one drawback of that one. I do like the Dark Willow response to Clinks, because not Rocket Barrage, Arrow Barrage, that's the one. Like, you can use that on the Dark Willow, but when you're in Shadow Realm, it does absolutely nothing.
Oh, that's one of the weird spells that just
Yeah,
doesn't hit
it doesn't do anything,
Right.
so it's really hard for Clinks to kill that hero. On top of that, you have lots of disable. And Clinks is a hero, he's always been known for just assassinating supports right away, getting in good position with the Windwalk, getting right behind them and then killing them. Dark Willow, you can't really do that unless you itemize for like an Orchid, but that's not something you want to go on Clinks anymore. And you can easily just buy Yules, which is a pretty good item on Willow anyway to
Yeah,
counter
she's
that.
already going to get that. I was going to ask, what is the current build on Lynx? Because this is not really a meta hero, even in pubs.
Well, it's not much different from every other hero, Jenkins.
Yeah, I'm sure you...
Gleipnir? No
Arcane Boots.
Arcane Boots. Do you get Falcon Blades or just go for Gleipnir?
Yeah, so it's kind of like Lina. Like, depends on the player. You can go Arcane Boots or Falcon Blade. Most likely, he's going to go Arcane Boots, Falcon Blade, into... Well, not the Falcon Blade. Arcane Boots into Gleipnir, into Dragon Lance, into the Shard, into BKB Crit. You know, same as every other hero does in the range position right now. So it's very strong in that regard, does lots of damage. But the downside and why we don't see it a lot compared to these other heroes is you're just really squishy. If you ever get on top of this hero, he dies incredibly easily.
Right, the Chen kind of helps with the buffs, the heals, and everything.
So what exactly is it about the buffs that helps him live a little bit longer, or the playstyle
I mean,
of
the heals, he gives you armor, and you have creeps in front to tank, and the pace of the game as well. Chen and Clinks, you're going to be very, very fast. You're going to be pushing towers quickly. I think Clinks, you just kind of want to play in a way where you are always constantly pressuring. You don't really want to be defending your side of the map. I feel like Chen is the perfect support to do that. And they're going to add an Underlord, so you have global presence as well on top of that. So everything is going to be very, very fast. And whereas for Liquid, I think their draft seems like they're going to be playing a little bit more slow with the Tren, Wind Ranger. They both need a little bit more of time as well as the Doom. You know, you're going to go for the Midas, and it's going to take a little bit more time for you to get to your core items, your aura items. And you're probably going to be looking at trying to get the Doom on the Clinks if you can, you know.
I mean, I do feel like we bring this up every time because it seems to happen a lot, where you pick Wind Ranger into Underlord. This hero has base damage reduction built into the hero, and he's a natural Crimson buyer. So the question becomes, why did Liquid do this anyway? And the answer usually is they see a window in the game to win the game. Wind Ranger gives that early tempo. He's able to go through the portal. You know, Wind Ranger can farm. Maybe they want to farm up some stacks or something like that, but there's some timing that they see where they can win the game. However, if the game does go late, Underlord is very good against Wind Ranger.
Yeah, and this is a classic Gaming Gladiators right here. Get the Chen Underlord. They're going to buy all your auras for you. We even saw yesterday Tofu. He's like, huh, I've got an Underlord Chen. I can just go BKB Daedalus on my Mirana and start scaling into the game, which is a pretty good approach there. And I think for Liquid, they definitely just like this Wind Ranger for the tempo. It is a hero that can slow down the Underlord in the laning stage, which I think is very important. When you go against Gaming Gladiators, if you allow them to have good laning stage, they'll take that laning stage, they'll transition that into an early push, into an unstoppable like ball, which gets an Aegis, goes to all your towers, and then you feel like you can't fight. The game might just feel over. So yeah, I do like the fact that they're going to slow that down a little bit. Tree is kind of doing similar things.
Team Liquid.
Providing some auras in his own way, a little bit of team fight.
Let me
I
check
will
the
say,
draft
game
right now.
feel like they got everything they want so far in their draft.
Yeah, for Liquid, they're going to be really counting on this Wind Ranger movements. I mean, we briefly talked about the 5v5 at the Wisdom Room, but I think Wind Ranger is probably the best carry right now at coming to fights. Like, if there's a fight in the Wisdom Room, if there's a fight in the mid tower, the power runes, you TP the Wind Ranger in, you have a power shot, because it's probably the best nuke, right, in the early game, non-ulti nuke. You throw a nuke from far, you're going to turn a gank around, you know, and going through the portal as well. Not many carries can do that kind of damage in the early levels.
But we're still going to be looking for that mid laner, and what we do love to
on
see
both sides.
Yeah, on both sides. Liquid are going to have to show theirs first. And what we do like to see is people picking up mid laners that can be active with those cores. And I'm wondering what's still left in the pool.
Queen of Pain.
Answered my question right there.
That's an interesting
I think
one.
Team Liquid's gonna win this.
Gaming, they definitely want a hero for Quinn that moves around the map, like typical, because you do have a hero like Underlord who is going to sit and farm a lot, doesn't make a lot of rotations. It's not like Centaur or something that buys a blink and moves around, or Mars. So they do need Quinn to fill that gap. And historically has been pretty good versus most of them, and it can apply some pressure. But however, if Quinn can find that rotation hero and still do well versus the Quap, I feel like this could be a little bit greedy for Liquid here. They do have like a Doom in the offlane, they do have the Wind Ranger. Queen of Pain doesn't necessarily have the best lockdown either, and pretty much doesn't have any.
Okay,
so
what the
they're
fuck?
all in
I'm
on
gonna
the laning
cancel my
stage
queue
and
now.
slowing
I
the
want to
game
see how
down.
Nisha
So I'm very
plays
curious to see what
Queen.
Quinn is going to pick up against this one. Boker is great,
Quap.
banned out. What other melees could they possibly pick?
Ricky?
Kango's still
Ricky.
by the way.
All right, DK.
Dragonite.
That's a classic. It is not as good as some of the other spirits at moving around the map, of course, but all the other spirits don't lane well versus the Queen of Pain here. Very, very scary tempo here from the side of Gaming Gladiators.
Well, what
As
about
as
Death
Liquid,
Prophet,
they
though?
have strong lanes here. They look pretty good as well.
Death
but
Prophet
they don't
clinks
have that, like,
Underlord
super
Chen.
five-man potential that I see Gaming has,
I
and
think Death
this has
Prophet's
always
a
been the
perfect
question,
pick here.
which of these teams
I mean,
is faster,
DK
and
is
I feel
also like a
Gaming
good
picks a
pusher.
faster lineup that
Give
can
him
just be
like
scary
the
if they get
poison or the
Well, I mean,
frost.
outside
Either
of
I
that,
don't
you're
know.
saying they have this
Maybe the
tempo.
poison
What if they
is
don't really
better.
reach it, Winter? What if the lanes don't
The
get
frost.
absolutely stomped? They're able to come out evenly. Do they miss that
Let me
window?
double
Is it a
check
little bit
DK.
harder
I
for
mean,
them to be
DK
able
is
to
also
get
good,
back
but
onto track and be able to snowball through it?
No, I don't really think so. I think Gaming's heroes, even if they don't really win their lanes, as long as they get their levels and they're farming, they're going to be able to hit their timing no matter what. And it's going to be up to Liquid whether they can slow it down. Like I said just now, the Wind Ranger is going to play a very, very key role in this game, whether he can actually come to the important fight, stop Gaming from playing their tempo.
And Jenkins, final thoughts from you as well?
Yeah, I agree. I feel like if Liquid can get the game to go late and they get Nisha to, you know, his
I
Agnum
feel like
Scepter,
this
and
is
they
the
have
poison,
Doom
the
for
corrosive
DK,
dragon.
If he's really huge, I do think that Liquid can win this late.
What the hell
But this
happened
game that
to
we're talking about, their games don't really go late.
Jenkins?
Yeah, a team that
His
has
nose.
always had that successful early game, a team that has been able to pull back what feels like games they're about to lose. But either way, let's get on into game number 1. But first, let's go down to our stage with Tsunami.
Thank you very much. I am joined by Blitz of a Team Liquid, where I have to wonder, we have been here 1,000 times before, Blitz, and oftentimes we see your players, we wonder, you know, is this some kind of mental block against Gaming Gladiators? But for you, on your end, on the draft side of things, on the preparation side of things, what's it like constantly going into this brick wall over and over again?
For me, I don't get discouraged at all. I feel like if I have to play these guys 1,000 times, I'll fucking do it. Like, I don't care. It's some loser-ass mentality to think that they're gonna just keep beating us. In my mind, we'll catch them slipping, and it's gonna be here at this TI.
Okay, I like the dynamic shift. And yet, while we may be changing the ideals and the angles of this draft, it seems like we're kind of throwing back into maybe like a Wallachia meta. Durachio's out here picking Clinks. You're obviously picking the Doom, which has brought you a lot of success. Seems like not too much has changed in that regard, despite the fact that a lot of this tournament has been shifting around in the meta.
Yeah, I mean, we're like the two most boring teams. We all just play the same thing. Ned has played Doom like 100 times. These guys don't know anything other than picking Underlord and Chen. So, you know, it's really snooze, but I think we got their number this time.
Will we at least get a game 3, Blitz, or are you gonna 2-0 them or something?
No, I think they'll give us like a competitive game 2 and then we'll crush them. So it's like a 2-1. Feels okay.
Are we ready for a 3-game series, Copenhagen? Then let's make it happen. Over to our casters.
It's pretty strong right now, to be honest.
To the upper bracket finals. We have Suns fan here. You can call me Suns Phlegm for this cast, as we are joined by the Great Dane himself, Cinderin. Hello.
Hello. Wow, what a lead-in. What a lead-in to this series. Always love the pre-game interviews coming out from Blitz. There's
did
always
Queen
some
get the
spice
corrosive
there.
dragon?
Expecting,
he
and
took
it
the
sounded
fire
like hoping
dragon.
for a 3-game series, and yeah, this is.
Well, why though?
I love the edge that he has. He's like, yeah, we're just two boring teams playing the same stuff every time, and he's obviously just playing into what he's reading on Reddit, which is his second favorite thing to do, aside from being a coach, of course.
Yep, of course.
I think this is the type of game that the talk of the town after this game is going to be Clinks, right? It's the first pick of the entire tournament on this hero. Gaming Gladiators pick it as their second overall hero.
Yeah, why so early?
That is my question that remains to be answered. I think part of it here is this must be a lane counter, that they consider this hero exceptionally good against Doom, that this was what they prepped. And of course, a little bit of an X factor that I have started looking for a lot when teams are picking Mirana is how can you get multiple cores that really benefit from Solar Flare. Clinks gets a ton of attack speed and damage from that Mirana, so does the Dragon Knight. So, you know the way Gaming Gladiators usually like to peak around minute 20, it feels like Clinks is the type of hero that could do a ton with that Mirana.
Yeah, absolutely. And in terms of the Clinks, we did see this in a few patches not too long ago. Cinder, I'm going to talk with a little deeper voice. I've seen it gone through the second puberty of my life for whatever reason here, probably because of your presence. As actually Boxy is going to get gone on here. Celery, not able to finish the job though. But what kind of late game presence does this Clinks provide in this meta?
I don't think thinking about late game when you talk about
That's
gaming
true.
even makes sense.
That's true.
This is a
never
team,
even seen it.
I genuinely feel like the more I watch them draft, the less they care about scaling. It's not. Usually, honestly, in this tournament, the games that we've seen them lose is because they don't win by minute 30.
Yeah.
So that's always the timing that they're aiming for, and I'm curious to see how the Clinks plays into that. As I was saying yesterday when we were covering a game of theirs as well, is I think the way you prepare and you fight Gaming Gladiators is that you prepare for the first 20 minutes of the game and what you're going to do there. And if you survive those 20 minutes and you know what, then you can think about what you want to do next. And I think this time around for the side of Liquid, you've got some really solid lanes and strong team fight. My main concern is, do you have enough damage? Because this is the issue that we've seen a lot of teams run into against a team like Gaimin, is you reach this 20-minute mark and they just can't kill them anymore.
Yeah.
Can Queen of Pain handle that with some pure damage? Can you handle it with just the Doom preventing Gaimin from healing? You can still put on the shields. We'll see if there's enough in the tank. And of course,
Wap is definitely the best mid
potentially the highest
hero
team fight
right
damage
now.
output hero in the entire game right now is also on the side of Liquid with Mickey on the Windranger. But this hero is item dependent to get there. You kind of need that Gleipnir plus at least Crystallis, maybe even Daedalus before it gets truly outrageous what damage you output. And that is not a common 20-minute inventory on that hero.
And of course, in this upper bracket, we'll be finding out what region goes on to the grand finals. Will it be EU or EU? And then in the lower bracket, EU or EU.
Yeah.
Very surprising stuff. I mean, these two teams are no strangers to each other, Cinder. We have seen, I don't even know how many games, actually, but it usually is Gaimin that come on top.
Yeah, Liquid have had their number a little bit more this year than previous year, which I think is probably a little bit inspiring for them. So we have a tiny little pause here. Gives us time to think about this Treant versus Mirana situation, which they're fighting for each other over this Lotus pool. Tofu has the stun on to the Treant, so Tofu will definitely get this Lotus and then probably just leap away.
Buy that at the Dota 2 store right now. Very cheap. Is that the $5 or the $20?
That's a $5.
That's nice.
That's a good old $5.
That's good.
Hydrated. That's true. All right. So, yeah, that's exactly it. And Tofu does get the Lotus. It comes at a cost, though. He basically lost his entire health.
Celery, he's in a bit of trouble right now. This could be first blood, potentially. Boxy trying to finish the job. Around the trees he goes, though. Gets off the creep to try to block a bit. Actually gets the kill on the creep instead. And Celery into the trees. Boxy continuing to pursue, but in the cover, the tier 1 should be okay.
Nice hero placement there from Celery, just standing in that tiny little cubby there, hiding off. There was enough mana on Boxer to use both spells if he used his 8 stick charges, so maybe they could have found a kill there. But instead, now 33 on the receiving end will be okay.
Bramble will hold them back. Everybody playing with such little HP in this lane right now.
If this is the first time you watch Clinks this patch, by the way, don't be fooled. It does look like when he shoots tar bombs that he has this like huge cone. He does not. This is it's only hitting the target. 33 will be first blooded here, by the way.
And that's going to go to Duraccio of all heroes.
Was not accounting for the effectively blink with Death Pact there, getting on top of the Doom. So we were talking about this potential pick as a lane counter to Doom. So far, so good for Duraccio.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, with this current version of Clinks, how fast does it come online? Obviously, it's going to be coming online with the rest of Gaimin's very fast-paced type lineup that we've been seeing so much of. But how fast would you say, like, what item? Like, the first 2 items, let's say, he's going for.
I mean, I'm assuming Gleipnir is the choice, and then the question is, do you actually buy your shard, or is that the second one? My frame of reference for this hero is a little bit lacking, because we haven't had a single game of it all tournament, so, you know, sometimes you see the pub builds, but that's not actively what works in pro. Okay, nice pressure there onto Nisha from Quinn. Gonna force him back all the way between the towers. Now, Quinn's in a little bit of a compromised position, but nobody's coming in from the side of Liquid. He's just running him down here. It's gonna force another blink.
Wow.
Really bullying Nisha here.
Actually go back to base, too.
He's losing a full wave in his own tower.
Yeah,
that is
really
a
bad.
major loss. Quinn will be hitting level 6 quite much earlier as a result. We'll see if he can keep putting some pressure onto that tower with that. Of course, the dragon form. Quinn has opted for the Fire Dragon facet. I think it's the only one we've seen all tournament, bar one game of Green Dragon, dare I say.
Really? I don't remember that one.
And the reason I checked is if you're not getting,
I mean, I didn't
if you're
predict
getting any of the
this.
faster than the
I
red
don't
one,
know.
it's because
Forgot
you're
about
playing
it.
mid and you're playing pace.
Or you misclicked.
Or you misclicked, of course.
I feel like I got too
May have
focused
happened
though.
once or twice this tournament. Sometimes you even forget to pick your facet.
That's right.
Could
But they
happen
would,
to
they would
anyone.
never admit
Make
it,
it.
though. That's
Big
the issue.
damage. We'll be okay though.
Yep, this lane.
I like the
Ace
Kling's
sitting
pick
on 30
carry. I
CS,
also like the
and
Klopp pick
I mean,
mid.
Ace is also just having a great time this early game.
It's
That is
just-
one of the scariest propositions for Liquid, trying to shut down this Underlord. Quinn in his dragon form. It's the dragon tail off, continuing to harass the
Probably my
absolute
favorite
crap
hero
out of
on the
Nisha.
carry
He's
role
already
is
down to
Kling's
third
right
health
now.
again, and this is perfect timing for Game-In. So they have Siege Creep, Chen is coming in with
Alina.
2 additional creeps, they have Tofu flanking from the right, and Quinn will keep tanking this tower as much as he can to keep the Siege Creep alive, just barely staying on the outskirts here of the radius. Needs to go in and take a hit here, we will. Liquid kind of have to respond to this. I feel like you can't just sacrifice this tower minute 6. They'll glyph for now. See if the rotations are coming. Game-In are keeping tabs on the support rotations here. 2 shard golems here able to throw out a couple of stones onto Boxy. But
They'll
all right.
finally kill off the siege here, but yeah, half HP tower, and they use the fort. As Mickey already making a quick rotation to the top lane. Duracho
Well, if it's the, the freaking corrosive dragon, that tower's gonna
Pops
drop.
the wand, but Shaq actually does not connect. Either way, uses the Death Pack blink to get out of arm's length, but it doesn't matter. Mickey finds him in the end. And meanwhile, mid lane,
they
Quinn
got
takes out Nisha.
Yeah, that Dragon Tail arrow combo. A tail as old as time will get Gaming Gladiators effectively an even trade, I suppose. I mean, Klinks was the top net worth in the game, so I assume Liquid are somewhat okay with that. But going back to what we were talking about Gaming Gladiators pacing in this game, if Queen of Pain has a bad start, I really worry for their ability to stop the ball when it's coming in 15-20 minutes. I think Nisha has a very important role to play that is largely down to a good Dagon timing and level 12. He really needs to get Sonic Wave up and running. So yeah.
Well, 33, one of the few players in this tournament center that has been able to find some success on this hero. A horrific win rate overall.
Yeah, it was funny how Doom did okay in the start, then we got to playoffs, and he lost 8 games in a row, and then he started winning again. So it's like teams didn't give up on it, they made some adjustments, they figured out what to do to cover its weaknesses and how to play around it. And now in the later stage of the tournament, we've seen Doom doing quite a lot better. Dust onto Duracho, he's also doomed.
Yep, mildly inconvenienced though as the TP comes in. Quinn not able to save his comrade as the Dark Rift is there from Ace, and 33 still pretty damn healthy. Pit of Malice applied to him into the Dragon Tail, so it's going to be a double root as he is now surrounded, although Insania is in the area. Celery flanking them from behind, and the Bramble is going to put this chase to an end. So they do get the position 1 from Liquid's side.
It really helps a lot for the Doom to make these plays that he has the level 2 living armor at his disposal out of Insania. We've seen some games with Treant where the players aren't really opting for much focus on living armor early on in the draft, or early in the game, I should say. But in this strategy, it's very clear that this is Liquid's approach to not only defending their towers, but also enabling their heroes to go that little bit deeper. Bottom lane Ace.
Shackle. You got the whirlwind effect as well. Duracho makes his way over though. The Pit of Malice onto 2 as Nisha gets a Sonic Wave off, destroys Ace. And Duracho will have to try to flank here. Try to get away in that skeleton walk.
Should be okay.
Looks to be fine.
So you got to say, so far so good for the side of Liquid. Many teams at this point, in some of the stompy games we've seen from Game-In, with the type of lineup they're running here, this could have already, against other teams, been a 3K lead with 2 or 3 towers down.
I mean, is there a team that has played Game-In more than Liquid in the last year?
Good question. They will lose their first one here, though. Quinn does manage to break through the living armor on the mid tier 1. Quinn is eyeing up a fast blink. So we've been talking about potential damage issues for Liquid. What if we look at the other side? So Dragon Knight, not the highest damage output hero. Clinks will be going for the Deso first on Duracho. I guess Solar Flare is always going to provide you with damage. Uh-oh, Tofu.
Yep, he looks to be likely, although he's actually be able to leap away. Nisha's the one in a lot of trouble. Duracho actually gets the last hit there.
Do they have
Nice
detection
gank.
now for Boxy?
Boxy picks up the invis, blood grenade applied.
They have a sentry, Tofu.
Yep, puts down another one, and that's going to be the death of the support. So 2 quick kills for Gaming Gladiators. A very back and forth affair so far in this game number 1.
And now the Queen of Pain and the Underlord neck and neck on net worth again. So clear tiering here. 4 cores well ahead of the rest. I think for Gaimin, if they could choose for this to be the game state on those net worths specifically, I think they're happy to let Ace have a little bit of a slower start at the expense of the Quap.
And 33 here. Looking for his second Doom of the game. But not sure what he wants to go for here, Cinder. And typically you see the Midas at some point, but we'll be going for the Crimson, knowing that Gaimin are going to be pushing really hard.
Yeah, I wonder what he's doing next. Is this a dagger game? Maybe not. You have some somewhat reliable setups with the Brambles, with the Overgrowth potentially coming in from Insania from the tree line. However, I think it's going to be so important for Liquid to doom the Clinks in particular that he might have to get it. Since that is going to be the deciding factor in the fights.
We have the Dragon Tail opening. Nice gank as Mickey is killed immediately.
Yeah, Ace didn't even need to show up for that. They have so much damage just between their Mirana and DK, and that was without even having Solar Flare.
Yeah, and Duracho has the Desolator, so these buildings will melt. Tier 1 bot will be forted, but will only delay the inevitable, as this will go the game in wave. Question is, will that be reciprocated in the top lane?
Yeah, definitely. If you're the side of Liquid, you want
Clinks
to try
went
to
for a
equalize
fucking
the towers,
Deso,
open up somewhere
which
else
is
so
a
that you don't
traditional
fall
build.
too far behind in this first 20 minutes. The very classic Gaimin style is coming into effect. As we said
You go
earlier,
Deso,
not the stompiest early game they've had, but there still should be quite
Academy
comfortable
Shard.
with the position they're in. Liquid will get that tower trade now, going the way of 33.
Now
so
I get
that's a Crimson Guard
DKY.
complete in 300 gold.
Queen just took fucking
Not
Fire
again,
Dragon.
Mickey.
The
Oh,
arrow
no.
hits. Do they have the damage? Centaur Stomp to follow. He's going to get the winner off along with the Whirlwind. Insania is there for some moral support. Gets off the Overgrowth, but it's not enough. Mickey falls again.
Yeah, Celery
Big
attacking
kill.
there for 135 damage on Chen. I wonder why that is. Maybe Mirana pressed her ult, and then even though she was overgrown, doesn't matter. Celery will just finish the kill with a nasty right click from Chen of all heroes. And yep, that is another big kill onto the Windranger. This is a hero that is able to open up the fights against Gaimin later down the line. We talked about those 2 damage items really getting there, but these 2 deaths back to back slows down Gleipnir significantly.
Yep, Quinn going through the gate. He's going to meet 33. Duracho is hounding him all the way. Already at half HP, trying to run away, but question is, will he? Nice blink from Quinn. Has a stun up in a few seconds is Duracho. Okay, the Crimson Guard's going to buy him a little bit of time. It's going to be close, though. A couple more right clicks will suffice. Still has a lot of move speed. Another Phase Boots activation as meanwhile Ace and Tofu die in the bot lane. And 33 finding a lot of distance here, attempting the TP. Looks like he's out of there. Wow, really tanky.
Nice. That is such a crucial escape. Not only does he not die, but the amount of time that Gaimin just waste on 2 of their cores creates tons of space down bottom to win that fight for Liquid, with Nisha and Mickey getting a kill each. And that will bring Mickey back in a comfortable position now in second on that net worth.
And Liquid
Double
gets
wisdom.
both wisdoms at the 14 minute. We've seen this time and time again, either the 7 or the 14, having huge impact. So Liquid definitely not falling behind like we've seen so many times against this Gaming Gladiators lineup. Okay, let's do a thought experiment.
Okay.
Somehow this game goes late. Who has the better lineup?
I would say absolutely Radiant for me.
Radiant?
Yeah, I think so. I think the support... Oh, hang on, Insania.
Yeah,
Let's do a
he's dead.
thought experiment. Where will he respawn in 30 seconds?
It's a very philosophical question.
Yeah, that is.
Dragon Tail from Quinn. No follow-up, though. And the Dagon just to get some nice HP back for Nisha. He's level 11 now.
Nisha's
So,
playing Shiva's card?
the reason I think the Radiant lineup is so
Okay,
strong
that
later in
makes
the game
sense.
is that this Wind Ranger carry we've seen many
Or
games
that
where it just
fucking
absolutely
Queen's
obliterates
Deso.
late game, and you're playing it together with two insane AoE support controllers, which is
But
exactly
you still
what
need
she
like
wants
mana
to work with
regen
late.
though, right? So, but
Late in
buy
the
some
game, you've
Kaya.
got Overgrowth, you've got Terrorize. On top of that, Doom is one of the ultimate late gamers. So even if Game and Gladiators get really farmed on multiple heroes, they might still just get doomed on 2 cores.
Oh my god, he put him back into the pit, but I don't think there's going to be much follow-up here. Whirlwind to deal with some of these creeps. Mickey's fine. Very close to a kill, though for Gaiman. That would have been really crippling for the Windrunner. Top 2 net worth despite having these 2 deaths for Mickey.
Yep.
As Quinn's going to be found by Nisha and Insania, slowed to a crawl. Dark Rift is coming. 33's there as well. Gets off the Doom onto the Dragon. I know regen for you. Sonic Wave to follow. Looks like Quinn is likely going to fall no matter what. Now Ace trying to tank up as much as possible. A nice pit. He's going to get Cursed Crown, though. Onto the high ground. He should survive. Either way, Gaiman lose Celery on top of the original.
Daracho
Okay.
is...
Daracho in the middle of nowhere, as usual. Will be dusted, using the Dark Pack to try to get away, but it's not going to be. 3 dead for Gaiman. And Liquid coming out on top big time.
Yeah, this is the most important part of the game for the side of Liquid, and they're delivering. Just winning these fights handily. This isn't... Honestly, these fights aren't even really that close. The moment the Doom comes out on the Dragon Knight, Quinn can't stand his ground. He's not getting healed by the Chen, and they just step by step poke them down with all of their spells. It feels like Gaming Gladiators need to get some sort of pipe up and running to block a lot of this damage from the Wind Ranger, from the Doom, and from the Willow.
Yeah, this was just a really awkward fight for Gaiman. And the Sonic Waves so far from Nisha have been on point. So for Gaming Gladiator, Cinderin, if you're behind, I mean, have we seen them behind at this stage of the game?
Not in this stage of the tournament. I think this is the first time it's fair to... Okay,
Dragon Tail into Arrow. This should be a freebie.
Yeah, it will. At this stage of the tournament, we haven't seen them challenge this much in the first 20 minutes. So this is already a very good look for Team Liquid. Talked about the scalability of their lineup and the way Gaiman usually win their games, and how sometimes it can seem like Gaiman are losing their way when they're 25 minutes and then things aren't going according to plan. And I want to say that's not because they don't know what to do. It's because the way they tailor their lineups and the way they strategize is very much built around this stage of the game being a success, which it almost always is.
Nisha, Arrow's gonna hit inside the Pit of Malice, so another root will come. Do they have the damage to finish the job? Dragon Tail as well, no. Nisha blinks out.
That is a kill with Solar Flare, but it was on cooldown for Tofu.
Actually true. That is true.
Yeah.
Crazy
But they will
stuff.
force him back, and they will immediately look for something else here. So, full smoke up. Side of Liquid are grouped up and trying to connect, but 33, if they found him here, that would be big.
Yeah,
will
he's
he
a
react
very
in time?
tanky
He will.
boy. He blinks just in time. Quick fingers for 33.
This is huge because this was potentially a Roche kill, actually. If they take out the Doom there, he wouldn't have had buyback, and they could have 5v4'd the Roche, so another good dodge.
Daracho dodging the dust as the smoke was popped, but Liquid just going to be happy with the Ward Expedition here. And Ace has his Greaves. We'll be going for the Pipe of Insight next. Liquid look like they're looking for a fight. Not afraid right now. Kleipnir for Mickey. BKB looks to be next.
I think whenever they have Doom ready, they're not necessarily favored in a fight, but if they get the fight on their terms, they're absolutely capable of killing off any hero of their choice and then building it around that. Tofu will get the leap off in time, so it won't get shackled here against that Gleipnir. So another gank dodged, one from either side. Now, will Liquid force this? Will they just go straight into the tower? And what will Gaiman do? Daracho has no mana. Running around the mid area of the map, doesn't really have much to offer, and looks like Gaiman Gladiators are just full-on forfeiting this tower. So Liquid will grab that, and Insania, realizing that's what's happening, is already setting up for the counterplay because he's anticipating that Gaimin want to trade down bot. And if they're enough heroes set up for this.
Dyrachyo gets hit by the Gleipnir. Whirlwind to follow, doing a lot of damage to the creeps, but not so much the Clinks. And 33 finally jumps in, gets off the Doom just to ensure that the Clinks does die. But Quinn coming in with the Dragon Tail into the arrow. Is it going to be enough damage to take out Mickey? It's going to be close. Yes. It's a 1-for-1 for the carries on each respective team. Big Terrorize coming out from the Dark Willow, though, as Quinn continuing to right-click on a 33, doing barely any damage. The Doom's so tanky at this stage of the game, as Insania is stuck in a horrible place. He gets evaporated. Nisha gets off the Sonic Wave, deletes Tofu in turn. So 2 for 2.
Nisha's free to move around here.
Got the Shadow Realm away. Ace and company looking like they might soft back here. Nisha very low on mana, as Quinn apparently wants to continue on, gets the Dragon Tail. Again, 33. They are tickling at this stage of the game. Firestorm is a good opportunity to do some damage to him, though, inside that Pit of Malice as well. He pops the Crimson Guard, though. The Curse Crown's going to eventually activate. The Bedlam not going to be enough, as Boxy is finally brought down by Quinn. So in the end, a 3 for 2 favor Gaimin.
Yeah, and Liquid get the hell out of there because Ace is bringing in Dyrachyo through the gate. So, a decent outcome, you have to say, there for Gaimin Gladiators, especially if they end up claiming the tower as their grand prize. And yeah, well, with this amount of rally units, it's only a matter of time before this tower says bye-bye. All right, down it goes. Still, Roshan is up, has been up the whole game. Neither team has claimed it just yet, and it has to become a point of contention now with multiple towers now down, and with the position Gaimin Gladiators have on the map and the knowledge that Doom and Sonic Wave are down, I think this is just a total freebie. Liquid should be, even if they were in position to smoke for this right now, I think they would just make the call against it. The risk reward just doesn't seem good enough. So Gaimin pick up some steam here. They pick up the Aegis. And I'm assuming probably putting it on Dyrachyo so he can play very aggressive. Dragon Knight as a transformation hero. All right, he is the choice. I mean, this is a hero that we sometimes see people put it on, sometimes they don't, because the second life isn't as good as the first. However, the way Liquid have approached the fight so far in the game, they've really focused on dooming Quinn when they can.
Yeah,
so
true.
This dissuades 33 from going for that play.
So what you're saying is Dyrachyo's screwed?
He might just be able to play the fights completely differently now that there's an Aegis in play, because now he can be more patient. Quinn can go in, create vision in the fight.
Did you say Dyrachyo be patient?
He can be more patient, which is waiting 1 second instead of 0.
I see. Okay, gotcha.
But it's a good point. Unlikely to happen.
Tofu will get his
shard for the Mirana.
Yeah, that's a
gonna
good
be
one.
Really happy about that. Let's see what he pivots to now, because he was ready to buy it just now. Now Tofu has a choice to make. As Fear pointed out on the panel, we've seen games where Gaimin Gladiators are playing this Chen Underlord that Tofu will just go BKB into carry items. Wouldn't mind seeing that here, honestly. And that's not because, okay, Gaimin will plan for, oh, hang on. All right, everybody dodges everybody. Never mind. There's a Gleipnir.
Yep, except for Tofu. Does get one leap off, and the Hand of God.
Wow, actually Hand of God.
That is one important ult down now.
That was a completely hopeless situation. He had 0 leaps left. He was never getting out of that one. But
33, Doom initiation. Nisha gonna Shadow Strike to slow this Underlord to a crawl. This is eventually gonna be the kill, going the way of Liquid.
Yep.
So Liquid really on top of things in this game number 1. And the Gleipnir now with the Whirlwind to follow. Mickey with the help of Boxy will take out Celery as well. So 3 dead.
Damn, they're just bleeding out. They have the Aegis, they have the advantage, and Liquid are just picking them apart one by one and across multiple lanes. They'll now get the bottom tier 1 and the mid tier 2. Talk about a power play with a disadvantage. This was not what I think many people would have expected in this game state. When Gaimin gets the Aegis, usually they're the ones deciding how things go down.
Dyrachyo.
Okay, big damage.
Gotta be careful. And 33 just tanking up this tier 2 tower. There is now TP coming in. Remember, Quinn has the Aegis still. In his dragon form, another blink away. Tofu, is he actually gonna die just to Boxy? Yes, wow. That is unreal. He's gonna fake out the Terrorize, run away. The Pit of Malice already on cooldown.
So many things going right for Liquid. I was gonna say, they gotta be a little bit careful with the TP reinforcements with Doom on cooldown and the numbers being able to be brought there from Gaimin, but they're just too fast. they're killing the heroes before Gaming get to group up, which is what they've been so good at for so long, is getting that formation going and setting the terms of the fight. If you break them off too quickly on the side of Liquid, then it doesn't really matter. Then they don't get to that point.
Yeah, 4K lead here for Liquid, and this Aegis just seems to be doing absolutely nothing for Gaming Gladiators, at least not yet. Still have time to try to make use of it, of course, as Mickey has the 9-second BKB. And Dyrachyo going for an MKB, it seems. He's going to have a lot of right-click damage.
Let's see what Gaming want to do now. Still a minute and a half on that Aegis. Do they have any smokes? They do. So they have a smoke available on... Okay, they have 2 smokes, actually. They're going to pop one now and try to find a moment of opportunity. I think the ideal fight for them is catching a core around the mid area and then turn that into a tier 2. High ground seems a little bit like a pipe dream right now, but I say that and it's Gaming Gladiators, so probably not. But yeah, we are approaching the part of the game where they usually win. So
still very even though, according to Dota Plus. Dust not going to connect. And Gaiman trying to make use of this Aegis as they're grouping up. And Liquid, I would assume, will try to just delay until around the expiration date of said Aegis. Nisha getting pretty close to the Aghanim Scepter, just 800 away.
Yeah, so smoke move unsuccessful. They do place down a very nice aggressive ward in that bottom half of the map. They actually, as a matter of fact, have 2 down there. So if Liquid were to go down there and farm, get a good punish, they'll try 33.
Dragon Tail, arrows coming for him as well. Do they have the damage to actually rip through him? The big terrorize, though, to try to counteract this. Mickey with the BKB and the Whirlwind as well. The Doom applied to the Underlord, trying to run away. Mickey's the one getting deleted, though. Has to be really careful. Will eventually back away, just barely living. As Nisha gets off a Sonic Wave onto 2, already deleted Ace to start this fight out. Overgoat's gonna hold him in place for Nisha, try and reset. Dyrachyo kind of stuck in no man's land. Will use his ability to be able to blink away, but not far enough it seems. Trying to take out Mickey, the very edge of this fight. He finally gets taken out by Quinn, but it's gonna cost Dyrachyo his life. It's a 2 for 2. That's 2 cores for Gaming Gladiators down.
Yeah, Gaming will try to pursue though.
Yep, Quinn continuing on. The arrow is going to hit thanks to the Dragon Tail as well. Boxy coming in with the Bedlam, trying to tank up as much damage as he can. Nisha getting off the Shivas is Celery attempting to run away. They're going to lose Boxy though on the Liquid side. Nisha very low on mana, but he's going to continue to pursue as Celery falls.
Dang, that fucking Doom is so tanky.
They are using so many resources. And
these fights are so
close.
Insanely close.
Oh! No! The Aghanim Scepter puts the end to Tofu.
Wait, was that Quinn actually killing him? Did I see that right? Did that one come from the Dragon Knight, or was it from Mirana herself?
I'll have to see it again.
I think Quinn actually killed him. He did not realize that the Shadow Strike on himself was expiring with that Axe.
Ultimate toxicity from Quinn.
Yeah. He wants a better solar flare is what he's trying to say. You get an upgraded version. I'm not sure if that one was from the DK, but it did look like it. It can be a bit difficult to tell sometimes, but nice little extra kill for Nisha.
We'll watch it again here.
I mean, what an insanely long fight this was.
Yeah, really good terrorize as well from Boxy. Basically resetting things completely. And I don't know how Mickey lives so long in this engagement.
So the way Mickey is playing this fight is kind of interesting. He walks in with BKB and Whirlwind, and he's waiting to wind run until he's on 20%. He had it ready the whole time. So he's tanking up whatever damage he can, knowing that when he wind runs, he's more or less invincible against the Dire lineup. So he's kind of baiting them to spend as many resources as possible that amount to nothing. This is going to become dangerous when Clinks gets some True Strike, though. And we're not far off that MKB, which could completely change the course of this game when Dyrachyo gets it.
This fight was still, it was this long, apparently.
Oh, look what Mickey has.
So there's the Shadow Strike with the Aghanim Scepter. Let's see. As Celery falls here. And eventually, okay, so Tofu is the one that's Shadow Struck right now. Quinn, I don't think he is. Or is he? Oh, yeah, you're right.
He is.
That freaking reaction was like,
oh, that's the stuff.
Uh-oh, Dyrachyo.
It's fucking funny.
Nice. Pit of Malice from Ace.
Holy shit, that was...
Here, although he's stuck in place thanks to the Gale Force.
Dude.
And Gaming Gladiators trying to disengage
Report Quinn.
That That's going to make a great GIF, by the way.
That is so good, man. Aw.
Make that into a meme immediately, please.
So
Thank you.
good, man. You gotta, I mean, Quinn is just good at reaction faces in general.
Yeah.
So when you get a moment like that, that's the player you want it to happen to. It's awesome. Oh, man. What do you make of Windranger? I think, is this the first time we see Revenant's Brooch queued up on this hero? I feel like this is not a build that has been common at all here.
That's cool.
So just to remind everyone how this item works, since I don't think I've seen it in a single game this tournament, it gives you damage and spell lifesteal, and then you can toggle it on to make your attacks cost more mana, but they deal magic damage and they can hit ethereal units but not crit. So he hasn't gone for the Daedalus, so maybe he won't at all, and he's trying to kill the enemy heroes through magic damage rather than physical, knowing that he's against Dragon Knight, knowing that he's against the Chen Divine Favor. Interesting option here. I feel like this item is very hit or miss.
Yeah, it sounds like we have a listen in right here. Let's take a listen.
Not too bad, guys. This game better than this game. This fight's so good. Holy shit!
There we go. I have no idea what he just said, but that would probably make a good voice line.
Which is always worth a listen in, of course. Yeah, that's how you too, as a Twitch chatter, can be top 3 at TI. This is how comms are during high-stakes games playing for 7 digits. You know, it's interesting, isn't it? They're just humans like the rest of us, except in Dota, they're kind of godlike. But you know.
They can be subhuman at times as well, of course, as can we all.
Yep.
7K lead here for Liquid. Roche is spawning
trash
in less
talk.
than 10 seconds, and we're going to have a good old-fashioned Roche off. And who fights better in this area, would you say? Is Arrow will find Roche. He's not going to be too happy about that. But who would you say has advantage in this area in terms of team fight?
Oh, it's so hard to say. Honestly, with how close these fights have been so far, it really depends on who gets the right angle. Both teams have tons of potential. A really good pit can cause a devastating opener for the side of Gaming. On the other side, Overgrowth, Terrorize, really big spells. Even a key Shackle Shot, which is a spell
He's
I've
trying to
barely
push.
seen this game.
Oh, Nisha on the cliff. He gets some vision, but they have vision as well. Whirlwind doing a lot of damage. Ace trying to get the hell out of there, but the damage is applied to Mickey. The Doom onto the Dragon Knight. 33 is the one actually being evaporated despite being the tankiest hero in this game. But Gaming Gladiators, they lose Quinn. In trade is the Doom. It's already a 4-for-1, and only Duraccio living through the day. Looks like he'll eventually be fine. But this fight not going the way that Gaiman were thinking initially.
There's just, that's what I mean about reaching the stage of the game for the Radiant lineup. When they get these items online and they get the right angle, look at that damage from Nisha on the Queen of Pain. 8,700, and this feels like it was in 5 seconds. Just ridiculous output from that Quap. I wonder how many people he hit with the Sonic. It's ridiculous damage. And of course, the Shiva's Guard also playing a part in these fights. It's preventing Gaiman from getting that regeneration and the healing in. And this will now result in an Aegis pickup for the side of Liquid, now in a very comfortable position. And now the big question is, what do Gaiman do? Because Plan A has now officially failed. How does Clinks become a late game monster?
Look at this.
The Solar Flare is always going to be an X factor in the late game if Mirana gets there, but Tofu is, we haven't really talked about that so much, he's really poor this game. He was bottom net worth just a moment ago on that Mirana, so the BKB isn't even close to finished, and we're 34 minutes in. He has no items.
Yeah, that's not something we've seen very much at this tournament.
6 deaths to his name, only 41 CS minute 34, has very much been given everything to his teammates, but might come back to bite him that he's been this selfless. When you get to this game state, you wish that you had that additional damage dealer when Dragon Knight is seemingly getting doomed literally every fight. And Quinn doesn't seem to want to itemize against the Doom either. We're not seeing any Lincolns pick up, we're not seeing the team trying to cover for him much in any way. I suppose his Pike is somewhat of a pseudo solution some of the time, but not quite cutting it.
Well, we're not too far away from the Revenant's Brooch, which, like you said, might be the first purchase the entire tournament. I feel like this item has not been a thing for quite a while since they changed the fact that you can't crit with it, right? That was the old Rebuke strat or PA strat.
Yeah.
It was a lot of fun for the couple weeks that it was relevant.
Yeah, for the people that used it, everybody else hated it. That's Dota in a nutshell, though. Tormentor will go the way of Celery, so he now gets the Holy Persuasion upgrade, so now can take an Ancient Creep based on level of Hand of God, so he can take 2 Ancients. I think you definitely want to get an Ancient Granite Golem here. It really feels like a matter of getting enough health on your team.
Yeah.
The armor from the Black Dragon, maybe not as important, given that the Doracho, or excuse me, Mickey is completing the Brooch. Wonder if they think he is, though. They've only seen the Sacred Relic, so they might not even think he's going this path.
Yeah, true.
Could just as well have been a Nullifier buildup, or Radiance if this was 10,000 MMR lower than it is, or maybe 12,000 lower. Yeah, got to get used to that. Now high MMR is actually 15K from what I've been told.
Wow.
So
just keeps going. So there it is. Revenant's Brooch. We'll see how effective it is.
Needs to remember to toggle it. This is one of those things where, you know, you haven't really used this item very much, probably, as a player in the last bit of time. Gotta keep that. It's like an extra mental note you need to keep in check, and these fights are very fast and very chaotic. Nisha pushing out the wave. He has Aegis, so risk reward here. Okay.
Oh, they're actually going to try to jump Quinn, but he finds the distance. Although 33 going in really deep against the Doom and the Sonic Wave onto this Dragon Knight. Quinn is dead. Does not have the buyback whatsoever, as Mickey taking a decent brunt of the damage, but Ace, he's taken out in his own base as
Mickey!
well.
Oh, the last
Mickey
tower
eventually
shot!
falls. 80 seconds of no winner. That's actually so big.
If he doesn't die there, they could probably continue this push. I don't know if they can now.
Yeah.
Maybe they still can. I mean, Nisha has 2 lives, and he is the strongest hero in the game, arguably.
Yeah, a minute and a half on this Aegis. But no DK, no Underlord. Pretty huge for your defense here if you're gaming. As Nisha's going to jump in. Look at the damage onto the Chen, but the arrow is going to connect. Again, there's 2 lives on this Quap. Terrorize comes out as Nisha wants to finish the job. Godlike for him. Deletes
Nisha's
Celery.
too fucking
The
tanky.
buildings, though, not going
38
down quite as
armor,
fast as
18
they're-
plus
Yeah,
38.
their lineup is not good at pushing, just flat out. Even if Mickey, I mean, if Mickey's alive, they're obviously much better, but doesn't have focus fire, of course.
So they get the tier 3 and will reposition. Another minute on this Aegis.
This might be all they get, but it's, I say that.
It's still big.
It's a lot. They got a lot out of that. This does open the avenue for Gaming Gladiators of potentially focusing Nisha in the next fight, but he has just shown such incredible resilience in the fights. He's a really tough kill. He's got 3,400 health, about 50 armor when he gets... He has 50 armor on Quap when he gets living armored. I had to do a double take on that. I can't believe I'm saying that out loud, that Quap has that much armor. That's
So
not
what you're
usually-
saying is Clinks needs a Revenant's Brooch as well.
I think the Daedalus is probably the right choice that he's going for. Yeah, this is just not what you're used to seeing in the past from Queen of Pain, right? He's just so stupidly tanky when he gets that living armor put on him. He will swap out his Craggy Coat for Ascetic's Cap, so he's losing some armor now, but still, he is ridiculously tanky, and you better 100 to 0 him, because you know if you don't, he's going to heal up with that spell lifesteal from the Dagon, from the Ags, from the Sonic Wave. It's a ton of healing, which effectively turns your damage to dust, so gotta make sure. And that's a problem here, right? The gaming actually have that amount of damage to begin with.
Right. Oh boy.
Nisha finds
Shivas.
Quinn.
Power shot gives a little bit of vision. 33 and company will find Quinn in the trees. Sonic Wave expended just to make sure that he dies.
It's a 25-second cooldown. He can use this for anything he wants on Nisha.
So Quinn does have buyback, but we'll have to sit things out for 70 seconds if he doesn't want to use it. And of course, the Aegis, like you said, is already expired, so from Liquid's perspective, Cinderin, wait for the next Roche or some other plan?
I think so. I don't think you're under any sort of pressure at this point to, you know, you should probably feel comfortable that you have this one if this keeps on going for another 10 to 15 minutes. It's the enemy team that has to make the moves. So as long as you map control, push out the waves, control the right areas, and prepare for that Roche, I think everything is going just according to plan. So we're hearing more and more Let's Go Liquids and more cheers. There are fans in the crowd here that have been waiting for this for 3 years for Liquid to finally beat Gaming Gladiators in a singular game. And this might just be a one. Yep, they've definitely been better against them this year, and they're showing it this game too.
Yep, they certainly have done their homework. Another tier 3 dead. McKay and company going to focus on the racks now. Quinn up in 10 seconds. Gaiman desperately needing to hold this. Might have to give up
like
this
the
melee,
strongest.
though. It's going to refresh the fortification, though.
Yeah, no reason.
And with
to
that,
glyph.
Liquid will
It's not
back away.
Quap?
Yep.
And
Nice
we
little
won't know
snipe.
about Roche for another minute and a half, but yeah, this
They
is
put
getting
Tiny.
very
Where's Queen of
scary for
Pain?
Gaiman.
That's a
Of course.
great grab.
49.9,
absolutely.
even though there's like a lot of games for Quap.
Time to, as you said, we will know in a minute and 15. The teams obviously will not. So the potential respawn is over the course of the next 4 minutes. And as long as you cover the map well and keep pushing out, it feels like Gaiman are approaching the type of late game where it's like, all right, now they are the ones who have to go for what every team faces against them. It seemingly is that last Hail Mary fight when you're starting to be in a really crippling position. But I do feel like they want to wait for the last item on Duracho. I feel like if he can get this data list, that's when they want to go all in. So despite actually being in a spot on the map and having okay-ish waves to go for a smoke, I think they'll decide against it specifically to get that one item up in him. Tofu is so low smoked. Oh, it's Ninja Gear. Okay, never mind.
Yep, best neutral in the game still, 2024.
Yeah, it's been tier 1 for as long as Gaming Gladiators have, it seems like.
Yeah, it's connected, I'm sure.
Nah, most of their games are over before it can drop.
That's true, actually, yeah.
Not this one. Trickster Cloak picked up by Celery, so a little more defensive line for him. The Ancient Guardian on Duracho could become important because, oh, hang on, he gets dusted. Can they reach?
33 trying to go for him. Oh, the BKB comes out from Duracho. Pitamalis to prevent any further pursuit.
Well,
although Nisha wants to continue, Sonic Wave applied to only 2. And Quinn will pop the Dragon Form. Nisha going in really deep. He's going to get Dragon Tail. He's going to get 100 to 0. He's dead. Does have his buyback, though. You can see the Clinks finally goes down, though. Duracho just melts. Buyback comes out immediately from Nisha. Mickey with the big whirlwind doing so much damage. Tofu will TP out, though, as 33 eventually will drop to Quinn. Shirley blinks away to ensure the kill. So it's a 3 for 2, I believe, with a buyback coming out from Nisha.
Nisha knows that if he were to get killed there, they have to drop absolutely everything on him, and he can buyback TP, so he will rejoin that fight. But honestly, I still think that was okay-ish for Gaming Gladiators. Yeah, they lose 2 cores of their own, but they find a big kill. Duracho now has enough gold for his item. I don't think this is going to turn into a potential Rax push. Maybe if you have to buy back the Underlord, then I guess it looks even better for Liquid. But they're not going to buy back their own Doom, I think.
Yep, Quinn, Gale Force being really annoying.
They're not glyphing yet. All right,
finally
now,
comes
but
out.
there's the banner. So the glyph not going to do anything.
That's right.
And they are not buying back their Underlord. They're going to concede the tower. Duracho has completed his
concede
item.
more than this if they're not careful. Focus now onto the melee. Underlord up in 15, Clinks in 25. Like you said, the buyback is still there for Ace, but they will give up another barracks. So 2 melees dead. The range actually goes down in the top lane right now to the creeps alone.
So 1 lane remaining here.
Basically, yeah.
For the side of Gaiman. Yeah, okay. And 100 HP on a range tracks, which is 1 little poke from any of the farmed heroes.
Level 25 talent for multi-shot shit.
All right. Well, Boxy has got some stuff going this game.
Yeah.
And Nisha hits level 25. So let's see what talent he takes here. He could take 250 Sonic Wave damage, or he could take the -2 second blink cooldown. Both are incredible talents when you have the Octarine build. As we've established already, the Sonic Wave has a cooldown of 26 seconds, so adding a 250 pure damage to that feels real good.
God, Whirlwind is insane in these late game scenarios. Mickey did so much damage here.
And now he has the 25 talent on him as well, which is Whirlwind kills extend duration by 2 seconds.
Oh
so
boy, yeah.
That's even longer. Nisha will take the Sonic Wave damage over the blink cooldown. Would have put his blink on a 2.5 second CD, but wants the damage.
Yep, Gaiman want to try to contest this. We can see that Roche, a little bit damaged, will go back into the pit. So we have the good old-fashioned Roche shot for Roche number 3. We have a refresher now on 33. This could have huge implications on this game.
Yep.
On this fight specifically.
Easily has the mana to use it with the Octarine that he bought earlier. Liquid Keeping their composure here. This is the vision is everything here.
He looks at Quinn. They look at each other. Quinn gets the stun off first, pops the BKB. Sonic Wave onto 2 though. The Doom onto Quinn. He tries to get the high ground. Whirlwind with the overgrowth combination, just shredding these heroes on Gaming Gladiator's side. Quinn is going to be next because he was doomed at the beginning of the fight. They're going to buy back in mass. But 33, he might be the first to fall for Liquid. He's on the other side of the tree.
GG.
Eventually, no.
Oh my God,
he
Liquid
lives on Doom some way, somehow. And only one member of Game and Alive, and it's the Underlord. And this is a
They don't know there's
Liquid.
buyback.
That was completely
They don't know there's no
clean. They offer
buyback.
up the Doom, and as Dragon Knight tries to blink Dragon Tail him, he doesn't manage to chain it before they get the BKB off, and 33 gets the Doom off on DK. He's screwed in that fight. And he gets
All right, Roche really wants to go home, but he will die here. And the Refresher Shard will drop. And the question is, can they just end here, Cinder? Clinks is dead for 60,
so
Quinn
is
for
Dragon.
50.
Yeah, there is no way. This isn't minimum megas. I mean, what are you going to defend with? Underlord is auras only. He has no damage, no utility to try to delay the push, except, I mean, he's going to Crimson Guard the barracks, right? But they don't have Glyph.
Yeah, Raindrak's taken out by 33, and now Mickey and company focusing on the mid lane. And this will be uncontested, of course. Mirana's up in 5 seconds.
They even have the banner here, so this wave.
Oh, yeah. That's a pretty nice placement. Now the tier 4s are next for Liquid, trying to take this game number 1 here in the upper bracket finals. Quinn up in 15 seconds. Clinks in 15.
Crimson?
They're going to lose
There's
at
the
least
Crimson,
one
right?
tier 4, maybe both, with the Ancient being fully exposed. We might see a big team fight here. 33 jumps in. You can see the Whirlwind. Mickey is just shredding everybody. The Doom applied to Ace as well. He's dead. No buyback. Celery's next. And now, again, it's going to be 3 versus 5. Just 2 different heroes dead this time around for Gaming Gladiators. Quinn jumping in with one last-ditch effort. Will pop the BKB. Duracho doing a lot of damage to Nisha, but he's just going to shrug it off because he has that second life in the Aegis.
Oh, big damage here.
Burning Brock's
Nisha.
doing quite a bit. Aegis still intact. 33, not able to get the hooks up the overgrowth onto 2. Do they have the damage to finish these heroes off? Looks like the Mirana is dead. GG is called. Liquid take game number 1.
Yeah,
which is exactly what we wanted to see, a close game, Cinder. I think we saw that this time around.
Yeah, I mean, if any game gets past 35 minutes with gaming in it, it's probably a close one, right? But in reality, how close was this game actually? Because Liquid, it felt like won basically every single fight from 20-minute onward, or at least tied it, and just got so much value out of their support duo. I think everyone in their team played a massive game, and especially Nisha on that Queen of Pain. Oh my, so much damage.
Absolutely. Let's see what the panel has to say about this game number 1.
Well, look, originally I was going to say it was a close game. It was that back and forth that Jenkins wanted. But Synderen and Sunsfan making it very clear there that a lot of these team fights just going the way of Liquid. And Jenkins, it was down to that support duo. I mean, that last fight, very heavily on Insania with the overgrowth there. Fantastic positioning from him. But even before that, just the fears coming out from Boxy on the Dark Below too.
Yeah, honestly, everybody on Liquid completely clutched that game. If I had to pick an absolute MVP, I would say Nisha on Queen of Pain, but they were such a unit. We saw that whenever 33 was able to doom Quinn, they were winning fights, but then he went for a Revenant's Brooch on Wind Ranger for Mickey, and then all of a sudden the Doom switches to the Clinks, because that's when Duracho could have actually carried the game, because he was doing some serious damage in the late game there. So they basically identified that as the game was progressing, they're going to change the way that they take these fights, and that is very impressive. They didn't have to lose fights to make that distinction, to know that that's how they had to change it, because the thing is, if you lose a fight to Gaimin, they're going to beat you. Like, that's enough for them. So Liquid played this game completely flawlessly.
Yeah, well, we just saw one of the very first team fights that happened in that game, and that also went the way of Liquid. So it was phenomenal how they weren't able to give Gaming Gladiators the space that they normally are able to get for themselves here.
Yeah, I mean, overall, their just game plan was really good. I liked a lot what 33 was doing in this particular game. Still showing how his Doom is super strong, making a lot of space in these team fights as well. And the Treant, this is something that we've talked about a lot, but the Living Armor was the one thing that made this game very difficult for Clinks to play into, with the Crimson Guard on top of it. Something not so specific to this game though, but every game that has gone over 40 minutes for Gaming Gladiators has resulted in a loss for Gaming Gladiators. And Liquid, they've played in a lot of games past 40 minutes here, so I feel like if Liquid can drag these games out and just survive that early aggression from GG, they're in a really good spot.
I mean, that Triant, we've gone on tangents time and time again. Winter for multiple minutes.
Winter, you have 3 minutes to talk about Treant Protector.
No, not at all. We're not going to make everyone in the arena be subject to that. But Phil was right with that, and I think that's down to the living armor, just how different that aspect of his
They gotta
toolkit
ban the
is now
Doom
used in
now.
fights rather than on towers.
In the living
Well, they
armor,
had to
it's
take the
something,
Doom
very,
for them.
very useful in the game, but I would like to highlight the Crimson Guard, right? Like he got it like around minute 13 when they were like chasing and ganking him, and I felt like his item build and his understanding of the hero was the key tool that actually allowed Liquid to survive that phase. Right? He went for a phase boost, and he actually kept the mana burn creep on Doom, which gave him the mana aura because he didn't go for any mana items on the hero. So when you go Pipe plus Crimson without a mana item, usually you have mana problems, but with that creep, it kind of solves that problem, and it gives him a lot of value in the game by rushing the armor items. It kind of nullifies the Kling's physical damage in the early game.
Yeah. With these replays coming out here, Jenkins, we're seeing Gaming Gladiators get the jump an even number of times for Liquid. Did they have to force these team fights? Is that what they felt was their way back in? Or could you have tried to avoid Liquid on the fight, draw it out, avoid Liquid on the map, draw it out?
Damn, Doom lived from
felt you
Mirana.
were in that better position to fight.
It's kind of hard to do that at that point in the game that we just saw, because Gaimin, they commit
earlier.
They maybe earlier, but at this point they commit to this like death ball strategy. You're playing into a Doom with Refresher. That's 2 heroes that are going to die in the fight, guaranteed, right? And 2 of the heroes, Underlord and Dragon Knight, they heal a lot. That's how they're tanky. Doom completely nullifies that. Nisha on Queen of Pain was pretty much immortal,
Some
and then
snacks.
Mickey on Wind Ranger.
I'll be back.
This Revenant's Brooch build, I think it's really great against the Crimson Guard, and it's really great against all the physical armor that was coming out of, Dragon Knight, for example. I kind of low-key think that this is something that Liquid figured out in the last couple of days, and they just think that it's broken. Like, I would imagine that in another game, Mickey on Wind Ranger will go for Revenant's Brooch, even if it's not into this particular matchup.
Anything you want to add, Phil?
I mean, I agree. The Revenant's Brooch looked good. I talked a lot about the Doom and what was good about it, but I feel like it's almost criminal not to talk about how well Nisha played this game on the Queen of Pain. He had a rough laning stage. Like, Quinn definitely schooled him there. He zoned him out from like the first wave at like, not first wave, but at level 5. And he got 6 beforehand. It was really difficult, but he has been coming back in really bad lane matchups. I feel like this entire tournament. He's been playing like Puck versus Snipers, losing the lane hard, coming back, still going beyond Godlike. He played Puck versus Viper. Now he's playing a Queen of Plane versus like this DK, and he's just still finding ways with bad laning stage to make things happen. But I did want to talk about this as well. This fight, 33, picks up the Crimson at the perfect moment, right off the courier, just dropped it off there. And that allows him to not only live here by picking up the Crimson at that moment, but it buys time. They get a double kill in that bottom lane, and he gets to TP out scot-free here. So this is a really huge pickup. Him rushing this item with that living armor you see from the Treant Protector. These 2 items work hand in hand together, like the spell of Treant, giving him extra armor, then popping the Crimson. It makes hero like Clinks, where you do rely a lot on your skeletons to do damage. They don't do anything. They just like tickle you. And Duracho even went all in on the physical damage build with going the Desolator instead of the Maelstrom, that it made it even more effective.
I think Liquid just really understood they needed to just survive that timing in the early game with the Crimson. I think without that item being rushed, like if he were to just slow it down by a little bit, maybe get some other smaller items or be greedy, get a Midas before he get the Crimson. We've seen a lot of players do that, and that would have actually been a pretty big deal in the game if he actually didn't have the Crimson early enough.
I did want to highlight this fight in particular because, Nat, I think you noticed it, that Nisha actually fed his courier to get vision of where Gaimin were, and then he jumps onto the cliff. He just willingly gets arrowed to give his team vision of this fight, because 33, they knew that if they doom Quinn on DK, they win the fight. If they doom anybody else, they lose the fight, because DK is the only one that's going to output enough damage. DK is the one that's going to survive. If they don't doom him, he's too tanky. And all of this was achievable because Nisha was just blinking in head first. And they were blinking onto a Gaimin Gladiator's ward. Like, fighting into a ward is one of the biggest like death sentences you can do in Dota. So you need to have somebody that can jump onto the high ground like that, and he needs to also have the items in the backup of his team and the trust in order to do that.
Yeah, I mean, they were so quick to also join in on that, and the Doom was so tough to take down here throughout that whole fight, and many, even if it's the Doom that goes down, you got Mickey just sitting there pumping out the damage. Same with Nisha, so they're honing in on what they think is the issue, and meanwhile, everyone else is off to the side on the side of Liquid and just doing everything they possibly can, using every single ability.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely had damage issues this game. Like, the Clinks did not really have the damage, and unfortunately, as well, DK doesn't do high damage.
Well, look, this crowd has been amazing so far. It's only been game number 1 for our upper bracket, but you guys have been so loud, and I do know 2 other people that like to get loud with you guys. It's Slacks and Tsunami.
We sure do like to get loud over here, my friends. Yes, it is me, Slacks and Tsunami.
What's going on, friends?
They are getting loud. Wonderful. Now, we had a fantastic game of Doom in that last series, and we thought we'd come up with a little game, my friend. Tsunami, would you like to explain the game?
Now, we're seeing a lot of heroes over and over again,
Yes.
but there have been a lot of unpicked heroes. And seeing as how all of you are at the International, I'm assuming you're all authorities on Dota. So we're going to go through all these random crowd people, and I just need you to name one unpicked hero at the road to TI and TI. I know you're all thinking the same one. You're going to have to think of another one.
We're going in order, so those guys in the back, you are screwed. So we're going to start off. If you get it right, you get an iconic Doom hat. No whispering here. No cheating. All right, we're going to go quick, so I'm going to put the microphone in front of you. If you get it right, our game master Tsunami will tell you, and you get a Doom hat. Are you ready to play?
Of course.
All right, what is a hero that has not been doomed so far at this TI? Go!
Techies.
That is correct.
That's a good Doom hat. Next!
Meepo. That is correct.
Visage.
That is incorrect.
Oh! You are doomed. Silent. Muted. Inconvenienced. Out you go. Inconvenience. Brewmaster.
That is incorrect.
Oh! Okay, we're moving on quick. What do we got?
Witch Doctor.
That is correct.
Throw her hat. Fantastic. Hello? Whoa.
Die Hunter.
That is correct.
Hey, fantastic. He's ravaging. I feel ravaged by that man. Thank you. It's a skill shot. All right. What do we got?
Arc Warden.
That is correct.
Give this man a hat.
Axe.
Huh?
That is correct.
Yeah, axe. Incredible. Get that man a hat.
Vengeful Spirit.
That is correct.
Yay!
Ogre Magi, baby.
That is correct.
Booge.
That is correct.
This is a long time for that one.
Abaddon.
That is incorrect.
Oh! On the end? Punch! He just said punch! I'll give you a hat.
It's still correct.
Take your hat, take your hat. Somebody said over here. Oh, we got to say hello.
Ringmaster.
Oh, this.
Oh, we got a funny guy here. We got a funny guy.
I like that. That's toxic. That's good. No booing. All right, huh?
Wisp.
Wisp.
That is incorrect.
Oh, of course there's a wisp at TI. I'm so sorry, Dota Detective.
Life Stealer.
Life Stealer.
That is correct.
Yeah!
Someone got my answer.
What? Someone get my answer. Name 2 and I'll give you 4 hats if you get it right.
Oh my god.
Double or nothing.
Waking.
That is incorrect.
Oh.
Come on, K1 was in this tournament.
The group, the savior, same deal. You name 2, I'll give you 4.
What? OG.
OG is correct.
One more.
Sky Mage.
Which one?
Skyrath Mage.
Skyrath Mage.
Is incorrect.
Oh, you're so close.
Crowd, I think these people need some help.
Okay, hold on. We got one more. We're going to do the double or nothing. I will shower you in this box of hats, and you can take over this bit. If you get this right, I want 2 heroes. There's only 2 remaining.
Spirit Breaker and Huskar.
That's an 0 for 2 there, buddy.
Oh, nice. You had your hand up? I really thought you knew something I didn't know. Oh, dear. Can anyone solve our mystery? Okay. Okay.
Juggernauts and Necrophos.
That is correct.
Give me the hat box. Give me that. All right, get ready. You're about to take a hat shower, my friend. Here we go.
Make it rain on them.
What? Go, Duracio, go! Go, Duracio, go! All right, you give out these hats now. My job is done. What a great set. All right, we're going to throw it. Milo?
Take my guess. Bogdan.
The game has ended, sir. Give him my hat, for God's sake. All right, here. Take your hat. Was that right?
It was not right.
Okay, we'll take a hat anyway. Thanks a lot for watching. We'll see you for the next game. on the panel.
So sometimes I wonder if the fans watch more of the games than Slacks does, not knowing if Pogna got picked. Brother, it got picked up yesterday. This man wasn't watching. It did so well for them as well. You guys on my panel, though, could you have gotten it? Especially those last 2 picks.
Yeah, I have a phone too.
Well, you can't Google it, Fia. Come on, man. That destroys the spirit.
I would definitely want to got the last 2. That was a difficult one. Like, there's a lot of heroes that have been picked.
Yeah.
And when it comes down to the last 2 that haven't been picked, that's difficult to guess. So, who knows?
Necro was one of my first guesses. He sucks.
Dawn Mummy, I mean,
Yeah, he's
Dawnbreaker
awful.
would have been mine. Dawnbreaker, yeah. She would have been my first guess.
Oh yeah, Dom.
How could you guys have forgotten about her? I would love to see her. But we also had a Gaming Gladiators fan right at the end there. He wanted Doracho to be able to come back stronger. And that's what we're all hoping as well if we want a game at number 3, because Liquid in this upper bracket finals has been able to claim game at number 1. So let's have a little bit of a theory craft. Jenkins, I know you're a big fan of those theories. What's going on backstage? What's the pep talk coming out from either one of the players or the coach CY on Gaming Gladiators to get the ball rolling again? Get back on the wagon.
I think there's, Dota, we're a game of recency bias. Everybody talks about the last TI winner. Everybody talks about the last series winner. Everybody talks about the last game winner. But you know what? This is Gaming Gladiators we're talking about. These guys are not going to go down easy. I think they're going to be angry. I think we're going to see a performance out of Quinn like none other. And we've seen Doracio. We had a fan in the crowd say, "Go Doracio, go." Well, you know what? This guy will go from feeding on Lone Druid, 3 times in a row in the most ridiculous way possible to executing a literally flawless Alchemist game. So this guy, he's a bit volatile, but when he needs to turn it on, he'll turn it on.
Yeah. Do you think that's Doracho that's going to be able to come out in game number 2 here, Winter?
I think he's always ready. He's just gonna gulp down a Ripple, no sugar, and he's gonna be ready for the next game.
He's going to be able to get it going there. I did see one buff that was missing for Gaming Gladiators is the Quinn chewing gum. You're very familiar with that one, Jenkins.
Did he not have the gum?
No, did you not see on the
It's
camera?
getting to him. The flame is getting to Quinn. He needs to chew the gum.
You going to run down there, give him a whole pack again?
I don't think I can make it in time.
Probably
I think I'll just throw gum at him as he walks out.
Well, look, our teams will be coming out very soon. Let's also talk on the flip side. Liquid being able to get a Game 1 win for themselves. The last time that happened was almost 5 months ago. Okay, they ended up going 2-0 in that series. It was in that playoffs that you talked about as well, Fia, where it is the one part of the tournament where Liquid have that one-up on Gaming Gladiators when it comes to series head-to-head.
Yeah, they do. They don't feel the pressure yet. I really do believe it's a thing where when you get put in the exact same scenario multiple times and the results that you had previously keeps happening, it's going to be in your head, right? And I think that's what they have in the grand finals. But in the playoffs, they're not affected by that. They still play really well. And I think right now 33 is really stepping up as a player. It's like, what are you going to give this guy? Doom, he's undefeated. His Sand King is incredible. The Visage just looks OP. It's like his hero pool right now looks so incredibly scary. They tried to pick the Clinks, which is a hero that's pretty dead. Nobody's really playing it. In theory, should be good versus Doom. That didn't work out. So now you're in a situation, your strategy that you had prepared for this Doom doesn't work. You don't want to give him Sand King. He's becoming a target that is very difficult to answer.
I will say that is potentially the biggest difference between these two coming into this series is what we saw Liquid be able to draft for themselves in Game 1 is stuff that they had found success for themselves in groups. Whereas on the side of Gaming Gladiators, they're picking up new heroes. They're picking up different types of strategies. And is it something that's just a Game 1 in a best of 3? You roll the dice. If it works, and that's all Liquid have to think about. If it doesn't work, hey, we still remember what works for ourselves.
I mean, it's not even that crazy of a thing. I feel like the clips, they've run the clips before. It's more like about what they want to deal with the Doom, because they're going to be letting something through at some point. I think in this game, they might actually just totally change it up, let something different through, maybe let the Naga through. I know Liquid have played one game. They've shown that they were able to play because in the previous series, they've always been banning the Naga, even if they are on the first phase pick, I think that could happen. And Doom seems to me like to be a hero where it's not that easy to crack when the player truly understands the hero. It's very difficult to play around it, and if Liquid somehow gets Doom again and the game goes into the phase where it's going to be about them trying to survive the first 15-20 minutes of the game, Doom is just a hero that would hold everything together.
I do think it's worth, though, trying, if you're Gaming Gladiators, to ban out the heroes that only Liquid look good on. I'm not suggesting that they do this, but
Is that a long list, though? Is that maybe the problem?
I mean, would you just ban out Neta? I feel like you would just ban his hero out.
maybe you ban out Neta, but I think there's heroes like, okay, Queen of Pain for Nisha. I don't think it's going to get banned, but just as an example, other teams have not been able to make this work. It looks like a bad hero. We even questioned it when the pick came out. We were like, okay, this is interesting, which is a polite way of saying, like, we think this is a bad pick. He had a terrible laning phase, but he understands the mid-game and the late game so well that it's worth having a rough early game. So maybe Gaimin, their thought process here is ban out the hyper specialty heroes of Liquid and try to get them to play on their terms, try to get them to play more normal Dota. And I think the 33 Doom definitely fits into this category. Probably so does the Visage. But if you can get 33 on a more non-33 offlaner, then I think you're looking better.
This was a talk, 2 TIs ago when this man won it. Is the list too long to be able to ban it out, though? Because even though...
I don't think so.
There's five heroes. He's played 5 heroes.
But what I'm about to say is, I think the pool looks smaller because he's on Liquid, but it's still there. I do think there is still a depth that maybe he hasn't played it in this tournament. Maybe he hasn't played it for 2, but has he forgotten how to play that hero entirely?
That definitely also plays a role, but overall, I feel like he's gonna be wanting to play a hero that he's really been practiced a lot. Like, you don't want to mid-series, okay, I'm gonna play something that I played 3 months ago, but I didn't play the hero the last 2 weeks,
I understand that too. I could definitely see that logic.
Maybe what you do is you ban out Beast, Sand King, Visage, Doom, and then he picks Enigma because it's the only hero left that he's played in this tournament, and then you respond with a Tofu Rubik and then steal the black hole. Maybe that's the play.
Okay, all right.
I mean, they did try to let it pick through and then counter it with a weird hero before with the Clinks, and it didn't work out. But I feel like Clinks is much less good than Rubik is. Rubik is B tier, Clinks is like a straight up D tier hero.
Wow, you just slapped it right on there on the lowest tier possible.
What do you think, hero? How good do you think Clinks is in the current meta?
Jenkins is about right. The hero, he's not very good right now.
Someone clip it. Jenkins is going to have to keep that one for memories.
Yeah, I mean, Clinks right now, especially if you go for the build that Dyrachio went, which is the highest damage output build, it just isn't stacking up to the other ranged carries right now.
Alrighty, well, what's very dependent if they're able to ban out all of 33's heroes, or at least the majority of them, is if they even have the 4 picks themselves. We don't know who's going to be first pick or second pick, and the only way to find out is to get into our draft.
Team Liquid versus Game Gladiators. Game 2.
We got a game at number 2 here. A lot of fans in the crowd, some of them hoping for game number 3, some of them hoping for this series to be closed out now, but either way, let's see what is going to be respected and taken out. The Naga Siren is still going to be on that ban list first phase priority. Sand King Doom is now up there, changing out a clock. That's what was there in game number 1, and Doom has replaced it as a must ban for the side of Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, I just wanted to say how disrespectful it would have been just to ban all of 33's heroes, thinking that he just couldn't play anything else.
And then let Naga through.
And just let all the other S tier heroes into the game. Sure, I think right now the 2 heroes you have to ban versus 33 is Sand King, is Doom, because those are just easy overall first picks to the game. His other heroes are more specialty. You don't want to first pick a Visage. You're not going to first pick a Beast. You're not going to first pick an Enigma either. So, in that situation, you don't have enough bans in the second phase either. And that's kind of why a lot of these teams look like they have small hero pools, because you don't have many bans in that second phase there. And there's just too many good heroes in Dota right now. Just, you have to ban and not let into the game in that first 7 bans.
Yeah, I agree. You don't have to... He doesn't have to play much else. And this lets the SD through, banning out all these specialty heroes. Lone Druid, Alchemist, these are
I'm
also
back,
very
guys.
targeted
What's
at
up?
Gladiators. Dyrachio's
Not
heroes,
much.
Of course. Even the Broodmother is a Dyrachio hero, depending on which point in Dota you're looking at. But the SD versus
Wind Ranger, Shadow Demon.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the Alchemist.
Oh, yeah. I mean, these are all classics for him. But
they all are, yeah.
The SD Purge against Windrun is definitely one of the strongest counters to this hero in the game. So banning out all these specialty heroes means that Gaming gets a very nice counter pick with their first pick.
I will say the Shadow Demon as well could go on the 4 or the 5.
All right, let's predict. Let's not predict this time. All right.
If they want to show a core as their next support, there is a lot more to still be unveiled here. But the Wind Ranger.
I guess Klopp is just a stronger hero than Klings this patch. Because Klopp gets enabled level 20, but Klings gets enabled level 25, which is a huge XP difference. Where you get like, how much cooldown? Minus 40-second cooldown for the Sonic Wave? 45 seconds. This is definitely gonna get nerfed soon, I feel like.
He's always gonna be doing okay against any lane matchup.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was proven last game as well. Like the Crimson, the aura from the Underlord, it looks good, but he's in every single team fight, just destroying everyone.
Or even Wind Rangers.
One of them. So yeah, this hero is just good in every single game, and it's just
Whirlwind though.
Proven time and time again. They don't want to counterpick you 1-to-1. They just want to pick the heroes that they think are good and fits their playstyle. And Wind Ranger on Mickey has been that hero staple.
Okay, 33 officially has 2 more heroes that he has played in this tournament.
No.
It is Visage and Enigma.
You think he'll pick one?
I'm not sure.
I'm more curious as to what gaming gladiators are actually going to pick up. You know, the Beast Band isn't a head scratcher, but the lack of support bands is. This is very abnormal for what we see in bands for our series. There's at least normally 3 supports banned out, but the only one that we can see right now is that Naga Siren. It feels like there's so many quote-unquote OP supports that other people have looked towards, just sitting there, waiting to get picked up.
Too many support heroes that are really good, right? Because in this specific matchup, you're trying to blunt the enemy's playstyle. You're trying to slow their heroes down by banning the certain core heroes that build certain items. You know? So I feel like the supports are kind of getting forgotten in a way. But you can't ban them all because there's just way too many of them. So it's much better, in my opinion, to remove the cores that could allow the whole lineup to work, and they gotta go
banning all 33 heroes,
which is still like a very, very good hero. Like, and the pairing with the SD, I think we brought this up before with the Disseminate with the DK. Before the DK goes in, you put it on the DK. DK is just gonna be doing a lot of AOE spray damage in a team fight.
I think this is a good DK pick. You could argue that I mean, they lost with it last game and that it didn't look so good in some of the fights, but that was because he was being doomed. I think without the Doom, Quinn was looking extremely good on the DK. He won the lane, he was doing a lot of damage in the fights when he wasn't getting doomed. And it's a good counter to, it's a good hero against the Visage. You have very high armor, Visage has the birds doing small instances of damage. And I think they probably picked it knowing that the Visage or the Enigma, 2 summons heroes, are likely to come out for 33.
Yeah, the 2 best supports in the game right now for me are probably Naga and Tusk. So not surprised for them to pick up Tusk here. You just kind of have to weigh what you want to pick for 33 here. He has this hero pool. They know
really
they want to
the
pick
most
from.
bad?
This is classic Liquid. Whether it's the best Visage game or not, well, it's on his hero pool what he's going to play, and they're going to pick it from. Mickey's the same story. Whether it's the best, Wind Ranger game or not, he's still going to play it. Maybe in those last couple picks, Nisha gets a little bit of flexibility. I do like the DK a lot too, but however, I want to see it to be defaulted to carry, not to any other position, because we kind of saw in that last game, the DK didn't do much damage, and that's just kind of like the problem with the DK mid. You don't scale into the point where you're a big threat, but when you do play it in the carry position, you focus on getting like these Daedalus and you're getting the farm. This hero's, when it looks the best, looks really good versus the Visage too, just because you'll have all that AoE damage that can deal with it.
But in the previous game, I also kind of felt like his build was also not really allowing him to do damage. Right after the Mage Slayer, he went like Hurricane Pike. He didn't really go for any like direct DPS items like we normally see in a carry DK, and like go Armlet into SNY.
It's not a typical build from the mid DK. That's why I never see the mid DK go for the Armlet first. They always go for the Blink Dagger, and last game he went for the Mage Slayer just to deal Katrina Pain's damage. So just completely different here, but it is open. I feel like it could have worked last game.
Finally, I've seen some Primal Beasts in the pro scene right now.
The Dragonite as well. And now
Still no Ringmaster though.
Either be the carry or the mid, because Primal is almost always on Ace, if not always.
I wonder why they don't pick Ringmaster. Is it
Pick up for him as well. Buys a Blade Mill, it can interrupt
not
the
good? I guess. I'm not sure. I feel like Ringmaster is one of the best supports out
Very
there.
similar to what Tusk does, so they're both their side laners. They're going to do that range plus melee combination.
I mean, the clock is, I think, mostly a response to the primer. One of the better counters.
Yeah, this TI got only got like 20 hero pool, says chat right there.
Stop the pulverize with hookshot is just a very, very useful hero against primer throughout the game. It's also good against SD.
So weird.
When you're playing against SD, you want one of your supports to be able to target him right away in a team fight.
Banning Quap.
The Bristle ban, I agree with. I think that would have been a very cheese pick for a game to group up and deathball around, but
Isn't
also,
Storm Spirit still strong in this
hero
one?
in Dota that's better against Visage. The birds legitimately just die in the team fight against the Bristle Quills. It's one of the hardest matchups in the game.
No, I agree. It's really good. Not a hero we see a lot of, but in specific situations, it can be really good.
I can never tell if the crowd is cheering for a pick or if they're cheering for themselves being on screen right there.
Be a little bit of both.
Some people just like to cheer, you know? I respect it.
Is that you, Jenkins?
Oh, we got the wave going on. That's hype. All right, last pick here. Liquid, they need a mid laner. Same situation as last game. They don't know if DK is going mid. Nisha, no matter what, will be getting counterpicked, but Nisha's been so good this tournament when getting counterpicked.
It seems like a good Timber game, right? But
Nisha?
you don't know your matchup. That's like the only thing with the hero right now.
Yeah, I agree the Timber looks good, but Nisha's looked really good on these pucks and Queen of Pains, these type of heroes where he just plays the map so well with them. That even if he loses his lane, he somehow always finds a way to get farm and have impact in the game.
Yeah, Puck would definitely be an interesting one here because on one hand, I do feel like, you know, there's the DK stun into Mirana arrow. There's like good disable for the Puck, but there's also drinking buddies.
These guys are so tricky to like actually draft.
Any sort of, like, single target. This is why I think the Tusk is such an excellent.
They need the last pick
Damon is a lot
carry,
more
right?
easy to execute
No, I mean there's
stun
Wind Ranger.
combos, but drinking buddies will
They need
disrupt a lot
mid
of that.
pick.
I mean, if you go Puck,
Storm Spirit?
I mean, if you go Puck, the DK just goes mid, right? And you pick another carry.
But
Yeah,
I don't
Puck.
think they care. Like, Nisha's lost his lane like every single game in this tournament, and he just owns. Somehow he just gets owned in lane and just goes beyond godlike by the end of the game. And like, at this point, I'm not even using my brain anymore to be like, what's the best possible pick? I'm thinking, what's the best possible pick just for Nisha, regardless of anything else? Because he's proven that even if he gets owned in lane, he'll find his way back into the game and deliver.
Yeah, this time around, Liquid has a very, very fast draft, you know, with the Visage Puck. And those heroes don't really need a lot of items, they just need a couple of levels. And Wind Ranger is the one that also doesn't really mind, you know, joining the early fights, you know. Even if Wind Ranger's not ready with her items, if Visage and Puck are strong, she can come to the fights. And looking at what Gaming has, they kind of don't really have much to fight in the early game outside this primal, you know.
Yo.
They need something that can actually hold their whole draft together right now. Something that can maybe
What's
deal with
what's a
the
good hero for them now?
I mean, if they put the DK mid, it means they're gonna try
Meepo.
to win the lanes and hopefully
Meepo,
by
nah.
winning the
Nah.
lanes, slow down
I don't know, man.
'cause this Puck
Gaming
is gonna be very,
Gladiators.
very
I don't
annoying
think
to deal with SD
Queen
and, you don't really have the right
Quinn could actually
kinda lock the puck down.
play Meepo.
I'm noticing that
Oh,
Monkey
somebody
is
said
still on the
Meepo,
board.
yeah.
I see the reserve time is ticking down.
Invoker?
So we'll have to get our answer very soon as to where they want.
Muerta! Oh my god.
Okay, mid DK.
Mid
then.
DK.
Yeah, they're gonna make that shift for themselves. Is it exactly what you were just talking about, Winter, enough to starve off Liquid's early game?
I'm not so sure though, because Muerta is a very, very, very slow hero, and with this switch up, they are kind of gambling on the fact that the DK would win the lane hard enough that would buy enough time for the Muerta to come online. And I'm not so sure if I like that after seeing, like Fia mentioned, Nisha always loses his lane, but he still is going to be able to find a way to come back into the game and be very useful with the lineup. They have a very scary timing with the Puck, Visage, landing their spells and destroying everyone. And if you don't have time to farm as Muerta, you can never come to the fight.
Fear, as a Muerta enjoyer, you said she's your favorite hero the other day. How is the Wind Ranger Muerta matchup in Dota right now?
I mean, I think Muerta does well versus Wind Ranger because you deal with that, but at the same time, you also don't like playing versus Wind Ranger because you can't really hit them.
They both evade.
Yeah, they do. But I will say, like, this draft that Gaming Gladiators has concocted looks like a 40-plus minute draft to me to come online for the Muerta to get strong. Gaimin haven't won a game past 40 minutes yet this tournament here, so they're really shifting their style. This isn't the aura type of strategy we usually see them play to dominate and play for the mid-game timing. They're playing more for late game here. I'm worried that Liquid has them a little shook.
Okay, well, it feels like two for the side of Liquid Jenkins. Do you want to give some hope to the gaming fans of this draft?
They do have hard heroes to run into, I will say. DK, Primal, there isn't a Doom to kill these heroes in the game. If they can have these solid lanes and transition it to a good early game, then they're going to be fine. They'll go to late game.
Okay, we'll see if
just copied somebody. Bruh.
Tsunami.
Thank you very much. I'm joined by CY of the Game and Gladiators, where you guys always make these deep runs in brackets, but I feel that oftentimes people don't see.
Let's go vote for Gaming Gladiators for
I'll talk to
5,000.
Tofu, or I'll talk to Quinn. Day one of group stage, they're like, oh my god, we're so bad right now. It's so garbage. And then you end up getting grand finals every single time. So what are you most proud about for your team from day one of Road to TI to here?
Altså, jeg er mest stolt af, at vi altid formår at tage os sammen, når det virkelig gælder. Vi spiller altid dårligt i starten af turneringen, og så senere så tager vi os egentlig sammen, og så jeg tror måske, der er en spiller på vores hold, der er svært at tage det seriøst nogle gange, især i scrims. Så når vi endelig tager os sammen, så spiller vi rent faktisk godt.
Scrims, yes, of course. I totally agree. And now, how about this final matchup? Because you guys were taking down.
Oh, he can't vote too. Lamau.
Versus Windranger.
Whatever.
What are your thoughts?
Altså, Muerta burde være rimelig decent, fordi at, hun har sin ult på, og så kan hun jo ikke rigtig whirlwind hende eller noget. Så det tænker jeg er rimelig nice for hende. Altså, de interagerer ikke så meget med hinanden, for hun har også windrun, så det er svært at skyde hende. Men altså, det er bare to turret range carries, som er rimelig stærke lige nu i den her meta. Så.
I couldn't have said it better myself. Tak! CUI, best of luck in this game number 2.
Holy shit.
Thank you so much, Tsunami and Royal Arena. Y'all look beautiful out there doing the wave earlier. Lyrical here, subbing in for Sunsfane. He's a little bit under the weather, but I do have somebody with me as well that can translate everything that was just said. Cinderin, what did that interview say?
Yeah, it's interesting to get a second job that you weren't hired for out of nowhere. Well, effectively, he said that the Muerta versus Windranger matchup is interesting because Muerta can, you know, avoid Windranger's whirlwind when she's using it because you turn into the ghost form with the Pierce the Veil. And then before that, he said, well, the reason our starts to the tournaments early on can go a little bit poorly is that maybe we have a player. He didn't name any names specifically, but he was like, we have one player who sometimes struggles to take scrims seriously, but then when it really counts, we really pull it together and bring our A game. So maybe that's why some of the earlier stages of tournaments aren't going so well, but yeah, I mean, this is a clutch team, right? When it's crunch time, they just get it done most of the time. And, well, now it really is crunch time, because you're down 0-1. Your first game did not go according to plan, and as the panel pointed out, this is a rather unusual Game and Gladiators approach to a draft in this tournament. So I think it will be really inspiring to see if they start playing slower and win a late game.
Right.
Dare I say. But Liquid have some of their absolute ace heroes here. 33 on the Visage. They've got the Windranger again. Nisha's Puck has been ridiculous this tournament as well.
As the crowd appreciating your voice line yet again, hearing that one coming out. No, I agree with you. The Nisha Puck has looked so good, and that is going to be the interesting thing to watch. Has it been a situation where now gaming are willing to take up and change their style a little bit, or have they been fully pressured into it? Have they been fully pressured into it, and then we'll, you know, draw deductions from there? Because that's how that works. But regardless,
you can't be wrong if you let things happen first and then say that's what I was saying.
Yeah, that's what I meant all along. Absolutely. Yeah, but we'll keep our eyes across all of these various different lanes, and that's the thing too. Is like everybody, when they think of Gaming Gladiators, they're thinking about all of these big aura heroes making moves around the map. Ace playing on this Primal Beast. I'm curious to see what he goes for on this one, because he oftentimes is that engine that this entire rest of the draft just sort of plays around. How do you think he's going to play this game?
First of all, I want to say, make no mistake, this is one of his best heroes. We just haven't seen Gaimin play that style very much. But there have been games earlier I want to say earlier this year and especially last year, where he was totally carrying on Primal Beast. And it wasn't necessarily taking an aura approach. It was the traditional BKB Ags, be in the middle of fights, do tons of damage and tank the whole world with a Shiva. Could be what they're angling for here, that they feel like, all right, well, our aura strategy didn't really work against Liquid, so now instead we're going to pick heroes that team fight better, and then we're going to itemize around it in a different fashion with probably more focus on BKBs rather than the other auras. But Let's see how the early laning stage goes first and what luxury you have the options of buying. I mean, so far so good, especially in mid. Quinn absolutely handing it to Nisha here, 12-7 against the 5-2 on Puck. So this, dare I say, is going worse for Nisha than it did against Sniper the other day, very early on.
Yeah, this is a dangerous matchup, even later on into the game too, right? Not just the laning stage, but, you know, blink stun at certain points in time, and then you've got the follow-up coming in from the rest of those heroes. Could just be the death of them as Mickey, pressure on him. Well, I get a little bit of help from the Centaur creep there.
That's why they call them neutral creeps. That was just chaotic evil. It just wanted everybody to suffer at the same time, but nobody really reaped the benefits there except everyone watching who got a little cheap laugh out of it. It's like, all things considered, all cores probably not too unhappy here. It's relatively even. Nisha's caught up a little bit now here in mid, but I think you make a good point. In some of the games that we've seen Nisha do incredible things on this Puck, he hasn't necessarily... Oh, hang on, Celery's doing a ton of damage to Boxy. That's a 5-stack.
This is getting up there higher and higher.
It's only level 1, though.
I mean, it keeps him back for the moment, but the high five shows he was never really that worried about his health in that movement. But yeah, able to also do a nice little shards play over the top and get that bounty rune.
Yeah.
You were saying I said something really smart, though, so you can keep saying that if you want.
I forgot. It doesn't really happen very often. Yeah, so the thing was, it was about the Puck matchup in this game, that sometimes Puck has these pop-off games when Nisha plays it in particular. But this time, as you mentioned, Dragon Tail into Arrow is a dangerous combination, and you have the Pulverize. Even something like the Calling can actually be quite a big issue for the Puck as well. So I think the player to watch in this game, which is the case for many of Liquid's games, will be Boxy. The Tusk is the true combo breaker you have in your lineup on Liquid. I guess Clock can be a little bit of a pseudo by just breaking the fight up with Cogs. But a lot of the time, against a hero like Primal Beast, it's actually a quite interesting matchup that, generally speaking, Clockwork is good against Primal, but once Primal gets the BKB, it can quickly get quite awkward, where you cog into someone, and if Primal's in the cogs as well, he's just trampling them to death inside of those cogs. So, gotta be a little bit careful with your placements, but on paper, very good in the first 20 minutes of the game.
Absolutely. And of course, they were able to sort of block out the nice counter that the Shadow Demon normally is, taking that in the first phase overall.
Yeah.
Could also see, as this game gets later, I wouldn't mind seeing Tofu get back and get some stacks up, because that's the other thing that Primal can really accelerate his farm through and start looking super solid if you want to play more of the stack game. And there you go, Cogs are out, power shot, Ace still feeling very survivable, and he's so low and he goes down. Tofu with the last couple ticks, and he also manages to get out.
Oh shoot, power shot.
Oh, I have never cast or cursed somebody as quickly.
That was actually impressive. You almost willed that kill into existence.
Definitely getting out. Sorry, buddy. Well, now another banish coming. Duraccio, the calling, the silence is out. A little bit of drinking buddies. Make sure that 33 and Boxy will be fine.
Yeah, there are 3 stacks of poison there on 33, but no mana left in the tank for Celery means no chase. But yeah, it was a thing in the draft as well when we were talking about it, or looking at the Shadow Demon pick. The panel was mentioning how multiple supports made it through the pool. And the thing is, you're unlikely to want to grab the Omni Knight when you're playing into the SD. So I think for Gaming Gladiators' perspective, they were kind of happy to see that first pick where they can just snipe counter it with SD and then also not have to ban Omni. I think that really opened up the draft for them quite nicely to go for this pivot that they have here. Ace will get power shot, big damage, Insania.
Slow down.
Can he reach?
He's getting closer. Oh, he went the other way. He tried to block it off, but there was a tree blocking his path.
This
does have the onslaught, but this is weird.
This is still really good for the side of Liquid. The amount of time Ace has to use to run away here and then TP to base for a refill.
And then they try and set this up. The wraparound coming from Insania. If they can whittle Gaming down a little bit, they're baiting them out here to the side, snowball forward, and now caught inside the cogs. Do they have enough damage to bring down Celery? Oh, the calling! Stopping that other soul assumption. He finally manages to throw it out, but it's not enough damage.
Oh, is Boxy gonna die?
Oh man, this would be huge if they could find that kill.
For a 3v2, that is an awesome outcome for Gaming. They didn't lose anyone and they almost killed someone off. Insania has to use his healing salve. Boxy's really low and probably has to go back to base. And if both supports are out of the play for a little bit, 33, Visage is very vulnerable when it's playing 1v2. This is a hero that, you know, people will generally remember the phases of Visage just being invincible, but the first few levels on Visage, it is not a tanky hero whatsoever. He will manage to pull these couple of creeps under tower for some safety, but once this wave dies, with no supporting cast to cover him, he has to be careful.
An ace with the turnaround up on that top lane. They thought they could do something there, but no luck at all. They managed to bring down that clockwork. Also worth noting, because they saw those supports, Liquid feel comfortable leaving this Wisdom Room for 33. So they're gonna leave him alone, and then Boxy's gonna TP back out, trying to just get 33 back on the right track.
Yep, going for that Wisdom Rune is gonna cost him 3 creeps in the tower though.
Yeah.
So, and not only that, now the wave is still back on the enemy side of a lane. So once again, Visage will have to find his way down here alone. Good kill from Liquid.
A little bit too greedy from Ace.
Yeah, probably wasn't expecting that rotation from the Tusk.
One leap charge. Sania coming in, but not going to be able to force Tofu all the way away. Does secure at least a rune up on the top side. It's going to spawn, and Nisha should be able to get that one. It's a little bit close. Quinn's quick, but no.
33, he gets banished. They probably can't chase this. Chase Tofu though.
Right.
And
Tofu in trouble. Now the turn, Boxy! Bit off more than he could chew. Nisha's trying to get out with the ace rotation. It looks like they're going to turn their sights on Insania. 33 actually TP's into this. And now they're making the move onto Quinn, keeping him out of tower range. The TP is coming in from Shadow Demon. This is not going to be an easy kill. And in fact, after baiting the TP, now Liquid are going to be the ones that back on out. 33, another round of Soul Assumption, can take down Celery. Yes, it is enough damage. So they lose both of those supports, and now they're bringing even more in. Mickey shows up, now they take down Ace. Liquid bringing so many numbers, and the one hero that didn't end up making the swell move. Oh, arrow, it comes in. Never mind, Nisha's dead too. Bro, what's happening?
Yeah.
Why are there like 9 heroes mid?
Yeah, this is pretty crazy. So this is actually kind of a cascading effect of 33 having to leave bottom. The reason this turns out this way is 33 gave up. The wave was in such a bad placement down bottom against the SD Muerta, and he had no supporting cast there, so he had to leave. So he just started going mid to find some sort of impact, and it turned into this huge fight. Now he's going to die for it too.
Another move underneath the tower. Gaming Gladiators, not used to being down 1-0 in a series, but they're fighting back good in this one.
This is easily the worst start 33 has had on this hero in this tournament. I think that is the biggest concern for Liquid right now. The score doesn't look too bad, the gold doesn't look too bad. Visage has 21 CS and he's level 5. And that's after taking the Wisdom Room.
Right.
He's still not 6-minute 10 on a core. So really unheard of here for Liquid. He's now finally going to get his 10 by TPing down here and getting that Flag Bearer last hit. So he will be online, but if they manage to find him again here, that would be a total travesty. Gladiators are thinking about it, but will decide it's not worth it unless, all right, there's a haste. Quinn.
Now ready to make that move around, and eyes already towards the direction where he's going to be. Smoked up, ready to head back. 33. I mean, he's playing as safe as you can possibly be. They got to know about this rotation.
This is such a good read.
Will it stop it from happening? Quinn's still ready to run in, yes. 33, very wise movements.
Yeah. Excellent map awareness there. And as much as we talk about him struggling on the Visage, it's not like Ace is having a great game either. To be fair, both offlaners are really suffering in this individual game. And it's kind of interesting to see in a tournament where offlaners, for the most part, has been doing quite good for themselves in the early game. So we'll see who manages to find the better recovery. Visage, net worth might be a little bit, I don't want to call it inflated, but you know, he will benefit from his facet. If it weren't for that, I think they would be neck and neck on the Visage as well as the Primal.
Well, and of course, that other issue that you run into as this game goes on is going to be, you know, Visage accelerating not just off of the kills, but then also you have better tower taking potential than the Primal does. Should note, they're coming through, and Tofu is right there. And now Mickey doesn't like the look of it as much, so he'll head back through the game. But it definitely feels like Primal is the one that likes to sort of get in there a little bit more in the fights, at least until 33 has those items to stay alive.
Yeah, and he's also opting for the Vanguard as his first purchase here on that Primal. It's an item we don't see particularly much as the first pickup for many heroes. You know, some heroes will get Crimson at some point, but this time it is extra valuable. You're playing against the Visage familiars, you're playing against the Windranger, of course, so Crimson is a complete given. But it's not an item Primal usually buys as his first, but this game is just too good. So as far as the supports go, nobody's really having a particularly standout game in terms of experience, with the exception of Tofu, who... Oh, hang on. That's a good curse right there.
I mean, that
he was having a good game until that. Okay, maybe still. No, he's still.
No, he's still.
Thought maybe I had another leap in this pocket, but no. So the reason I was looking at this was all the supports were level 5 except for Tofu, but now Celery will pick up his 6. Clockwork is almost 6, and Boxy is a little bit off. So it does give a slight advantage game in because they have all their spells unlocked to take fights. But with that, death on the Mirana might slow things down a little bit and get them caught up. Tofu in the last game on Mirana was having very little farm. This might have been something they talked about post-game, that they want to build up the Mirana a little bit more than they did.
Right.
And this time around already, he has half the farm that he did last game at 35 minutes. He has it minute 12 in terms of raw CS. And that will, of course, reward him the earlier level 6. Let's see if this move is going to be successful for Gaimin.
They're scanning right now on the gate to see if Wind Ranger went through. They're also going to bring the Shadow Demon through this one. So Mickey, if he does not get a read quickly, this is going to be an easy bring down. And I think with this Blink Dagger reveal, jump forward, stun, there's creeps in the way, he can't get the arrow in time. And so Mickey lands the shackle and gets some separation. Now the hook shot, the turnaround, sometimes farming keeps you alive. As Mickey was not going to get hit by that arrow, and they're also going to bring down this Shadow Demon. Boxy makes the move forward, they give the kill over to 33. I mean, whether lucky or good, Liquid are just winning right there.
Yeah, the timing just wasn't the right one there with the creeps coming in, as you said, blocking off the arrow. So Gaimin couldn't commit fully for that, and that's a really nice turnaround for Liquid. Not only do they keep Wind Ranger alive and find 2 kills, there's some soul assumption action.
Yeah.
Visage just gets that nice bonus gold on the last kill, which is going to propel him into a much better position in the game than prior. Now with this 14-minute wisdom, will Liquid actually make it in time? This is pretty close. I think they're too late.
God, that is a big round of people running forward and gonna find that kill onto Celery. Duraccio just going to back away, realizing that there's a lot of danger coming his direction. Yeah, and I mean, I think the Crimson is an interesting choice. It's something we can talk about here a little bit too, to help try and keep these towers alive a little bit. But honestly, if they bring numbers like that, I don't think Crimson's gonna keep these tier 2s alive, even if they want to keep that pressure on.
No, it's more a matter of, can you have the staying power in fights?
Right.
We've seen plenty of fights with Liquid once they get this Wind Ranger up and running, and together with the Visage, they have to buy this item on the side of Gaimin. So he's the only real candidate who could get it on this Primal Beast, so he'll have to, arguably maybe you could say, sacrifice going for the build that Primals often want to do with the BKB.
Yeah.
He'll get it later. As we've said a couple of times already, Ace's game is just not that great, and that has seemed like a recipe for disaster in a lot of Gaimin's losses. Is when Ace isn't off to a good start, some of the times the tempo just can't really match what they like to look for. Liquid once again in a very comfortable position.
Maybe again with the Crimson and then potentially having like Gleipnir timing on the Duraccio Muerta, there could be something more that they make work at that stage. Liquid already have the Gleipnir completed. It looks like they want to make another go of this. And again, you know, Blink stun from Quinn into an arrow. This should be a pretty easy kill on everybody, but the counter move being made by Liquid right now into these Ancients. If Insania finds them, off to the side, there's creeps in the way. Duraccio, does he realize who's nearby? The jump forward, hook shot in. They have the snowball, they have the kill. Liquid just smelling blood in the water and going hunting.
Yeah, are they going to go to try to steal the stack as well? This is kind of slow with just Puck and Clockwork. They will want to try to also defend. They want to keep everything alive here, bringing the numbers against Ace and the Siege Creep. Can they even stop this push? Maybe yes. The tower will stay alive, but it will be in deny range.
I mean, this is so good too because they're not showing that there's 2 heroes still over to the
Quinn's
side.
gonna jump him. Instant drinking buddies.
And now they go, trying to find what they can do. And the jump through coming from Ace, control, but immediately broken. Now Mickey goes in with that focus fire. Ace still trying to do what damage he can, but there's just not enough HP on Quinn to go for this fight.
This is the other thing. I was talking about BKB on Primal, but you know, against these heroes, sometimes you also want to get that Blade Mail.
Yeah.
And he can't afford to get everything, so he has to make the team decision here of getting the Crimson. That means once he's in the middle of them, they can freely hit him without any repercussions. So Mickey just doing a full-on whirlwind into his face with the Gleipnir. And Ace cannot sustain that amount of damage just yet on that Primal, so he kind of had to go in for that, otherwise the fight would have been even worse. But once again, really, really nice fights from Liquid. I believe, did they get the deny on the tower? No, Quinn did get the last hit on it.
Okay.
But still.
A tough series of events for the side of Gaimin Gladiators, who are now facing a 4K gold lead for Team Liquid, 6 and 11, 17 minutes in. And while we keep talking about all these items that seem like they're going to be great, if they don't get to that net worth sort of critical status, Gaming are just going to be sitting ducks here. I mean, is this the point in time in the game where we start seeing that patented, like, you know, split push style spread out across the map, or do you think there's still ways that Gaming can fight here?
I think split pushing seems like a very dangerous proposition against the heroes you're facing. Clockwork can get vision with the rockets. You've got Puck, who's one of the best catch heroes on the map, who can combo with seemingly any of the other heroes and find kills on stragglers or random heroes off on their own. I think for Gaimin, you're probably thinking about, let's get this Crimson and try again and get a better angle. And for them, I think the best possible fight is jumping and killing Tusk.
Right.
And then starting the fight and building it around that. But, well, speaking of jump, Nisha has eyes on Ace.
They see him here again. The Wind Ranger moving into position. 2 supports a little bit to the north. Can they get away on Ace? It's going to just go for the TP out, but the snowball comes in time. And again, in the grave. And in fact, it's the Visage that finishes the Crimson Guard first.
He's now ahead of every Radiant hero. Can you believe it? Just these couple of moves where Soul Assumption is involved. And 33's game is completely recovered. They even find Tofu, a little freebie there.
And this is what you're talking about, the dangerous split push. Even without the Clockwork, they're finding these pickoffs as they happen. But they have the Crimson Guard done now. Do they decide to get a group up smoke play and fight together?
Do they have enough damage themselves?
Right. Well, maybe an opportunity here. If you find the Puck with the calling, Nisha goes down. Duraccio gets the kill. That's what Gaming Gladiators needed.
That's a really big one. Just something to break the map open a little bit, give you some space to get out. Maybe you can snowball off this slightly by at least getting some vision out in the enemy jungle, or counter, de-warding something, just, you know, getting a little bit of breathing room, because Liquid have really been running the show for the last 5 to 10 minutes. Seems like Gaimin have been struggling to find any successful move, but that one did work out. This one time Tusk was not near Nisha to cover him.
Ace, seeing that there's some Lotuses being taken, is going to go for the hunt now. Finding Boxy would be big, and he goes right on through him. Do they have some help nearby? It does look like it, and yeah, immediately going to be a disruption? Okay. Now, Celery there. They'll find this kill onto Boxy. And again, getting out on the map, helping. Now, does Boxy manage to deny out to Roche? Well, he's trying. Does he get a stomp? Maybe a stomp opportunity? No. Ace kills him off.
Couple of kills found for Gaimin now. Mickey is still farming up an absolute storm on this Wind Ranger. Level 16, almost has BKB. Another Dragon Tail.
And
this is a tough one. Not gonna happen.
No chance, and Nisha now shows back up. They're moving in. Power shot, not quite enough. Disruption, Ace moves forward. Crimson Guard mitigating a lot of this damage. Trying to find anybody to jump onto. Duraccio trying to stand tall here too, but the magic damage coming through is just a little bit too much, and the hit forward. Quinn not able to save, and now he might be in further trouble as well. And Sadie comes all the way out of nowhere, and the Cogs push back 4 dead. Liquid, they're just looking too good in this series.
GG. Liquid.
Yeah, I mean, in reality, how close has this series really been? This is the upper bracket finals. This is for a grand final slot, and Liquid just seems flat out better today so far in both games. The first game might have looked a little bit closer on gold, but that was against a lineup that was meant to win early. This game, Gaming Gladiators are meant to play a little bit slower and get towards a close mid-game, but because they don't have that early game aggression that they've been successful with in so many of their games this time around, Liquid are kind of just running the show, and they're the ones taking most of the initiative and making successful moves.
Oh.
So now they are gaming and gaming, essentially. And what is their backup plan on their side? There's nothing in sight for me that really inspires a lot of confidence that, all right, this item timing for Gaimin is the one to turn things around. Ace is working on a pipe, which is extremely far off. Mirana fell off a cliff after a decent start. Dragon Knight's working on a pike. I feel like a concern for Gaimin is damage once again, similar to the last game. Do you have what it takes to fight through this now extremely tanky Visage and the team around it? What is your damage really coming from? It's mainly the Muerta, and she needs multiple items before she can reliably stand her ground. We saw her just getting obliterated in previous fights a couple times.
Wow, You can see that win probability right now very much into the favor of Team Liquid, and I think it speaks to just the way that this game has not gone how gaming saw it, right? You look at this draft, you think about a DK stun to start the fight, and then the Primal's there this entire time Muerta's hitting. But the reality of the situation has been, it's been a lot of sort of awkward little engagements where they haven't been able to have that damage you're talking about of the Muerta because there's no bulk in front of her. But a tough situation, and Liquid wanted to put the screws to them, start pressuring this tier 2 tower, while Gaming just try and get their items.
Oh, they see Quinn when he will blink away. Hook shot!
Now he does have a Hurricane Pike. Can he get out of here in time?
Yeah.
Looks like he's going to be able to escape before any Quail comes out.
They do force 2 TPs though, and they still get the tower, so this is still a great victory for Liquid. Now that Game Import down there, they're losing some efficiency out on the map. Some of the farm that they could have got while just sacking that tower, they feel like they have to help out Quinn.
And of course, an opening here if they want to go for it. Roshan, very much available.
We see again now, Meke going for the same item as last game, that Revenant's Brooch, which I believe you told me just before this game.
Kevin, so.
All right, so Purge told you, who told me, that, so the downside to Revenant's Brooch is that whenever it's activated, you lose 50 mana per attack, but Focus Fire, or excuse me, Whirlwind, doesn't work that way.
Right.
It doesn't count as attacks in the same fashion, so effectively you're firing out all of these shots with your Revenant's Brooch at 0 mana cost.
Pretty disgusting. And of course, with an Aegis in hand on Nisha, able to set that stuff up all the more easily. Now there is going to be a pipe, like we talked about, which will be a nice pickup for Gaming. But the question
damn,
is,
Primal Beast is just like,
make it work at that point in time. I mean, the classic
damn,
answer to
like
this is
5,000 gold net
But nobody
worth.
goes high ground anyways now, so maybe they will end up doing that right now in Liquid, though.
It is. It is a real possibility that they just try to get it done here and now. I think it's kind of difficult for Gaming to overwhelmingly win a fight. Maybe they can tie it or, you know, slow them down. But if you're the one taking initiative here, okay, wait a second. Quinn onto Insania.
Find one. Nisha's there too, and you can see they don't even.
I mean, bottom tier 3 is falling.
Particularly
Bottom tier 3 is falling.
Wait, what?
He got the tower.
Drinking Buddy's Visage. Okay, that's a thing. That's that's a problem. They Drinking Buddy's Visage, and the tower died. Oh my god.
Well, it does have 44 health left on it.
Time to deny? Maybe? No?
I don't know. Very uncomfortable position here for the side of Gaming. They really want to get this Muerta's BKB so that they can finally just stand in the fight and deliver, but it's still 3,000 gold to go here for the side of Gaming on Duracho, and how do you get that space on the map? I think Liquid are just going to keep shoving in bottom really aggressively, and if you don't keep sending heroes back to defend, you lose barracks. If you do send heroes back to defend, it's hard to find farm. So if they just keep this aggression up, maybe one hero from Gaming can try to find something out on the map, but if you put multiple out there, the lane is just over. So,
dude, they're gonna do it again. Look at this bird, how much damage it does. This is insane. This is like the Invoker Brewmaster stuff all over again.
Yep.
Wow, as if it wasn't already strong enough. Now taking, I mean, they're gonna have a Crimson Guard here, but it's basically a full melee rack's done. Unreal.
I don't really have familiars on my list of personal drinking buddies, but apparently they're great when you want to have a party. You just bring these birds and get the job done. All right, melee Rex down, no defense from the side of Gaming. And once again, I'm looking toward Duracho to somehow salvage this game for Gaming if they want to have any hope. The pipe from Ace is up somewhat soon, and that is a big deal for mitigating a lot of that damage coming out from the Liquid side. Puck as well as Windranger, largely magic damage.
I mean, that is going to be the question, right? Like, if you're able to mitigate the damage, will Muerta be able to survive long enough to do what they need? Nisha just jumps in and immediately starts to get brought down. He jumped in, he can't get the snowball off. Oh, the calling, perfect answer to stop that Tusk from saving the puck. Now thinking about going for more, can they chase down Nisha?
Nice
This is
Gleipnir.
a huge gift if Gaming can find any more heroes at this point. After burning through the ages, they needed something.
Ace really wanted to pulverize there onto Nisha, but not possible. The cast time is too long. Puck, obviously, extremely short cast times. Will get out. They do keep... I mean, under these circumstances, this is already a really good result. Because that was a situation where Liquid, with one more good fight, probably just end the game. So they buy themselves some time, and this effectively will buy them at least one item. The pipe will be completed for the next fight. Mirana's BKB will be completed for the next fight. The Muerta BKB is a possibility for the next fight. He's only 1,500 off it now. So that one mistake, if you want to call it that, from Liquid, opens the door a little bit. They're still in a very, very good position, make no mistake, but it does feel like the types of fights that they've handily won the last 10 minutes are not going to be as guaranteed when a couple of items come out on game. And obviously they're still extremely favored, as you can see on the win probability, but a lot of the time that 10% really comes down to, do you have the right items to take the 10% fight or not? And those items are becoming available very soon for game, and so potentially they could stall it out.
Right, and as you know, the panel talked about, as we've said multiple times during this as well, this is a lineup from Liquid that wants to be hitting hard right now. Gaming, we're always trying to buy more time, so anytime you can do that, you're sort of playing into their strategy a little bit more. The question is, are they in too big of a hole at this point where they're no longer able to dig themselves out of it? And we'll have to wait and see. The pipe is done. Also did see a BKB completed on Mirana.
Yep.
So more ways to keep these heroes alive.
And she does deal quite a lot of damage. It's not insignificant how much damage a 4 Mirana deals with just the BKB. You pop the solar flare, you get 120 attack speed and damage, and then you just leap in and start killing people. The counterplay that Liquid have isn't 100% reliable against the BKB Mirana, so she will probably be able to output quite a bit more than she has so far in this game. On the side of Liquid, though, what big items do we have coming their way? So the brooch was completed. Puck almost has a Parasma. Unless he wants to complete the Lincolns instead. He's got a little bit of everything, it seems like, right now on Nisha.
Yeah, a bunch of different stuff.
That's what is happening, actually, with his inventory.
Is he going Lincolns?
Yeah, but he doesn't have it in his quick buy. So he bought 2 components for Lincolns, but doesn't have it in quick buy. Now he is going Parasma.
Okay.
This is a little bit odd. It's almost like he changed his mind twice.
Just bought the wrong recipe. It's fine. It happens.
Didn't read the patch notes.
Well, we'll see. The courier now coming out to him. And, of course, the other thing to watch for is we saw that AC coming for... Yeah, he has it on... It was on the backpack of the courier.
He had a dead courier with that much gold in? Oh, my God. Okay. All right, he's a little bit richer than I was expecting. This wasn't even on my radar that he could have the completed Lincolns plus almost the completed Parasma. All right. That is very good news for Liquid. That is so much better than I was thinking. I mean, he is farmed, but, man... Witchblade, Parasma, Blink, as well as Lincolns will be completed in just a moment here now, 30 minutes in for Nisha with that dead courier respawning.
And yeah, this is the scary thing, right? You're getting Crimsons, you're getting ACs and all that stuff, but you've got a Revenant's Brooch, you got Parasma. This is a magic damage lineup, and all you got is the pipe.
There it is.
This is a lot.
This is a sick upgrade with how much... If you think of the last fight that just played out, Nisha just got 2 major items leading into the next one. So... yeah, definitely keep a lookout for the Puck to ramp up heavily in the coming fights.
BKB from Muerta too, but of course that blink stun from DK won't factor in anymore, but they get the jump on him instead. Misses on the hook shot, and Dyrachyo standing tall. Now Nisha steps forward, knows that there's not much that can kill him. Do they have anything else that they want to throw out right now? There's the shackle shot. They need to keep that Muerta alive. Quinn trying to block damage, but it's not going to happen. Muerta's gone. Ace does not have what it takes to take down the rest of Liquid. They are way too strong, and they bought out for this fight. No buybacks, 4 dead. Liquid, they're ready, they're moving. This game is over.
It's just over.
Unreal.
Well, everybody gets their items, and Liquid say, we're better.
Can they do this now? The snowball onto the creeps. They're going to try and end this game right here and right now. Liquid taking the tier 4 tower down, has to jump away on Tofu. Arrows going down, but look at the Drinking Buddy Visage Birds. They're dropping so quickly. Tier 4s are gone. They're not even going to get to respond. Team Liquid closing this one out. GG.
Wow. I mean, a lot of people going into today would be like, oh no, it's Gaimin versus Liquid again. Gaimin historically are doing really good in this matchup against Liquid. But we did see the stats prior to the series that, you know, in playoff situations,
Liquid, a lot of the time, does quite well against Game, and it's mainly the grand finals that have been eluding them. And this one, another playoff match that was just extremely, honestly, very, very one-sided for the side of Liquid. I don't think many people would have expected them to come in slamming this hard, but absolutely no problem for them this time around.
It was one of those moments, too, where you look at the way that the game went on and crowd showing some appreciation for the performance. They have so often faced off against this opponent, and to get the win here has got to feel great. As you can see again, still a lot of smiles, teams that respect each other a whole heck of a lot. And of course they know that this might not be over. These two squads might be facing off again sometime in the very near future. So they're getting ready to go, and the coach appreciating what he's seen.
And this might be, you know, they might face each other again, but if history is to repeat itself, Liquid are probably hoping that they get to face someone else tomorrow. Because, you know, grand final track record has not been the best, but at the same time, maybe they kind of want this rematch. They want to finally be able to break that grand finals curse. They will obviously have a shot tomorrow against whichever team it is they end up facing, but today, they definitely look like the best team of the tournament.
Absolutely. Undeniable. This team, having come to TI 3 times in a row, put together a solid squad, and finally on the verge of being crowned champions if they can just win one more best of 5. So we get ready
he's just
to head on
supporting
down to the stage.
Hello, Copenhagen! I am here with your first TI Grand Finalist, Boxy.
Hello.
My goodness, I mean, it's looking a little bright here, isn't it, Boxy? Shall we,
It's a little bright.
Oh,
Damn, what the?
that's a little bit better. How does this feel? Beating your longtime rivals in a 2-0 to secure your first TI Grand Finals. How's that for you?
Feels really good. I think these matches were super fun to play, and both teams put up like a good fight. So I'm really happy to play some good Dota.
I would say so. Good Dota indeed. And of course, you showed us a lot this game as well. Like even now at this point, you're still showing us new things. The Visage Familiars with the drinking buddies. You know, we also had the Wind Ranger with the Revenant's Brooch. I mean, have you got more in your toolkit to show us?
Probably. I mean, Dota is like a game when there's a million different strategies and small details. And I think when you play it a lot, you pick up on this like
Joel?
Not broken, but like really nice interactions. And I think that it just kind of comes naturally while playing. It's not like some hidden strategy. It's just like, oh, this is really cool, and this is really cool. And you discover new things every day while playing.
Absolutely, and that comes across in your gameplay as well. And does that come away from the way you guys kind of talk to each other outside of the game as well? You know, when you're practicing and stuff, you know, how much are you talking about Dota over these past few days?
We're just coworkers. When we're done with scrimming, I go back to my room and I don't know.
Those many coaches you guys have available coming into use. Alrighty, well, I mean, I'm imagining you've got a ton of confidence coming into those grand finals now. Is there any worry about overconfidence from you guys at all?
So far, overconfidence has not been a problem for us in the grand finals. Obviously, our track record is a little bit so-and-so, but I would also like to mention that we always come from the losers bracket, and this is our first upper bracket grand finals. So, you know, something new.
Something new, who knows what could happen there. And lastly, are you hoping that Game-In are going to come up through the lower bracket so you can fight them again now that you know how to beat them? Or are you hoping for a new opponent considering your track record with Game-In in the past?
I mean, to be honest, I think it would be fun to play a new team in the grand finals, different than Game-In. I think they're really good, and there's a high chance they will make it there. And it's not because I'm scared of them, because we just beat them. Maybe a little bit this morning, just a little bit. But I think that, for example, Tundra, like, or some team that we've barely played this season, to have a grand final and have like a new, completely new experience and a new show for the fans would be cool.
Well, either way, I'm sure you're going to put on a hell of a show for us, Boxy. Thank you so much, crowd. Let's hear it one more time for Boxy and Team Liquid.
Nice.
I'm gonna send it back to the camera.
I'm glad you didn't forget about us there, Nomad. But Foxy, it is so great to hear from him. I mean, he talked about it after their scrims. They're just co-workers. But I know for a fact, there's so many Liquid fans out there. They have their family, their friends as well. I'm sure that's been a great support for them. And going in through the upper bracket, Jenkins, this defies the rules of Liquid. That upper bracket is for bitches.
That is a rule. I think that this curse, this is the best chance for it to be broken for Liquid. I think no matter what, we are going to get a hell of a show in terms of the grand finals. I think if it's Gaimin, Tundra, whoever, it doesn't matter.
Falcons, there's literally only one other team left in the tournament.
Whatever.
Everybody forgets the Falcons.
Yeah, everybody forgets it. Of course, Howie 2000 for different reasons here or there. He is Canadian after all. But I think they're going to be a hell of a show because, like Nomad was saying, they have this tech that they discovered, this Revenant's Approach Windrunner. We've not seen this before. And it begs the question, like, why the hell haven't we? This looks amazing. This looks like it. You were saying that you think that this is the reason they're not valuing Luna as much.
Yes.
Because the Wind Ranger, if you go for this build, is that mixed damage carry that Luna represents, except on steroids.
Yeah, well, you get a better laning phase in my eyes. Mickey did not come out of that. And mind you, in the draft, this Wind Ranger was first pick. We haven't seen Luna be able to get to that level yet. With this Wind Ranger, she's able to be first pick and absolutely no answer for Emphia.
Yeah, we also need to just describe what the brooch does on the hero that makes it so good.
Please.
I think we haven't done that yet. It's just the fact that, like, when you activate it, typically your right clicks, each right click will cost mana, and it'll drain your mana really quickly if you're attacking quickly. But it doesn't work on abilities. So if, like, the PA Dagger, for example, Wind Ranger, when she uses her Whirlwind, it's not draining your mana. And that's, like, the part, but it's still doing the bonus damage. And that's why it's so good, and that's why it looks kind of broken here, and I agree. This is one of those things that, even to now, like, we're seeing these Lone Druids come out, now the Wind Ranger, the Revenant's Approach, there's so many different things that are just in the game right now that it's really hard, because there's so many things in the game right now, to keep track of what's good that we're still discovering going into the last day, potentially, that things are still undiscovered.
Yeah, there's like way too many new stuff that's still coming out. Like this brooch thing is definitely gonna be like a staple with this Wind Ranger hero. I feel like there's a lot of like item combinations like to heroes, and this is one of the by far the strongest ones we've seen. You know, the Kandat with the Luna doesn't really compare to this brooch into with Wind Ranger.
Yeah, I mean, look, 8, 0, and 7 for Mickey, that first pick Wind Ranger, just having a flawless game. On the other side, though, a hero that was picked up a little bit later on the side of Gaming Gladiators was the Primal. I want to talk about it a little bit more because whilst there might have been that idea for it in the team fight, he could never do anything for the Primal. The Primal was consistently silenced, and I think I only really saw about 5 of his abilities go off here.
Yeah. It was a very tough game for Primal to play. Like, you're playing versus Puck, who has the new facet where he can drag you inwards, which cancels all of your abilities on this hero, making it pretty impossible. The clock was picked afterwards as well to deal with it. And Ace, it's not a hero that is really popular this patch. I know he's good on the hero, but I really felt that this hero was hard countered this game. And on top of that, Gaimin, they looked a little shook after game 1. They kind of like changed their whole strategy up. They have this offlane Primal. They don't really have any real aura buyers. I mean, Diracho will always be Diracho and pick heroes that he wants to play, but they also have Celery, who's also not playing an aura buyer. Nobody's really buying auras, and that's not really Gaimin style whatsoever. They feel like they're playing for that late game timing against Liquid, because game number 1, they lost in the late game, but they just couldn't get there in this particular game.
The over-adjustment, Jenkins?
It was a bit of an over-adjustment. I can understand why they wanted to pivot after how game 1 went. Usually you will see a team either like ban out the one hero that they thought was a problem and then like kind of run it back and do the same strategy, or completely, scrap the first thing and then do something entirely different. I didn't think Gaimin was going to go that route, just considering how dominant their
They kind of did both, right? They banned the Doom and they changed their own draft.
Yeah. That's where I think the over-adjustment comes in, is like maybe and in retrospect, it's obviously a lot easier to say this, and maybe they get another chance, but maybe the strat is to just ban the Doom. Okay, that countered us, that was a problem, and then run it back. Go with the Underlord again, go with the auras. They've looked so dominant doing that. It lets them play the early game. This is what they're good at. Lets them snowball, that's what they're good at. Run it back.
Yeah. Well, look, we do have a fifth person that we want to bring into the conversation because he's been doing a little bit of diving around, going to give us some more information and a new perspective. It's Purge.
Thanks, Nat. Yeah, I wanted to look at how the laning stage went and how that transitioned in this very pivotal game number 2. Now, the Visage strategy that Liquid has been running, they've been playing it in the group stage as well, and it's consistently beating teams because Visage gets a bunch of kills in the lane with the new facet, gets a ton of extra gold, and that influx generates items that generate pressure on the map. But what they did against is they lane 2 ranged heroes. Neither of these heroes is easy to harass for free, so they don't get these free soul assumptions. And when they do have an opportunity to go in, Celery does the smart thing, which is disrupt. When you disrupt, that's 3 seconds of time that you can buy where you can't throw out soul assumption nukes. And then they layered it with Duracio's silence, which with this AoE is going to silence the Visage and prevent the soul assumption from coming out. This first soul assumption in this fight was like 8 seconds later than it was ready to go. So they can basically take a normal fight where their opponent only gets 1 nuke instead of 2. So that was a really cool lane pivot that they did. 8 minutes into the game, Visage is a good 1,000 gold behind Muerta. This is uncanny for Liquid playing that hero so far. But some crucial mistakes Gladiators made throughout the game start to add up a little bit. Ace here charges in, unfortunately a little bit too early, interrupts by the snowball, so he gets no damage out of his charge here. Tofu ends up going down, but they're looking to trade heroes, which is looking decent for them. They didn't get full TP rotations from the Gladiator side. And then Celery here TPing in, coming over to try to help the fight, but unfortunately he gets gone on by both Puck, who's full HP from a regen, and Visage. That's going to finally get 3-3, his first kill in the game, and some gold influx, and he also cleans up Ace as well. So this catches him up finally. This is a really big moment for them. And then ultimately, this transitions really well because Liquid just starts playing really, really, really fast on the map. They get this kill on Celery. We'll go back in time a little bit. Another crucial mistake for Gladiators here. Quinn blinks in to catch Mickey. There's supposed to be an arrow follow-up, but unfortunately he doesn't stun right away for some reason. He uses Breathe Fire, and at this point, he's behind all the creeps. These are providing interference here, so they just can't get the stun follow-up. These are crucial mistakes that Gladiators normally doesn't make, but for whatever reason, small mistakes here add up. They lose heroes, and Liquid takes that advantage to snowball the game.
Thank you so much, Purge, breaking down all those intricate details there, how just a slight misusage of a spell, just charging in a little bit too early, unfortunately, undoes all of that hard work Gaming Gladiators had in that laning phase. And they were a team that we coined as someone that was strong in their lanes, and they knew how to transition out of them into the snowball. And now it felt like Liquid are the team that we have to describe that way, Winter.
Yeah, this game is definitely like I feel like the tale of the two carries the difference of the Wind Ranger and the Muerta. Muerta is a lot slower. He tried to come to some of the fights, but I think the crucial one we saw in the replay was a 20-minute fight. He showed up in the middle tower. He came with a Force Staff. He came with a Maelstrom, whereas the Wind Ranger came with a Gleipnir, and he came to the fight and he actually killed Durachio off. You know, that's like a very, very clear example of why Wind Ranger is very, very strong in those early fights. And where Muerta, he's a lot slower. You know, you need to farm stacks. You need to go back. You need to wait for your items. You need to wait for your BKB. Whereas a hero like Wind Ranger doesn't really need it.
No, she's a like 0 item hero, and she can be effective, which is why she's played as a support a lot of the time. Maybe not so much these days. Whereas Muerta, I feel like is more of like a 3-item carry. You can show up with like 2, maybe and a half items, if one of them's like a Force Staff, Maelstrom, something like that. But Windrunner, she's fine just walking to a lane and power shotting.
If you're just tuning in, unfortunately, that's our upper bracket finals all done. A 2-0 for Liquid. They make their way to the grand finals. We don't know who exactly is going to be meeting them just yet, as we still have 4 teams in the running. So we're going to jump on back down to that lower bracket. It's Falcons up against Tundra, but before we get there, let's hear from Falcons themselves.
So far, my best moment at this tournament is definitely us securing a game in front of the stage in the Royal Arena. And this time around, it's also hometown for Crit, so it meant a lot to us, but also for him.
To play in front of the fans, I think it's a very special feeling. I think I can't really tell yet how I'm going to react to it. I think it'll just be when I get on the stage and I see everyone, it'll be very special.
Worst moment of the tournament, I'd say getting beat by Tundra twice, and especially second game that we had so many moments we could have won, but yeah, sometimes, you know, you just throw the game, you just mess up.
I think after the loss, we had a good talk as a team. We sat down and kind of looked over what happened. We knew it was like very chaotic, and we probably made it more stressful for ourselves than we should have.
We honestly have learned a lot from that series, in particular when it comes to drafting and some map movements. I think that series might also I mean, if we go far into this tournament, that's gonna be a key moment for us, where we kind of flip the switch and learned a lot.
I think the strongest team right now is, I mean, it's kind of close. Like Tundra, they got, even though they got standard, but the standard sucks. Like they're a really strong team right now, I believe. And gaming, like, I think they're also still a strong team, and Liquid all, but like I'd say like the strongest has to be gaming right now.
Even though they haven't performed much in this season, they have very strong run at EWC, and I think from the scrims we played against them, they are in their top form right now.
The best player of the tournament right now, I would say, I mean, it's kind of, I mean, I don't want to say myself, I would always choose myself and say I'm the best in the world, but I'd like to give someone else. So like, I'd say the best one is probably Saxa, because he just returned and like he's still in shape and he's still a really good player, and like he has his own ideas, and like he's like 6-0 in Mirana or something, so like probably he is.
Or like a standout player for me would definitely be Malarin. This is his first TI, and I think so far he has been handling it pretty nicely, and he's learning and improving.
Either Pure or Quinn. I think those are the top performers right now. They've done really well.
Playing in front of a crowd is a big part of the reason why I play this. I mean, obviously the money is nice and all, but feeling all the energy from people that are fan of the game, maybe fan of you as a player or the team you're representing, is amazing, because for most of my life I've been playing the game alone in my room, right? And suddenly like people with a common interest are all around you cheering for the same thing that you are playing for. It's incredible feeling.
Do I think my team is gonna win the international? What's the point of me playing here if I did not think my team will have a chance to win the international?
I try to be humble, but I definitely feel like we can win this international. We showed it a lot of times this season that we are capable of winning tournaments, and we're gonna try to show that again.
You gotta have a healthy amount of ego and confidence here, and that's definitely delivered on the side of Falcons. I mean, they've already made a fantastic run for themselves in that lower bracket. Yesterday, they sent home BB Team. Earlier today, they already played. They sent home Cloud9. On the side of Tundra, though, they were in that upper bracket. Unfortunate for them, they got knocked down, but they also played earlier today, Fear, and they were knocking out Extreme Gaming, China's last hope and last different region that isn't Western Europe here in TI13.
Goes to show you that just the playstyle right now of Western Europe seems to be the best playstyle right now in this current patch. And I feel like Tundra's done a really good job like figuring that out as they go. They did get knocked down recently as well. They're being a bit more greedy. Tundra was playing like the Alchemist mid, didn't really work out for them. Now they're picking up the pace. They're picking these lone druid carries for Pure. Looked absolutely amazing against Extreme Gaming. So they're catching on to what's really good here. They're becoming the next contender, I want to say, as well as Falcons. They look really good as playing that style that Liquid and Gaming are both bringing to the table.
Yeah, it's definitely not easy, like you come into a tournament, you have your own preparation, right? And then somewhere down the tournament, you figure
I don't think I need to like kind of watch
real
this.
heroes that needs to
Anywhere
be picked,
I'm
and
gonna
we
queue
don't
a game.
scrim it much, and having the confidence to just swap mid-tournament, it takes a lot of like skill and confidence to be able to do that.
Yeah.
What I'm curious about is, were these respectable gentlemen watching the previous series, did they see the tech that Liquid brought out, and how willing are they to pull it out in this one? Both of these teams, well, mostly Tundra will play the Wind Ranger,
thank you.
and with this Revenant's Brooch, maybe the hero is worth considering as a first phase ban if it wasn't already.
Yeah, I feel like that's a little bit of a skewed stat, because Falcons in the tournament previous to this one, the online, that's where their bread and butter was.
Holy
It
shit.
was in the Wind Ranger. That's what they were picking up for themselves, and Skeeter was going that whirlwind facet even before the
The
Red Steam
fuck is
National
this
started.
profile?
So
He has, like-
predominantly it is really banned against them. I also know earlier in the tournament they had a very high priority on the Dude. That one they've also kind of shifted away from. I'm not sure where Tundra is going to sit with that, if that is even a crossover in which they want to look at, or
Bruh.
if the playstyles are
The hell is
very
that
different.
profile?
Tundra have adapted fantastic from their beatdown yesterday compared to the
This guy's
beatdown they were able
unranked.
to deliver this morning.
Yep, that's true. And Falcons also is the first team that we saw try to counter the Windrunner. It was the Kunkka Sand King opening, and they were, playing these Blade Mail heroes, like essentially against
Wait.
Windrunner. Also, they were one of the first teams to play Centaur and just,
1,299.
kite out the Whirlwind. So I wonder if they're if it's going to be testing
The hell?
strategy against strategy here. Is this really beatable? Is the Luna better? You know, Skeeter has been playing the Luna. He's been playing the Weaver as well.
Yeah.
A lot of questions.
There's so many questions, and as much as I'd love to answer them, Jenkins, I can't. But our teams might be able to, and before they can, let's bring them to the stage.
Welcome on stage, Falcons.
A lower bracket run, not where a lot of people expected them to be, but something else interesting about this group of 5 is that Malrine is the last remaining first-time TI appearance. I'm sure they want to go far, they want to make it to top 3. The only thing standing between them is this best of 3 and their opponents, who will also have to come to the stage.
Dang, I should have used all my tokens for this one.
Welcome on stage, Tundra Esports.
They say all things come in 3, and this will be the 3rd time Tundra and Falcons face off in the lower bracket. It could also be the 3rd time Thompson claims a TI Aegis for himself, but either way, Falcons up against Tundra, the way it has gone in the past, is in favor of Falcons. We've seen it before at Birmingham, we saw it before at Riyadh Masters, but this team is able to get the number of Tundra in this lower bracket. And will it repeat itself here, Fia?
It's hard to say. Both these teams are coming off 2-0 victories just today, so there's going to be a lot of momentum. I feel like Team Falcons has brought some, not new, but heroes that they used to play, like the Broodmother on Amar came out recently, which looked really good. They brought out the Malorine Timbersaw, which is a classic, bring out some more comfort picks. And on the side of Tundra, out of nowhere, just came to Lone Druid, and I must say, Pure looked very, very comfortable in that Lone Druid. It looks like he knows how to play that hero and for years now, and he now just brings it out. Makes me wonder why he didn't do it earlier. It looks really good. Maybe really shocking if I see it actually go through the pool just by how good he looked on it.
They're also bringing out the Malrine Hello Kitty because he does have the tattoo on his face again. And
That's been out.
Did you know he has a 100% win rate in the playoffs of TI with the Hello Kitty tattoo on his face?
You know, I think it goes further than just TI. There are other stage games where he has worn his Hello Kitty tattoo and it has resulted in a successful win for them. It's not just this event.
Truly a symbol of fear. Fear.
Yeah.
Yeah, you really good one there, Jenkins. Good one. A real knee slapper.
Yeah, well played, Jenkins.
Hello Kitty is a symbol of fear. You heard
Okay,
it
one
first.
thing with they're going to interfere here for a second. And Thompson Invoker, this is a hero that I want to talk about. I feel like it was very underestimated at the start of the tournament, and then we started seeing some things like teams trying to counterpick the Invoker with the TA, and then the laning phase, which traditionally has always been hugely TA favored. We're seeing Invoker come out on top of that with his new facets, and I mean, this hero is just completely different from how it used to be. And the way that Thompson plays, he's running around the map, he's in invis, he sometimes is not necessarily the highest net worth, but he's getting his team a lot of net worth. He is ruthless on this hero.
I mean, the bad list is definitely going to be interesting against Tundra. Like, Falcon wants to, I guess, remove all these very, very niche heroes. I feel like when you're playing against a team that has heroes that are very, very hard to understand or hard to counter, I think the easy way is you just take it all away from them and you force them to play normal Dota. Because I feel like Tundra looks strongest when they're playing something very niche, you know. Nobody really knows why they want to play in that particular game. Only they know the timings, and that's when they really shine as a team.
I will say Thompson has the edge in this mid matchup for this series, though, just based off of hero pools. Because look at Malrine, he loves his Timbers, his Primals, his Monkey Kings.
Melee men.
Melee people, right? And Thompson, he loves all the wizards, you know? He's going to play the Puck heroes, the Zeus, the heroes that are good versus those melee type of heroes. So this is definitely a matchup hero pool-wise where Malrine is going to have to pick something different. I think the Sniper is one hero that they both share. That's going to be heavily contested.
The Puck as well, we've been seeing, I mean, I'm just going to say it, Nisha lose those lanes on puck, he's able to come back. I'm not sure if that's prevalent for either of these two mid laners, but there is that potential of looking out further than just the lanes.
I mean,
Maybe.
they're both used very differently by their teams, I feel.
Okay.
For Falcons, their mid hero has very similar hero pool with their offlaner, so they kind of feel like they have two offlaners in some of their games. And whereas for Tundra, they draft their mid hero with a
Wow,
very
good.
different type of flavor. He's very niche. He plays heroes that probably only he plays in the tournament, and it works for them because they kind of give him a lot of priority in the draft. So I think when you compare them, it's very hard to directly say that, oh, Thompson is better on this specific hero, or Maori is better with this hero. They just play very differently because their team operate differently around them.
Or maybe we could compare just the hero pools in general for the two teams, see what exactly is overlapping outside of that mid lane. Because I want to know as well, everyone's always talked about for Falcons, the make or break that is a
10
Mahar on that off
seconds.
lane. Now it feels like for Tundra, it's very heavily make or break.
5
A lot of people are rating him
seconds
as one of the best players, if not one of the best carries here. And they're going to be going up against each other. And how you do in the lane, how you transition to that mid part of the game, it's going to be pretty detrimental. So are you willing to blind pick into this? Where exactly do you place the priority of those lane matchups rather than core matchups?
I mean, I think, go ahead.
I think with Pure, the interesting thing about his story is, like, I know he swapped to offlane
10
for a while
seconds
for
remain.
BB team, and then he came back to play carry.
5
He
seconds.
did that because it was required, not because he wanted to. This guy has always been a carry player, and he played carry from the offlane when he was playing it, so it doesn't surprise me that he has improved to this point, especially playing with players that are so experienced, such as Thompson, now playing with Soxa, Ramses. Like, this guy has learned a lot, and now he's one of the top 3 carries on the planet.
I'll also add that he also played
Damn, bro.
carry position at one point too.
Yeah. Shit.
That's probably why he switched to the offlane, because he was playing Slardar and Leshrac carry every single game. He's done it all in the side lanes at this point, so he has a very wide hero pool, and I think
It's
that
a
is something
blast
he can
pick.
use to his advantage here. But I think
Well,
it's
anyway,
about having a wide hero
doesn't
pool in
matter.
the tournament,
I'm still
about
gonna pick
having
Klopp
a good set of heroes. Liquid has definitely demonstrated that
against a non-Smurf Leshrac, I guess.
Tundra has gone so far. Maybe then with a set of
Yeah, I mean, I played with a Smurf Leshrac before and I fucking dumpstered him. He dumpstered me on the first game, but I picked Monkey King the second game.
Seamlessly. Now it's the lone druid. They saw it work on stage yesterday. Pure goes, hey, I can definitely play that lane. Sub it in for me, coach. And I'm wondering where the game plan has.
I gotta have to mute the stream now.
It's in the bag.
Forward. Your queen moves. Where does the time go?
I know a clown when I see one.
Sometimes you just need to stretch your wings. By means mundane. It's not time yet.
This is the very definition of first blood.
My friends, I'm calling it. It's in the bag.
The pain train.
Yeah. I didn't know that you had...
Swiftly. I do enjoy a good stroll. Ow!
They've trained hard to get here. It's time now for the final
Whatever.
fight.
Anticipation. I'm not ready. I could just blink. I'll take my time. Does this hurt? Scream! Shouldn't there be more kneeling? Oh! Don't you just love war? I'm under attack.
Got a deny on me.
Rain of pain.
Fuck, I missed that.
Submit. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Watch me now.
Wow, he divided that shit.
Bottle Royale.
Radiant's courier makes the ultimate sacrifice.
Too bad. Shall we begin?
Crap.
It pleases me. Oh, yes. I'm under attack. Forward. I'm ready. What can I say? I like shiny things. Playtime. By means mundane. Surrender. I'll here. Watch me now. Ow! Attack. A path to pain. No.
The enemy attacks your bottom
Sit
tower.
around. Into the bottle. Forward. Why are you not bowing? Oh, yes. The pain train. Wait till they get a load of me. Quiver. Say when. I do enjoy a good stroll. A fitting bounty. Tell them to come closer. This way walks pain. Your queen moves. I could just blink. Quickly.
Enemy's courier has been killed.
Have whip will try.
Double kill to the battlefield. Risk this ultimate price.
We get a TP here, and like, I mean, I don't know what else has to happen for you guys to do something.
Worthy tribute.
Now we're gonna lose everything.
He's under attack.
Yeah, it's amazing, amazing.
Swiftly. I love it when you resist.
Flash is here, be careful.
The enemy attacks your bottom tower.
Pleases me.
Fucking bench people talking? Dude, I don't know, man. You kind of suck. To be honest. Like, how the fuck do you lose against Undying? So hard, like, it's 4-0-4. The fuck?
The true heroes are the ones who wait all the way.
I'll take my time.
Nah, this Vengeance isn't a good player.
The quest for ultimate glory continues.
Yoo-hoo. Your queen.
Diving top.
Oh, yes. Not yet. A path to pain.
Your top tower is under attack.
You've got it coming. Oh, yes.
Attacks your top tower.
Don't you just love war? Bottle Royale.
Look to your top tower.
Forward.
Double kill.
I could
Look
just
to your
blink.
top tower.
I'm not ready.
Dire have fortified their structures against attack.
Forward.
Your top tower is under attack.
By means mundane. Are we going to fight or what?
Radiant have fortified their structures against attack. Your top tower is under attack.
Swiftly. Into the bottle. Add another to the tally. The pain train.
They're going for me bottom, they're going for me bottom.
An end of an age. The world is safer now.
Fucking hell.
I hadn't heard of you.
Back to the impurities.
The enemy attacks your middle tower.
What in God's green earth is happening right now?
Oh, stop your whining. For the privilege. Just leave me to it. Just for sport. Where is this way walks pain. Watch me now. Feel this.
Blame it on Legion.
Oh, yes. A royal path.
Killing spree.
Will they get a load of me? The pain train. Forward.
Now you
This
must
way
decide
walks
what
Bottle
comes
Royale.
next.
I'll take my time. Quickly now. Oh, yes.
Your middle tower faces a terrible test.
Have wit will travel. If it pleases me. Treasury grows.
Dire structures are
Sometimes you just
fortified.
need to stretch your wings. Your queen moves.
Look to your bottom tower.
Suffer.
That which protects only
Swiftly. Here.
Your middle tower faces a terrible test. Long has that tower stood against the rise of time.
Before me. Don't you just love war? A royal
Your middle tower is under attack.
Why am I surrounded by such peons?
Oh no, not like this!
The enemy attacks your middle tower. Your middle tower has fallen. Some sacrifices must be made.
Not yet. Bottom royale. Let the bodies hit the
Radiant's courier has been killed.
swiftly. I'm under attack. My legs are made of jelly. Your queen is dead.
Dominating! Dire structures are fortified.
Just so we're clear, it's on.
The hungry rise again, battered but unbroken.
If it pleases me. You come. By means mundane.
Your top tower is under attack.
If it pleases me.
Your top tower is under attack.
I will.
Your top tower has fallen.
I do enjoy a good stroll. Quickly now.
Killing spree. Your top tower is under attack. Will one side come to regret this?
Love war.
Your top tower is under attack. Wicked sick.
Watch me now.
Your top tower has fallen. Look round to your top barracks. Your top barracks has fallen. Cannot be undone. The enemy's bottom tower has fallen. Your middle tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified.
This way works pain. Here.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Feel this. Where does the time? I'll take my time. I could just blink.
Someone lays blame.
Forward.
My dreams.
A battle cease resolution.
You guys put me on a fucking clown team. What the fuck's wrong with this fucking matchmaking, bro?
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
You just need to stretch your wings.
barracks are under attack. Your middle barracks has fallen. Your bottom tower has fallen. Your bottom barracks are under attack. Your bottom barracks has fallen. Your bottom barracks has fallen. Now have mega creeps. Who will rise to meet this challenge? Your middle tower is under attack. Radiant's courier has been killed. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is falling. Your ancient is under attack.
The hell is this team? Did I really have like 54 matches of Queen of Pain? I don't think so.
dagger is ready. And don't forget about the whip.
No, I did not. The fuck is this?
It's the chase, a couple more hits. He doesn't even really feel confident to go for this right now. Whitemon made the move
There's
over.
4 heroes down here overall.
I mean, Snake King now turned upon. Fear comes out. Second round hits, and Snake King is dead. Mallory wants to get this kill and appears so badly. Crit moving into position. Omar tries to take him down, and the bushwhack connects. They find 2. They needed that one.
He's
Can
going
they
back?
get another? The blood grenade is out, and Saksa also going to be in trouble. A double for Amar.
Bold one there. Notices that there's not a lot of resources left in that snap anyway, so he can kind of risk it a bit there at low HP on Mallory because he needs all the farm he can get. it's an interesting version of lane bleed here. Typically, it's because one lane's going so well that the mid shows up other places. It's not often that his lane is so terrible that he's forced to make these rotations, and it almost looks bad, right? Like, it kind of looked like Snaking was going to go down, then Malreen's kind of low, they don't get the finishes there, but that bushwhack from Crit saving things.
Well, and again, like, this Viper is so slow moving around the map, even with boots, that, like, these types of rotations, if you're not finding kills, it's actually kind of bad. Pure will not have a bear and is just sitting off to the side in the mid lane. Will need to back out. Can Thompson find anybody to connect onto? Okay, they have him for the moment. Good damage out, the stun. Skitter in trouble. The Mud Golems will break a TV, so they will manage to find a kill. Thompson makes the move.
Yes, okay, there we go. They've been waiting. They've been very patient. Okay, let them have their cheers. Moon commanded. Very good. Excellent following of instructions. That's why they're so good at Lego in this country.
Okay, I got it. It makes a lot of sense. As Thompson looking for another one now. If he steps forward and manages to start right-clicking you, you are going to die in this game. The strongest hero by a pretty wide margin. With that said, Amar, with those couple of kills and being involved in it, has actually went to the top of the net worth chart.
Yeah, hoping to sort of match these plays, right? If you're going to be going around, following around this Viper, you're going to be there with the gate eventually. Still holding the point right now, if they can find a moment. And he wants to get the Atos too. I love Underlord Atos.
Yeah.
It's like one of my favorites. You know, actually able to start fights, help your team out a little bit here. Nothing sadder than an Aura bot Underlord who just can't help like get that one little bit of the fight started. We'll see if he commits for it.
Seems like it could be a pretty nice answer for them. And obviously a good way, you know, off the back of a stun coming from DK to set up for anywhere around the map. As Pure, they're actually gonna drop the gate. Crit thinking about going through that one. Amar comes through. Crit does go down. Now Pure in trouble. Pure will fall, but they get the break onto the DK. DK starting to fall as Amar wants to get out through the gate, will manage to, but instead it's right there to the side. Oh. And Ramses was very ready.
Malreen tries to come in to maybe find something else, but he's just going to be cleaning up some farm.
Well, they're hurting Pure. He has not had a good game. The unfortunate part of this is that the rest of Tundra is doing quite well. Wait a minute.
They bring down that big Underlord here, but it's Ramses.
And now he in a little bit of trouble too. Malreen will get caught by that Spear. Snake King looking for the slowdown crit. Ramses already drops the arena. The Boundless is out. Do they have enough to chase him down all the way? Cookie gets a little bit of extra distance, but Crit is there with the bushwhack and the finish.
I mean, the armor is just ridiculous.
And now Soxa might be in even further trouble as they're stacking up that goo, hitting away onto this Snapfire. Snake King, will he go down? No.
Like, Crit's got the Blightstone too, right? And so they're tagging up onto that Mars, and then just even the earlier points in the Acorn shot is so much damage because of the tree bounce faster.
This has been a very bizarre game. We've got 15 kills in just under 10 minutes. And it doesn't really feel like it's going to slow down. It's this battle of, you know, the moving turret of the Viper versus this, like, continual blast coming from the Monkey King all over the map, setting things up. Pretty unique game. But will they be able to keep it up? How are you feeling about the way that the next couple minutes work out here?
I think a lot of it depends on the itemization. And so going through that, like, we see that Amar did indeed bail off of the Atos. He's thinking about the mech instead right now. He's already purchased some parts for it, so he seems to have committed. I think part of it is that, like, there's not someone super slippery that you necessarily need the Atos for, and Scooter's going for Blink first. So knowing that that's going to be available in the DK, you don't want to, like, double down too much on this early initiation. So instead, he's really convinced that Malreen is going to hit these Boundlesses, right? He's going to start them off. That's going to get them into the bushwhack, and then he can just sort of roll his way in or TP his way in on the Underlord, and hopefully that's going to start a good fight for them. He feels like they don't need the Atos. So that's how it works for Falcons. And then, of course, on the side of Tundra, we're just playing Viper, right? He's holding this haste rune right now. They can just stand behind him, feel comfortable, and just push this tower with the catapult.
Well, getting good usage, at least for now, out of this gate means that Ramses will be an easy target. That does immediately mean that there's also going to be a rotation towards mid as Tundra secure the tier 1 tower there.
Yeah, they all hop through the gate down to the bottom.
Are they going to try and pressure there too?
It's very low in the tower, so there is some good wards there, as you can see. But it's just going to result in Pure retreating back to the jungle as he finishes up his Maelstrom.
Crit tanking a Viper Strike. As a haste rune, this is a big moment for Thompson. He doesn't have Viper Strike, though, used in the mid. Could still drop a lot out on them. Malrine, recognizing the danger, is going to back away. Amar drops the pit and runs right into Pure. This is pretty much nowhere left to go. So they'll find Amar, misses on the spear. Mech tries to buy a little bit of extra time, but in the end, it will be enough to take down that Underlord.
Yeah, they weren't able to chase down Snake King since they didn't have the Viper Strike, but they got a much more important kill there onto Amar. So Tundra keeping things pretty even here. 10-7, gold, very much equal at the moment. Amar still the big one on top, but he's not really the person who gets to decide a whole lot in this game. He doesn't have the full freedom to just like walk and guarantee that something's going to occur for his team. He does need that little bit of help from his DK and his Monkey. And they're just finishing up these first items.
A little bit of...
Mostly Skeeter's finishing up his first item. He has a blink because Malrine has gone triple Wraithband.
Yeah.
He wants to be involved and active, and he knows that he can't wait for these bigger items.
Well, and I mean, it's because of this. Like, look at how Tundra is playing. And they're actually even going to drop the arena right onto Snake King. This Bristleback will get caught, pushed up to the high ground, but Falcons, are they coming to try and contest it? Skinner jumps forward. They have the control onto tops and down low, dead. Now looking for more. They had the pit and the kisses coming out. Wukong's command use, but no extra ability to control. The spear is there, and it looks like the trade is going to be the bristle for the Viper and maybe finding more. Skinner there, crit with the follow-up. Jump forward, great boundless strike. And Pure's bear is just running off to get killed.
That's another hero if they can get it. Oh,
and they bring it, oh.
Only the roots.
The recall, the resummon there.
Make sure he keeps it nice and healthy. Very nicely done. I mean, that's kind of the punishment for arenaing just on the bristle. Yeah, they were hoping that it just would immediately give them a numbers advantage, but because they brought in the Underlord who has this mech, like, there's no early auras here on the Radiant side they're going to help out, right? So they just kind of bet on the fact that auras would be stronger for them on the side of Falcons, and they'd still have enough damage left in the tank after Snake King died to just go straight for the aggressive. And they were correct. That's a little bit of a help, though. The Pavis finished up here for Whitemon.
Welcome back. I think this guy's a bot account. Why is there's like a lot of fucking bot account players in this bracket, man? So fucking annoying.
10 seconds remain.
Okay, Lena. Lena
5
Guap, man.
seconds. Your team must pick. Seconds. 5 seconds remain.
What's wrong with all these fucking people, man?
So it is said.
Prepare for battle.
Concentration.
No epic fail today, my friends.
Fine.
'Tis brilliantly clear that this one is in the bag.
With speed. I'm well aware of it. Thus and so. I proceed.
30 seconds and counting.
Orbs light my path. Augury abounds. Well away. Thither I go.
With the fate of the universe and the pride of 10 people
Get
on
hooked.
the line. This is
A new
Dota.
age of knowledge. Forthwith.
First blood is on the ground, and we're already looking for more.
More shall come. 'Tis tedious. Unto battle. Lex Trionis. Of course. I am committed. An honor to fight me. I'll keep it in mind. Fight me. I'm under attack. Yes. I'll now. It's all the same to me. Over yon. Knowledge is power. Such abnegation. Away hence. Hearken unto me. Who threatens my concentration? Avowedly.
Played. Worth.
Mindfully. This bores me. Nigh unto death. As needs be.
Radiant's courier has been slain in cold blood.
I'll keep it in mind. Avowedly. Forthwith. Demised. Well away. An incantation long. I'm under attack. The learned one strikes. said. I am committed. You dare fight me? Over yon? Such tedium. Nigh unto death. A rich tradition. No. Mindfully. I'm under attack. Knowledge is power. Fight me. Fragile you are. Concentration.
Your middle tower is under attack.
So. Unto battle. Attack. Fine. Yes. Athwart my path. Ha! Spheric. I proceed. Of course. Words of Mirrors Hindergap. Orbs light my path. A spell I will remember. 'Tis tedious. I'm well aware of it. Formidable engagement. Hither I go. Tis tedious. Orbs light my path. I proceed. Arcana known only to me. Avowedly. True arcanics. What a geist of lethargy. Well away.
Can kill this guy, I got no mana. Holy shit.
This boy.
Faces a terrible taste. Now you must decide. What's next?
Missing mid. Arm bot. I'm in.
Yes.
Let's dive this guy.
Forthwith. Witness true sorcery. Lament exhort Trionis. I am committed. Over yon. From the great.
Keeper VTubers here.
With a catapult in hand, see where they decide to go with this. It looks like they're ready to maybe go up high ground. Nobody's been able to deal with the catapult yet.
Yeah, and there they go.
Immediately in, Arena down, feared, a lot used just to find the kill onto Snaking, and in fact, Ramses, you can see, takes a lot of damage. Pure, the bear ends up going down. Now the resummon. The rest of the team still far away.
The quest for ultimate glory continues. Killing spree, double kill.
Hearken unto me. Away hence illusion. A rich tradition. Unto battle. Cross all in the words of power. Malevolent motivation.
Attacks your top tower.
Spixworks try so long. I wonder. Quas quas. I'm well aware of it. So it is said. Thus and so. Gold for little toil. Studied but Wexhort. True arcanery thrives. Concentration. Experience true swiftness. With speed. As needs be. Well away. Sunstrike. As needs be. The learned one strikes. One of Rex exhort.
Radiant have fortified their structures against attack.
Mindfully. A charming hex. Over yon. Hither I go. Witness my secret hate. You would plucked from the arcanery. Archery abounds.
Double kill.
Do not fear death. I am committed. From the great mystery. Unto battle. I proceed. Behold. 'Tis tedious.
The enemy's bottom tower is
I'm
gone.
well aware of it. So it is said. Of course. Who threatens my concentration? the arcane. Protect and prison. Concentrate. Exalt, Wex, exalt. Vital attain. Incantation of incineration. Carlos. Fight me. Mark these words. I'm well aware of an incantation long remembered. Ocularity. I proceed.
Look to your top tower.
This bores me. Mine. Experience true swiftness. So it is said. Of course.
And what was I doing?
One of my favorites. Words of power forge spirit. Witness true sorcery. True geist of lethargy.
Tower is under attack.
Mystery. You dare fight me?
Radiant structures are fortified.
Born from deep within. Call incantation. Your ignorance ensured your demise. You dare fight me? One of my favorites. Feel the witch.
The enemy's middle tower can withstand no more.
Augury abounds. A rich tradition. Witness true sorcery. Behold your own Hindergast. Fine. One of my favorites.
Break it. Get it. You can get it. Just hit it.
Enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Is my arcanery. Well away. I've forgotten you already. Mindful.
Your middle tower is defending itself.
Onto battle. Elementals. A spell spherical sorcerer. Gaster's mandate of impetuous strife. Hither I go. Quas wex quas. Arcana known only to me. 'Tis tedious. As needs be. charming hex. Witness true arcanery thrives. A recluse walk. You birds fail me. My mind is my arcane. Orbs light my path. Gold for little toil.
A battle seeks resolution.
Our Valkyrie abounds. Yes.
Finders keepers.
Forthwith.
Back up.
Once of lethargy. Sunstrike. Thus and so. Witness true sorcery. Killing spree.
I travel light.
From the source of self-knowledge, the well of creation, I return. Concentrate an incantation. Exhort, quas exhort. Behold. Rex, rex, exhort. I'm well aware of it. My totality eclipses the cosm. With speed. Spherical harmonies, incantation of inspiration. Arcana known only to me. Rex Cyclopus, experience true swiftness. I proceed. Ruinous, one of I slip from
Your
sight.
middle tower is under attack.
Charming hex. I'll keep it in mind. White waste. Pick up. I am committed.
Radiant structures are fortified.
This bores me. Well gotten drawn from deep within. Hither I go. Zeal of Wexhort. Stevens, yes.
Mega kill!
One of my favorites.
I'm fantastic!
The enemy's top tower falls to oblivion.
light, behold the meatball. The profundities are my such tedium. Mirot's Hindergast. Fine. What? Rex exhort. Thus and so.
Dyer's courier has been killed.
Over yon. Orbs light my path. Exhort Trisolar. Spherical sorcery. Away hence. Well away.
Your top tower is under attack.
Unhope ravagers of armor and will. A charming hex. Arcana.
Your top
known
tower
only
is
to
under attack.
Gaster's mandate of impetuous strife.
Vantage.
Fight me. Fresh mate. Night thought Triolis. As needs be.
Double kill. Your middle tower is under attack.
Boss. From the great sun strike. Forthwith. Avowedly. Zeal of Wexhort. Peculiar. So it is said. Mindfully, enlightenment stands ready. Behold! Here is
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
spherical sorcery, drawn from deep within. Experience true swiftness. I am a beacon of knowledge blazing out across a black sea of ignorant concentration. Mercury abounds, one of my favorites. Wex exhort. Let this magic disappoint. Words of power. Of course. With speed, Tomahawk's incantation.
retards. Do something, please.
Sorcery. Unto battle. Well-gotten gain. Hither I go. Avowedly, perturbation and my experience true swiftness. Light my path. Augury abounds. Ill luck upon you. I proceed. The learned one strikes. Behold, Mirod's Hindergast. 'Tis tedious. Mindfully. Drawn from deep. Over yon. Khan's most cunning fabrications.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Fine. I'll keep it in mind. I am committed. Didn't happen.
Yo, go top. Go top.
The enemy's middle barracks crumbles.
Oh, Sand King's up.
Such tedium.
Line up. I'll get to you in turn. Your top tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified. Your top tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen. is under attack.
Recalled from the yon side of death. My Rex exhort
On the road to victory.
well away. So it is said. Impossible.
Killing spree.
True swiftness. Yes, enlightenment stands ready. Well-gotten gains, arcana known for an incantation long remembered. The errant come from the great mystery. Quas Rex Quas. Boots on the Fine. Plucked from the arcanery.
Tanking no, Ringmaster no, Touch no BKB. I don't know why you're going in. Horrible. This is horrible. I don't know why you went in. Don't know what.
A charming hex. An infinite my mind. Ow! 'Tis tedious.
Your top tower is under attack.
Ally from naught. Enlight exhort Trisolar. Fresh mate. White waste. Echo goose walk. Unto battle.
My lines. Your top tower is under attack.
Was not enough. I think I'll keep the light, if you don't mind.
Your top tower is under attack. Long has the tower stood. Your chance is done.
From the sun strike. Over yon. One of my favorites. Thus and so. Mindfully plucked from the arcane. Thus we go. Harvest. Incantation of incineration. Approach my path.
To the dire.
I slip from sight. Spheric sorcery, arcana, known only to me. I'm well aware of it.
Radiant's courier makes the ultimate sacrifice.
Illusions me. Well away. Orbs light my path. I proceed. Tis tedious.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Fade from memory.
Exalt Trionis. Killing spree. Drawn from deep within. From the I speak from sight. Words of power. This bores me. So it is said. Of course. Mindfully. Experience true swiftness. Ghost walk. Orbs light my path. Well-gotten gains. I proceed. Incantation of Wex. I'm well aware. An honor, the rich field of Wexon. Neront's Hindergast. Forthwith.
The enemy's middle tower has been destroyed.
As needs be. Away hence. Vex exalt. I'll keep you. Avowedly. Pretty. Thus and so. I am committed. Hither I go, an incantation. Hands off. Concentration, one of my favorites. My mind is my arcanery. True arcanery thrives. Sun strike. Unto battle. A spell I well remember. Well away. Ravagers of our flashlight.
The enemy's top tower brought to
Bury a mark upon. Yes. I proceed. So mote it be. Experience true swiftness. As needs be. With speed. This
dominating.
Of course, drawn from Forge Spirit. Field of Wexor. Concentration. An incantation I am committed.
Oh, you found me.
I'm well aware of it. Keep it in mind. Words of power, plucked from the arcane. An incantation long remembered. These tears did cross from the great mystery. My memory failed me. Sphere exhort Trionis. light my path. So it is said. Thus and so. Arcana, augury about a rich tradition, words of power. From deep within, Mirrod's Hindergast. Well away. Mindfully. Unto battle. In like ghost walk. Mindfully.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Ah! Fresh meat. Needs be. Yes. With speed. Of course, one of my favorites. Spherical sorcery. Such tedium. Experienced my mind.
A lot is going to happen in this particular game for it to go one way or another. I definitely think that Tundra, I do like their draft in so many ways, but I can see so many ways it not working too. So I'm going to have to go with Falcons on this one. I think they just have a very stable draft, and they're just going to play much differently than game one.
Something else that you wanted, Jenkins, was the back and forth. You love a game, a good old game of Dota. The first one team's winning, and the next minute you don't even know what's happened. All of a sudden someone else has the net worth lead.
I'm down for a game 3 here. I think that's what I'll say. I think that I think Tundra got outdrafted in this one.
Alrighty, so you really want a game number 3, but so far everything that's happening on the main stage
Tundra got
has been a
outdrafted, what?
2-0. So we're gonna see if Falcons, this game number 2 draft is enough to get them over that line, and let's hear a little bit more from that coach.
Absolutely. Thank you, everybody. Welcome back, my friends. It is time to talk yet again. I'm sorry, Copenhagen, are we still awake? Am I right? Copenhagen, are we still here? We are here with the legend himself, Owie 2000, Owie 3000 if you win this event, as I've been saying for several years. You refuse to change your name. Sir, it's getting a little serious. Now, usually when I talk to you, you guys are a game up. You haven't played yet. It's the first time I talk to you since you're a game down. How's it feels in the booth right now?
Honestly, it's completely fine. We understand Lone Druid sort of unreal broken, so what can you do? We're just going to go game 2. And I think we're feeling pretty confident as always.
Absolutely. Now, in this other squad here, you know, you kind of had some pseudo-targeted bans. We got rid of Lone Druid. We got rid of a lot of different kind of momentum heroes. Was that on purpose, or are you guys still playing more to your squad and picking your solid heroes?
Actually, I think the person we targeted bans is probably Ramses, because I think he does a lot for this team. So the other bans, like, this team has a lot of good, like, unique heroes. So honestly, they're hard to draft against. So it's just like whatever we think gives us the best chance of winning. There's nothing specific.
Absolutely, playing your game. All right, well, I'm sorry to do this to you.
Hey, Thompson bought the sniper.
We have not had a game 3 yet. Will we be having a game 3 here today?
Of course.
All right, and will you call like a bird for the first time? Since this might be the last time I get to talk to you, ZI, will you call like a bird for this audience? Call, call, call! Falcons, baby! Let's go again!
What the fuck was that?
Oh my god, the death crow, it tolls and it's loud right now, apparently. I swear, like, Owie just needs to get a hug after that one. I'm not exactly sure. Slack is a madman.
It's good, you know, you put him on pressure.
Absolutely. Well, we heard a lot of things in that one. Lone Druid, broken hero, go next game. I think it's a good mentality to have to go into it. Try and just take some of the pressure off. Be like, we'll be able to, you know, deal with this in the next game. We'll see if it actually works out that way, though.
Yeah, it feels pretty accurate from what we saw, I gotta say. That Lone Druid was a big problem that they could not solve in that one, and so also feels a little unfair that you come into the next game and suddenly, even though you weren't playing Lone Druid, you know, little Ramses there on his Mars, his hero pool got eviscerated during this draft. Owie mentioned it, but it was very clear that they were just really trying to target it down, trying to get him off these comfort heroes. And he winds up on the Doom, which is kind of funny, because back when he used to be a carry player, he actually used to bust out the carry Dooms and the carry Beastmasters at times. So out of the offlaners available, he's you know, one of the two that he's certainly very comfortable on, but it's not as playmaking as these heroes that they've been using on him so far this tournament.
Right, and a lot of times this Doom has occasionally looked really bad in this tournament, and sometimes it's looked amazing. It's looked like it's the most important hero in the game. So we'll just have to see how Ramses is able to play it in this one. But of course, the other big switch up, which you talked about already, is going to be pure playing on the Alchemist. The timing that this hero hits, becoming the most farmed hero in the game, and then just ending it, that's what Tundra are going to try and do in this one.
Yeah, I think it was a good pick for a lot of reasons there too. Like, not only just the timing it's going to hit, but this ability to give a little bit of space to the sniper in these fights. You look at it, like, you had the clock and the Eng, the support duo, and the Eng, we've seen Whitemon sort of get in and scout, but it's at some point, like, you kind of get ignored a little bit in the fights, and you're not this, like, meaty body in the middle. And the Alk and the Doom and the clock are going to be this nice little trio that can really give the space here. See if your sniper can just peep away.
Right, in that ghillie suit, keeping some distance. Sucks taking a lot of damage there. Needs to back away before the sticky napalm stacks up too much on him, but not going to be brought down in that first blood. Yeah, it's going to be a unique match, I think, in a lot of ways, too, because, like we talked about, Falcons not used to being down in the series, needing to face off here against Tundra. Of course, the last ones that brought him down below earlier in this tournament. And I think also the Clinks.
Yeah.
It's a hero that you had talked about at the beginning of the tournament as well, thinking that we might end up seeing it eventually, but as the panel said, not necessarily the greatest hero in the world, but could be good here.
It's one of these heroes when the top range carriers get targeted with the bans, right? We started seeing the gyro start to come out a little bit. I mean, even Luna, believe it or not, at one point seemed to be one of those heroes. We're like, wow, Wind Ranger and Luna's banned. I guess we have to play Luna. That quickly went the way of just being a top tier hero almost immediately. But Clink's sort of next in line here, and some players like it more than others.
Ooh, a little bit
and there you go.
And it comes out just in time. Skitter drawing that first blood.
Yeah, likes enough right now, that's for sure.
Doom.
It's an interesting hero though. It's one that we can often see players kind of get a little bit crazy on. You know, you might see these Clinks players off on their own a lot on the map. Surely not, right?
Ramsey's forced all the way back. I mean, he is off the lane entirely. Clinks has a super free game, but Snake King did end up using a lot of his mana pool there for that. As, again, a little bit of all chat getting thrown around. Not sure exactly what that's about in the
It's
mid
Malrine. There doesn't have to be a reason. You know, he's just. I think sometimes he just kind of rolls his tattoo on the keyboard there.
The
Stuff
Hello
just
Kitty?
pops up. Yeah. He just places it on the keyboard and gets another one on his face. That's all.
It's a nice way to do it. As he gets the refill there of the bottle, you can see Doom still very low. Has a 13 stick charge though.
Wow. When you're really digging deep.
I mean, he's got it. He's ready for it.
Yeah, obviously versus the bat lane always feels good. But he's going to have a hard game. He's having a hard lane, and then you have to, you know, we heard the panel mention, there are some problems. We already saw this earlier, right? We had the Workhorse versus the Doom that was saving some team fights before. We're going to have that Shadow Demon to disrupt, so you have the single target initiation, but they're going to have single target save. Even before the Workhorse, just Stampede against Doom. It's very hard to actually lock someone down in a fight. That means you're going to need this synergy between Saksa and Ramses, which is what they've built a lot of this TI run on, is the synergy between these two. So we're going to need Hookshot, we're going to need some Cogs, and we're going to need a Doom on top to really make sure they get these kills.
Right, and of course...
And, oh, he lived the stick. It came into play.
Just out of there in time, but Ramsey's still in trouble. That tree is not going to keep you alive, so they take down the Doom, and now also going to even bully back the Clockwork. This lane feels mighty rough for that Doom.
Damn.
Should also note, you know, one of the other things that the panel was...
But I keep getting mid lane. I don't like to play mid. Not a mid player. Not a mid player, guys. Stop giving me mid. Give me carry. I want carry. I want safe lane.
10 seconds remain.
Pick Dusa win lane.
5 seconds remain.
Animage is in the draft, bro.
The choice is yours.
Animage in the draft.
Make your choice.
You want illusion hero?
Seconds remain.
Let's go illusion hero, guys.
5 seconds.
Just kidding. Shadowfiend doesn't work. Why people kept picking Shadowfiend? It doesn't work. This hero doesn't work. Dispatch. Hey, I already got a ward. What the fuck? Somebody take one ward.
Prepare for
Where
battle.
does the time go? I do enjoy a good stroll. Sometimes you just need to stretch your wings. Oh, yes.
But like an unorthodox.
It's in the bag.
Ever been more assured that this one is in the bag?
This one's in the bag.
Don't you just love war?
Don't you just love war?
As I will. If it pleases me.
Whatever.
Not yet. They should enjoy their last moments. I know I will. Oh, yes. There will Watch be pain. There will be screaming. A royal path. The pain train.
Wow.
Oh, yes. Forward.
All according to Keikaku.
Have whip will travel. Rain of pain. I'll take my time. Shouldn't there be I do enjoy a good stroll. If it pleases me. This way walks pain. Share my pain. Wait'll they get a load of me. Where does the time under attack? Oh, yes. Don't you Your queen moves. Bottle Royale. Watch me now.
One of your branches, man.
Forward. Oh, yes. The pain train. Sometimes you just need to stretch your wings.
Fucking hell.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
We should go. We could go on this, man.
Step onto the battlefield. Risk this ultimate price.
No.
Explodes.
Tell them to come closer.
Pulling right now.
Quickly now. I could just blink.
Fucking hell.
Whip will travel. A royal path.
the fuck?
Has been killed. Cut down in service of another's cause.
I could just blink. A royal path. Hello there. Don't you just love war? Sometimes you just want to stretch your wings. Forward. A love bite. I'll take my time.
Top is missing.
Where does the time go? I do enjoy a good stroll. Bottle royal justice.
Fucking hell. I fucking fucked up my Sonic Wave. What the fuck?
The wisdom, steal their wisdom if you can. Maybe you can.
Your middle tower.
Going for ours. Chill. Don't feed bottom. I'm just going.
Quickly now. Wait till they get a load of me. Say when. The pain.
You think we kill him if I come mid?
If it
No. Or maybe.
Top is missing.
Killing spree.
This way.
Rune. Top. We're here.
Forward. Into the bottle. Illusion. Quiver. Oh, yes. Ow.
Let's kill him now. Yep.
Watch me now. A path to pain.
Stacking.
I'll lay their weary heads to rest. Why are you not bowing?
A double stack Lina.
I think SF is gonna farm these. We should try.
To the bottom. Another to the tally. Here.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Pop if I like disrupt him.
I'll take my time.
I'm gonna disrupt him first. Open with disruption.
Yeah, whatever.
Don't you
second, sec.
Watch me now.
Unbelievable!
Have whip will travel.
I'll kill the courier.
I'm a bot.
Radiant's courier has been slain in cold.
I couldn't just blink.
I have my ult. I'm gonna disrupt SF. Yeah, he's too far. He's too far. He's fucked.
A good stroll.
Go on him. Yep. He doesn't have ult. He doesn't have ult here.
I have no trample.
Just go, just go.
Top is missing.
It's too much.
Well, yeah, there's 4 of them. I got nothing.
Quickly now.
They're all 5 bot. I think top and mid are free.
Your queen moves.
Double kill!
This way.
Radiant have fortified their structures against attack.
Pain.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Where does the time go?
The enemy's
As
top
I
tower has
will.
fallen.
Yoo-hoo.
Stack camps right now.
They get theirs and I get mine. Sometimes you just need to stretch your wings.
Lina, can you come farm these? Triple trap, triple trap.
Triangle.
Let's switch our mid with that.
I could farm that if you want.
By means mundane.
Let's switch mid. I got ulti too. Leave it for Lina though. Lina can farm it quick.
Bot.
A path to pain.
The enemy's bottom tower has been
Oh
demolished.
yes.
The gold one I can leave.
Double damage.
Can someone TP mid?
I'm running. You rush ATOS?
Lina or Pop farm our jungle things. 4 sack.
Enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Will travel.
Such defense.
Neutral item, boys. There's still one more.
My thanks. A royal. Where does the time go?
Help.
Dagon.
Warding.
Killing spree!
Swiftly.
What the fuck is up with that guy? He got AOS.
Watch me now. I'll take my time. Bottle Royale. Forward. Here.
Where do you guys want to push? I got my ulti up in 10 seconds. Yeah. We get the EXP rune and I can come.
Does this hurt? As I will.
Alright, let's go bottom then.
Into the bottle. Oh, yes.
Yeah, we can kill Jug.
Your queen moves.
He's right below.
I could just blink. Yoo-hoo.
Holy shit, he got a product fucking shield. God damn.
I'm gonna farm a pipe.
You must earn your take.
This way walks pain.
The enemy attacks your top tower.
Your bottle worthy. Forward. By means mundane. If it pleases me.
Get whoever. So someone's gonna come farm here.
Pain.
Kill him.
Not timber though.
Mid.
Watch me now.
Your middle tower faces a terrible test.
Into the
Bottom is missing.
Where does the time as I
one here.
will.
Hey, timber.
Your top tower
Travel.
diaglyph is now active.
The pain
Try.
train.
Look to your top
Maybe
tower.
it's
Bottle Royale.
Top tower is under
mana. Swap tried.
Look to your top tower.
Forward.
Your top tower is full.
I do enjoy a good stroll.
Radiant structures are fortified. Dire have fortified their structures against attack.
Pain.
Top tower is under attack.
The fuck was that?
The enemy's middle tower passes into history.
Don't you just love
Anywhere.
I don't know, we don't have our ultis though.
I could just blink. Bottle Royale. Add another to the tally.
Division, careful there.
Middle is missing.
Your queen moves into the bottle. Oh yes.
But Jug, they have their ults.
A royal path.
Timber's down here.
I don't know, we don't have our ultis.
Yeah.
Hey, we got
Not going
though.
hard.
What?
Oh yes.
They come out, we can get back. I don't think they're coming. No?
I'm ready. I'll take my time.
Is now active. Your top tower is under attack.
Ignore it. I'm just having him fuck off. Like,
They put a ward on them pretty quick.
yep, nice.
The enemy's bottom tower is gone.
Can we rush? Okay, we don't have our force.
You
We go rush.
I could just blink.
tormentor.
Surrender. Everyone screams. Just for sport.
I have my ulti for an update. I guess we'll use it now.
Claimed his mighty prize.
This way walks pain. Have whip will travel.
There's one here.
Forward. Agony. I don't believe in playing nice.
Go, chase them, chase them, chase them, chase them.
Don't you just love war? The pain train.
Their tormentor?
Their they take theirs, maybe?
Yep, absolutely.
If it pleases me.
Shit. Shut up, Luna.
Yeah, leave me.
Oh, I'm safe here.
Agony awaits. Oh, yes.
Until they start taking tormentor.
I'll take my time. Your queen moves.
Money to burn.
As I will. Here.
Middle is missing.
Sometimes you
Yeah,
just
thank you.
stretch your wings.
Probably porting.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, let's try to go top.
Oh, yes. Swiftly. Your pain.
Trying with him?
My gain. Playtime. A path to pain.
Should wait for pop to hit.
Watch me now. My binding.
Pop is not with us though.
There's two bot too.
Take the game, maybe?
The
Kill
enemy's
SF if you
tower
can.
brought to ruin.
Just annoy ourselves like we can push. I have my ulti.
He has Manta.
A path to pain. Where does the time go? Swiftly. Wait till they get a load of me. I'll take my time. Yours and I get mine.
Fine, we can chill. Wait for next road.
Forward. Quickly now. Into the bottle. The pain train. This way walks pain.
So help him AV and Aegis, yep. Yep, wards in 20. They're not out for 30. Let's get this damage.
A royal path.
Radiant structures are fortified.
2 seconds and I.
Is under attack. Where will the line be drawn?
Let's get out. We don't need to stay here. Or objective.
Why are you not bowing?
Still have a Tormentor up.
Don't check out Tormentor.
My pain tolerance increases. Here,
And someone else TP too.
have weapons. One, please.
Need Lina.
Lina, can you just TP to us?
Stretch your wings.
I'm there.
Bottle Royale.
Roche will be bottom anyway, so.
Watch me now.
I'm gonna go here. Should let Ashley be okay.
Oh, yes.
2 minutes today, Roche will be bot.
Sometimes you just need to stretch.
Don't kill one of the creep. I need to heal. Well, leave that camp for me.
Your queen moves.
I need to heal. I need to heal.
Into the bottle. Worthy tribute. Quickly now.
Your middle tower is under attack.
By means mundane. Quiver.
Show bot
Will
lane.
they get a load of me? Tell them to come closer.
Your top tower is under attack.
Tradition.
Yo, I'm gonna disrupt him.
That may blaze into a skirmish.
Go. Start making your movement.
Wait lang, gagi.
A path.
This is the ring of
Come next.
unbelievable.
I have my ward.
As I will.
Radiant structures are fortified. Data structures are fortified.
Mabuti naman tong stack.
The enemy's middle tower has been destroyed.
I could just
Gotcha, baby.
I do enjoy a good
Hindi kita madinig. Ang masyadong cloudy tayo.
That was unreal.
Ready to burn.
Insurance.
If it pleases me.
KB in here.
Where does the time go?
Ah, nice. Kumain ka na, pre.
I got break for my hats, so.
Hindi ko nga alam kung nagugutom ba ako or
Take the ban.
Hindi ko alam, ano ba yung insurance na yan? Hindi ko alam, boy.
Should we go mid instead? Maybe easier. I'm already down. Don't go. I'm gonna bring the two boys mid.
Yan, naglalaro ako. May climb di pa.
So no 5, just come mid. Mid doesn't have any tower.
I'm baiting. Wait lang.
Fucking it. That is just like right on the edge. That SF ulti flipped me.
The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
Shall we begin?
His bottom tower has fallen. The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen. Step now over ruins. The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen. You now have mega creeps. The enemy's middle tower can be The enemy's middle tower.
Gotta double down.
It will pain them to lose this.
Yeah, it was a great double down. Thanks, man. Good game.
Espera que
Panalo Tandra.
I have to play it.
It certainly was, and it paid off massively. And of
Wait lang.
course, now we move on. You get to play up against Gaming Gladiators next. Now, this is a team that knocked you down to the lower bracket initially. Are you ready for some vengeance?
We'll see. We have to go through the drafts and see what we come up with, but we're confident.
You're confident, it certainly sounds like it. The crowd are absolutely loving this right now. Any plans you can share with us, anything you've got in mind for taking down Damon and making it to those grand finals?
Maybe I don't really want to say anything, but I mean, obviously we want to slow the games down a little bit, Don't let them play their chill, low and good lineups,
Absolutely, you know what you're doing. All right, one final question from me then.
Kita na,
Are you
pre.
going to make it, Thompson? Are you going to get 3 times international champion?
Maybe. Slight chance, maybe.
Slight chance, maybe. All right, crowd, give it up for Thompson and Tundra, who are making it through to the final day at International. And we'll give it back to the panel.
A fan favorite right there in Thompson. Tundra able to make it into the top 3 for themselves. And let's have a look at this game number 2. Unfortunately, we weren't gifted with that game 3 here on our second day. Not a single series going that way. But this game number 2, it was just as chaotic. It felt like whilst the drafts should have been more clear-cut for the execution just wasn't.
Yeah, I mean, the lineup themselves, like, it was better this time for Falcons. It wasn't
Yeah.
as crazy, but it was still very scrappy right now. I think we go back to, like, the hero pool that Tundra is running right now. What can you do with the sniper? The sniper seems to win its lane no matter what you pick. It doesn't feel like it has a counter right now, but that's not the only hero Tundra plays that is uncounterable. So there's quite the enigma here on how to deal with this team right now, because they just have too many good heroes.
Hey, on Falcons side, you can kind of only be a little bit disappointed if you're a Falcons fan. You know, when they pick up these Klings and they didn't really, I feel like they didn't really utilize this hero to its fullest potential. I mean, it's not the best hero in the meta, but it definitely has a lot of room for improvement. The way they played around the hero, there were a lot of like pick-offs on the Klings that were kind of felt like it shouldn't be happening with their lineup. They can't really afford those type of deaths on the Klings when you're playing against an Alchemist. You know, he's going to snowball out of control every single death that you have in the game.
I also think that that Soxa is not going to struggle to find a team next season. That's all I wanted to say. I think this guy looks absolutely amazing. It would be incredible if a stand-in could win a TI, and it actually looks like it's in the cards, which is even insane to say.
Yeah, it's possible they get knocked down to the lower bracket. It feels like it doesn't change anything for themselves. Unfortunately, though, for Falcons, they're not able to finish it out here for themselves. It has been a fantastic lower bracket run. In fact, it was all the way back from round number 2 of playoffs that they fell down to this lower bracket. And along
60
that
lang?
journey, they've been
Oh
able
my
to
God.
knock out 4 other teams. Unfortunately, on the penultimate day of TI, it does result in the elimination for themselves here. But everything else that they were doing, I guess there were just some weird picks in game number 1 and game number 2, and that's bittersweet. It's great. We got to see a lot of different action Winter, but unfortunately, like you were saying, for the side of the Falcons fans,
Di ko alam
it
yung
just wasn't
palis
really
na
there.
yan.
Yeah, I mean, you can't win everything. You know, overall they had a really, really good year. And then coming to 2024, they won a lot of tournaments, and I mean, this is one of those that you can only say that it's unlucky that some of their heroes that they were really good throughout the year got nerfed and the meta shifted, and they kind of couldn't really adapt. They still did a really good job considering everything, but you can't win everything.
I did like the strategy Jenkins they had. I mean, we talked about it on panel. Aoi also talked about it there. They thought Ramses was the key playmaker in the team. That's what they drafted around. And I guess outside of the sniper pick, they were able to do exactly what they wanted to do.
Yeah, I think that the Fear, you said it during the first. You said during the first game that they kind of screwed up the draft a little bit, and I think the second game the emotions were in play. But we are going to go to an exit interview with Team Tundra.
Nice.
Not Tundra.
Falcons.
They didn't lose. Falcons.
Yes,
Hindi ko alam.
Falcons indeed. I'm here with Snake Kings. Snake, first of all, I know
Wala
you're
din akong
very
life
disappointed
insurance
with the
dito.
result here, but the crowd are still giving you guys a cheer. So I spoke to a lot of your players a few days ago, and they all said that one of the things that really mattered about this TI was making sure that Crit got to the main stage. You managed that. I know you're disappointed, but just try and put into
Hindi,
words
wag
for
na
me how you guys are feeling right now.
Magkakasakit.
Obviously very bummed, but it is what it is, you know, but
Tangina.
I'm glad that Crit
Health
got to
insurance
play in
katapat
the
nun.
playoff stage at his home crowd, and he's very thankful for that. With that said, obviously our expectations are high coming into TI. This was actually our worst performance of the year so
Nahanap na lang
far.
ako ng babaeng breadwinner.
As sad as that sounds, it's still 4th place. You know, we'll be sad for a little bit, and we'll come back and be stronger.
Fantastic. Yeah, we look forward to that next season. Talking of next season, your plans presumably are to continue another dominant run, because as you said, this was a fantastic year for you, so you can't be too glum, surely.
I mean, definitely we can't be too bummed. We are very fortunate to have won a lot throughout this year, but life is short. You know, you got to win as much as you can while you still can.
Okay, well, I know you guys have a ton of fans in this arena alone. If you've got any words for them, now's the time.
I want to thank you guys for the amazing crowd, and you guys are really amazing. You guys make Dota what it is.
Thank you, Snake King, and thank you, everybody. Back to the panel.
Thank you guys. Thank you both of you guys right there. Look, I mean, Snaking said it perfectly as well. This crowd has been amazing. A lot of them sticking around, cheering. I feel like just cheering for good Dota, not necessarily a good team, but the fantastic plays that came out, not just in this final series, but all 4 series that we had over the day. It was just I don't know, an outstanding time here. But look, we're going to see some replays here. It was off to a great start for Falcons, but we've already talked about this early game time and time, Jenkins, how important it is to bring the numbers, to make those rotations.
Yeah, Tundra did a really good job at not just necessarily making some rotation with tops into the bot lane, but at the same time, they would also rotate like Lightbond through the portal, or sorry, Soxa through the portal, and to do these like triple pronged attacks is historically one of the hardest things to do in Dota, but we are seeing the best teams consistently do it. The level of play here in this final couple of days of TI looks amazing. We did see 2 2-0s in the evening of today, but they were some of the highest skilled Dota that I've ever seen.
Yeah, it's a really tough narrative to drive here because we're always seeing very different heroes, different play styles, and yet they're really dominant in this series, Winter. The games might not always be as clear cut of who's going to win, but that really comes down to that execution and how you're going to control your emotions and clutch it up when it matters most.
Yeah, it's just really fortunate to be part of the competition.
Yes. It's fire time. On it. Yes. Burn a path. Slash and burn. Oh yeah. Burn 'em up. Scorch 'em.
You are too slow.
Light 'em up. Fire away. Heat wave. All fired up. I'm going. Time to hot foot it. Open fire. Bring in the heat. Yes. My flame burns brighter. Attack! I'm under attack. Helter Swelter. Money to burn. To battle. I go like the blazes.
No.
Like a wildfire. Bottling fire. I'm going. To battle. I go like the blazes. Burn a path. Quick.
First blood is on the ground, and we're already looking for more.
Heat wave. Yes. Like a wildfire. Burn 'em all. Time to hot Yes. On it. Yes. To battle. Yes. I'm under attack. Time to hot-foot it.
Middle tower is under attack. Been schooled. Your middle tower faces a terrible test.
Heat wave. Burn a path. Oh yeah. I go like the blazes. I'm going. Quick. Like a wildfire. Denied. Burn 'em up. On it. Light 'em up. To battle. Yes. On it. Warms my heart. Yes. Oh yeah. Quick. I go like a blaze. Burn a path. Heat wave. I'm going. Time to hot-foot it. Like a wildfire.
Your middle tower is defending its
Time to hot-foot it. Open fire. Oh yeah. To battle.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Quick. I go like the blazes. Heat wave. Yes.
The enemy
Burn a
attacks your
path.
middle tower. Now you must decide what comes next. Killing spree!
I'm going. Fire. Yes.
Killing spree! Double kill!
Like a wildfire. Quick. To battle. Slash and burn. On it. Time to hot heat wave. Fire away.
This will come in handy.
Yes. I'm going. I can keep the blazes.
Top tower.
Like a wildfire. Burn a path. Yes.
My searing gaze.
I'm under attack. Yes.
Mega kill.
Breaks.
Fear not your death.
Your middle tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified. Your middle tower faces a terrible test.
Let's heat things up. Heat wave.
Rise again. Battered but unbroken.
Burn a path. Like a wildfire. Time to hotfoot it. Oh yeah. Quick. Burn them all.
The enemy's top tower
Yes.
falls to oblivion. The enemy attacks your bottom tower.
Helter Swelter.
Dire have fortified their structures against attack. Your bottom tower is gone.
To battle. In you go. Invisibility.
Lovely.
I'm going. I will use the blazes.
Crush me.
Your sister was right about shooting. Overrated.
Whoa, look at it go! Consider yourself lucky. A dead mother would have done much worse.
Baptism by fire. On it. Yes. Like a wildfire. To battle. Time to hotfoot it. I'm going. Bring in the heat.
Yeah, wards there.
Heat wave. Something for a cold day. Oh yeah. Double damage. I go like the blazes. Burn 'em up. Yes. Burn a path. Time to hot-foot it. Spartan.
Look to your bottom tower.
I'm not ready. I'm going. Quick. Helter Swelter. Burn 'em all. Yes. I go like the blazes. Yes. Fire away. Like a wildfire. Burn a path. To battle. Oh yeah. Attack. On it. Heat wave. Quick. Like a wildfire.
The dire glyph is now active.
To battle. Light 'em up.
The enemy attacks your middle tower. You surpass the master. Your middle tower can no longer be saved. The enemy's
Can't
middle
put down
tower
that.
has been denied.
Heat wave. Temperature rising. Time to hot it. I go like the blazes. Oh yeah. On it. I'm going. Burn a path.
Ah, this will come in handy.
Bring in the heat. Yes.
An open phone night.
Yes. Time to hot
Yo, you could have like wait for me.
I'm going. Yes. Slash and burn.
Your middle tower faces a terrible test.
A slow burn. Like a wildfire. Not yet. To battle. It's not time yet. Burn 'em up. On it. Burn a path.
To the radiant.
Oh yeah. Nuh-uh. Burn 'em all. Heat wave. Quick. Yes. Legal tinder. Burn a path. I go like the blazes. Yes. I'm going. Oh, that's hot.
Tower has been demolished. Your top tower is under attack.
Oh yeah.
Radiant structures are
Like
fortified.
a wildfire. Good stuff. To battle. Time to hot foot it. Light 'em up. Heat wave. I'm going.
I'm open all night.
Time to hot foot it.
That which protects also requires protection.
I go like the blazes. Oh yeah. Yes. Flash burn. Like a wildfire. Quick. Burn a path. Yes. In you go. Heat wave.
Dire structures are fortified.
To battle. Regeneration. I go like the blazes.
Your bottom tower is under
Oh
attack.
yeah. Getting Like a wildfire.
brought to rule. Bottom tower is
I'm not ready.
where will the line be? I was defeated. Killing spree! Unbelievable!
On it. Yes.
Somewhere, someone lays blame.
Time to hotfoot it. Open fire. Ah! Oh. Put me out.
Dire structures are fortified. Not your best.
You think you're the first spirit I've dealt with? No!
Ask not for whom the spell.
Hey, you're almost as good as me.
Stoke those flames. I'm coming in. Yes.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Attack! I'm going.
Bottom tower has fallen.
Burn a path. Fire in the hole. Bring in the heat. To battle. Heat wave. Getting warmer. Time to hotfoot it. To battle. Burn the path. Yes. Fire away.
Killing spree.
Oh yeah. Like a wildfire. Yes. Fire in the hole. Quick. On it. Help swelter. I go like the blazes. I'm going. Yes.
Gold and
Like
sweet.
a wildfire. Burn them all. On it. Open fire. Fire away. I go like the blazes.
I'm almost my BKB and you guys fucking farmed.
Your middle tower is under attack. Long has that tower stood against the rising tide.
Heat wave. Yes. Quick. Yes. Help swelter. To battle. I'm going. Burn a path. I'm under attack. Time to hunt. I go like the blazes. Yes.
Your top tower is under attack. Radiant structures
I'm going.
Your top tower is under mega kill. Dominated. Your top tower is under attack. Double kill. Your top tower is under attack.
Oh yeah.
Double damage.
Has fallen to the dire.
To battle. Attack. Legal tender. Heat wave.
You found me.
I go like the blazes. To battle. I'm going.
Bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower has fallen.
It's not time yet. Yes. Yes. Scorch 'em. Open fire. Bring in the heat. Like a wildfire. Fire away. Heat wave. Fuel for my fire. Burn a path. On it. Light 'em up. Time to hot it. Help swelter. Yes. Yes. I'm going. To battle. I go like the blazes. Quick. Like a wildfire. Oh yeah. I go like the blazes. Burn 'em up. Heat wave.
Lovely.
Like a wildfire. Burn a path. Yes.
Your middle tower is under attack.
To battle. Time to hunt. Slow burn.
Your bottom barracks are under attack. Your bottom barracks stands no more. Your middle tower has fallen. Your middle tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified. Your middle tower is under attack. Middle tower has fallen. Look now to your middle barracks. Barracks has fallen.
That was just a warm-up. Warms my heart. I'm going. Time to hot foot it.
Your top tower is under attack.
I go like the blazes. Attack! To battle. Burn a path. Light 'em up. Oh yeah. Attack! Yes. Heat wave. On it. Yes. Quick. Yes. To I don't like the blazes. Yes. Quick.
I'll do the same for you.
I'm going.
Your top barracks are under attack.
Oh yeah.
Your top barracks has fallen. Top barracks has fallen. The enemy now has mega creeps.
Fuel for my fire.
The final test has come.
Burn a path. Heat wave. Like a wildfire. Time to hot foot it. I'm going. Yes. Run 'em up. Help me swell. Oh yeah. Warms my heart. Fire away. Scorch 'em. Burn 'em all. To battle. Open fire.
Your middle tower has fallen. Relax. Radiant structures are fortified. Your ancient demands defense. Victory goes to the dire.
Defeated.
My gosh, that's such a freaking clown game.